I'm hearing this story more and more. People are fed up. Bring that orange fella back. ASAP.
So, like many Americans, up until recently, I did not care about politics. Quite honestly, I didn't even vote until 2020. I've ended friendships over views that are just not okay. Why do I have a college degree and I make decent money and I'm living with family? I can't afford groceries. I can't afford my car payment. I can't afford anything. My parents have to help me, quite honestly, and I'm going to be 30 years old. I really want to know, this is my question for the people that think that this country is okay. What are you watching? What algorithm are you on to think that this country is okay? What job do you have? What do your bills look like? What is your income? Like, I really want to know. Because I am just lost. I am so confused.
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Will you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pop some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Din, such a shunt. It tastes good. Such a shunt. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. When I'm in charge, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pop some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shunt, such a shunt. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Hip hop, bebop. Till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine. Din, doesn't mean that they don't love you. Entertainment of entertainment of entertainment of entertainment. When I'm in charge. Don't fuss with me. It tastes good. Din. It tastes good. Pump. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a shunt. Such a shunt. I'm in charge. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Birthday dad? Yeah. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop, candy in the sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Din. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine doesn't mean that they don't love you. Well, that's all for today. Bye-bye.
I can't hear me, no other. I got the AC on today. You know, it's Tuesday. I think I'm just going to cancel the show because my camera keeps breaking and all these haters be hating. You know, sometimes it just gets too much. No. I don't care. I don't care. Welcome to the Purge, the Naked Purge. This is the Naked Purge tonight, and there's no camera. So enjoy the sound of my voice. Traveling to you from coast to coast. This is the ghost of Kane. Yay, everybody, yay! This is seriously... I broke the camera again. That's a good pose, too. That's better than the Swamp Rose pose. I will be doing ventriloquism tonight. That's happening. Welcome in, everybody, to the Purge. I'll be here, your host, Kane, in just a moment. And as soon as I get my... This is really happening right now. This isn't a bit. This isn't a bit. I know that you know that I know that you know that I would never do anything like this as a joke. Come on. I'd put a dick pic up first. No. Hey! Speaking of masturbation, Dawn! How you doing? She said, some of you may have a spell for masturbation today. I was like, damn! I gotta disconnect the camera. I went to the store today, yeah, I know. And they had a kit, and you could build your own lightsaber. So it's multicolored, so it's not racist. It's international. That's all the ventriloquism you get. All right, we're on green. Green is go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to have you on my double chin today. There, is that better? Are you happy? I can't hear. I hate it when I can't. Hi, everybody. What's going on? Today is I want to do a serious quick show run through of all the stuff we've come to this far, and just a review for just a real show from the beginning to the end in 1 hour, and then we'll do a fool around broadcast after. I got some people like, oh, that sounds so cool. I'm gonna take notes. That's weird. There was a window for that. You know what happened? I deleted it. I did. Oh my! All right, it's Elon Musk. You know what he looks like, for God's sakes. Back and better than ever. This is the Catalina Wine Mixer Show, you guys. If I could get my camera working at one point or another, that'd be amazing. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose. I swear. It keeps coming disconnected. There it is. Okay, now. Maybe. Nope. Oh my gosh. Well, that's it. Thanks for coming in, everybody. I appreciate it. It's been the best show I've ever had. I want to thank the little people. Oh my God. No. Love it. Alright, hold on. I know how to handle these things. Ow! Tony just fell on my foot. Okay, this is going pretty well. And like I said, the future is in my hands. Yeah, Catalina Wine Mixer Tuesday. That's what this is going to be known as. I see a singer. I see a drummer. Does anybody want to unblock Jeff H? Apparently he is blocked. I don't know if that was part of Chick Bates' nuclear rage. I don't know what's going on. I hate green. You know what though? It has. Hold on. There goes Tony. That was Tony. It has this cute little remote control. Have you seen these? And it's supposed to be changing faster. There's red. I like the red. Everything better now. I'm ready to party. It is... People have killed to be where I am right now. Didn't even hear me. I had the window. I was just going to start the show like it was cool. I'm ready to party. I hope you... No, this is just hand sanitizer. Oh my god. Oh, it is baby oil. Okay, so anyway. I don't have any... I'm not... There's no party. There's no masturbation. I've got a schedule to keep. You will come with me, young Skywalker. Alright, that was stupid. That was a complete waste of time. Kane sucks anymore. Alright, welcome to the only show left on YouTube, folks. I win by default. Still yet, all the other creators are stealing my bits. That's okay. Because they've got all the subs. All the subscribers. Alright, let's get back to the show. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Alright, here goes nothing. Alright, we know Elon. Ha ha, he's funny.
Her brother is a pilot and is flying her for the first time ever, but she never expected him to do this.
This is a special flight for me. I gotta fly my little sister back home. She's sitting in 16. Yeah. Again, it's 1 hour, 10 minutes. Appreciate you guys joining us. Sit back and let's enjoy. Thank you.
Her brother is a pilot and is flying her for the first time ever, but she never expected.
Sorry, I was looking at my notes. Alright. Giovanni, big pimpin', LBC, big pimpin' down in ID. Is there like a 3-letter abbreviation? I might change my strings later. There's 6 of them. Today's show brought to you by the number 6. Alright, we all know what that means. Don's here. Don's here, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, you know what? If you're going to start a show about the Bible, you got to be reading the Bible. I can't cheat either. All right. And ye shall know. Wow. That I am the Lord. For ye have not... I need my lightsaber. Excuse me. For ye have not walked in the statutes, neither executed my judgments, but have done after the manners of the heathen that are round about you. Wow, how do I keep coming across these dramatic Bible verses? I don't have to leave that page open because now it's on tape. You can't say tape anymore, I found out the other day. I was like, dude, Twiz, bro, what's up? Flashy thing, you won't remember anything. Do what I tell you to do. Am I muted? Probably muted. I'm doing a Swamp Rose show. Live tonight from Nantucket, it's me. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, you guys. Boats and hoes, ladies and gentlemen, boats and hoes. Alright, now Prestige Worldwide. A little bit of nicotine. Candy and the sun. That's worth looking at twice. That's a ticket. I guess I gotta work for it. Supposedly Jenn will be here tonight, but we all know how that goes. Alright. So, you saw my thumbnail was the Warriors come out and play. And he clinks the bottles together. Come out and... Somebody add Jeff back. I don't know how to do it. Home run! My name is Ronald Monto. Hey, does anybody here speak Spanish? That's what I need to know. Alright, cool, man. Let me see on my notes. Okay, yeah. Just as I figured. Alright, this is a solid run-through show. David Harris, the actor who played Co-Cheese in the cult film Warriors. If you haven't seen the movie, that means you're probably really young. And I'm afraid to move this camera because everybody's going to get me. I don't know. We enjoy having Jeff in here. I like Jeff. Un poquito. All right, we got one in Spanish because it's going to come in handy. Stick around, Mr. Giovanni Versace. Because it is the Catalina wine mixer. Heather, you were supposed to take this one out. Oh, is she in here? I don't know how these things get in here over and over and over. I think Heather thought it was cute, like it put dimples on my face. Heather! Don't pause it there. Alright, that's enough of that. He's really horny today. I'm so sick of it all. Alright, so residents raise alarm over FEMA relief and denial. That looks like the man of a face who's lying. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Words, words, words. FEMA is bullshit. And there you go. That's how we start the show today. Welcome in, everyone. If you're new to the show, please enjoy some Johnny.
Do you me?
Do I do you?
Yes.
Well, I mean, you aren't that easy to do.
Then we'll skip it. I just wanted to know.
Yeah, okay.
You're working on anything? Anybody?
Let's see.
Sometimes I just watch old Carson rerun. I put something in the chat. I don't know which one it was. If you guys already heard this before, stop me. Because I am Morrissey. Welcome to our British palace. Stop me, stop me. Stop me if you've heard this one before. And then Girlfriend in a Coma is probably the best song ever written. Okay, Johnny, yeah, I watched Johnny episode, man. The guest he had is great. Robert Blake, you know, the murderer. And that's Robert Blake. Tony, why did you fall? Tony fell on my feet. He's out the show. Love Tina, you stood me up at the movie theater. We'll talk later. All right. What do we got here? Oh, these things? Yeah. Uh-oh. 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 I have to admit that one is pretty funny. That one is pretty funny. It's not funny. Welcome in, everybody, to The Purge. Don't be afraid of the name. WSU police investigating an assault on campus. Dun, dun, dun. 68 of you people saw my short about that. That was starred Tony. And a student at Washington State University said she was attacked on campus last week and may have been essayed. WS police received a report Sunday reporting an assault from the previous Monday, October 23rd. It took him a week. Police say a student was in the parking lot across from Beasley Coliseum around 8 p.m. when somebody came up behind her, choked her, causing her to lose consciousness. She woke up in the same spot and said she believes she may have been essayed. The student did not see her attacker, so no description was available. Call the police if you would like to help. And I said in the chat, I haven't mentioned it here yet. The big secret's out. You don't have to yell, Heather. I do whatever you say, you know that. I'm the only one who listens to you. Get your dog.
What is your name as a group?
The Click. Click or click? Click.
What is your name as a group?
The Click. Click or
Okay, that's just... I think Heather put that one in there. Just messing with me. Alright. Weird.
Breathe. Big deep breaths. Big deep breaths. Here we go.
This isn't just for the boobs. I'll tell you that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Lightsaber.
Asshole.
She had those serious tremors, yo. Anybody want to go on the slingshot? Okay. So what do we got here? We got a lot of good stuff taped, by the way. Thanks to the girls, which shall remain nameless. So check this dude out. Oh, by the way, everyone, I called the pizza place where Timmy Reed's dad owns. And I talked to the nice girl that takes the orders or whatever. And she said she would pass the message on. I thought I heard somebody pick up mid-call, but what do I know? I'm just an investigator. I'm actually almost an investigator. I can't do it right now. I'm gonna hide. Nobody wants to see you anyway. Alright, this guy is a fugitive in northern Idaho. And he was last seen there 4 days ago. And we'll listen to the story, I guess, because whatever.
Well, there's now a reward being offered for information about a convicted sex offender last seen in North Idaho. Crime Stoppers organization is offering $5,000 for information that leads to the arrest of Christian Fisher, a fugitive from Florida. The U.S. Marshal Service says it's learned since being in Idaho, Fisher has attempted to befriend multiple families in the area, including those with young children. Earlier this week, he was seen carving pumpkins with a family in Athol, north of Coeur d'Alene. Fisher is 5'10", 200 pounds, and has blonde hair and hazel eyes. He's known to sometimes dress like a woman. If you have any information about Fisher, call the U.S. Marshals Service.
So, okay, somebody blocked Nothing Half-Assed. Just kidding. I'm only kidding. Because I'm ever so cute. Hi, everyone. How are you today? This just in. Now, she was recording the weird guy call. I read the chat. You talking to me? No, I didn't think you were talking to me. All right. WS, so they want your help. That's not the guy. Oh, was he? Wait, is this the follow-up that I played? Or is this the old one? This is the old one, huh? Huh? You'll never know, because it's messing with me, and I'm not going to mess with it.
You're so dumb.
No! What are you doing?
Go on then.
Golu.
Hungry?
You're so
That one was dedicated to Bubbly Waters. I'll say a prayer for Bubbly Waters real quick, that she is able to make it through this difficult time. It's very important that her appeal is granted, and there's no reason it shouldn't be. But you just bow your head to your deity. Did you see what I did there? I played the Siamese. We are Siamese. If you don't play, ready? 1, 2, 3, and 4 bubs. We love you, and all of us are gonna push. Ready? Push. Push the bad demons away. Bad demons go away. Okay, amen. Welcome in, everybody. This is The Purge, and don't be afraid of the name. That one still cracks me up. Okay, here we go.
Pete Beach, where community members are trying to get answers directly from FEMA. There's still a lot of confusion and a lot of unknown. It's a weird way to see a St. Pete Beach landmark.
Everybody that has questions, go to this side of the room.
In the damaged lobby of Tradewinds are hundreds of people not here for the beach or dinner. They're here for answers from FEMA.
I mean, I thought it was interesting to see FEMA up high in this room. I know it wasn't planned that way, but it was like trying to appeal to a God that you don't even know how to please them.
John Kurzman and his wife Lisa.
Your dedicated Cintas service reps help make sure your team has the essential.
Got a drink, gonna put it on the table, gonna wrap it like this. The table is solid, yes?
Yeah.
Obviously. Watch this. Straight through the table. Got a.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the volume. The volume is low on some of these. It's not me. It's not like I'm trying to get you to get closer to the TV, so I got punch you. Hi-cha! Karate chop! Hassan chop! That one's never gonna get old. Alright, so am I loud enough? I don't know. There's how you do magic, folks. Alright, so let's see. WC looking for the serial. Okay, there's another one. There's an axe murderer on the loose. Or axe on a liver. It looks like my eyes are rolling in my head. I am the lizard people. Alright, so that's happening. That's not a big deal. And I was saying in the chats.
Oh, no! Let go! Oh, no!
What I'm gonna do, Joaquino, I'm gonna turn the AC off. Eventually. It's a nice cool night here in Clearwater, Florida. Welcome then to the bird. Blah 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 blah. Oh, he's so good. Sea otters are big. River otters are bigger. Did you know that? Costanza! Can't stand ya! That was cute. That's a cute bear. Alright, let's check out my video analytics. There we go, 77.5. I guess there's no audio in this one. I was tripping on it too. So this is the vehicles they'll be using to look down upon us when the rich have finally just taken over the world and done everything they want. Just wanted you to get an idea. This is a car, though. So you can drive this ridiculous looking, or your driver, or your autonomous car, can drive this ugly looking thing down the road and then attach it to a helicopter. Won't that be nice? It's electric. Bum 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 ba dum ba da. Your moment of zen. Well, let's see if the audio comes back on the next one. I don't know. That there was definitely audio there. Up and down and round and over again. No horrible wipeouts today, y'all. No horrible wipeouts.
Did you know this about Tesla Solar Roof?
This company is looking for homeowners to trial these brand new panels. Get this.
Probably get a copyright strike for that. You can get those, though.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I pet that dog?
Don't pet the dog. Up and down and round we go.
Boy, sit. Oh, son. Damn.
I got bit on the leg by a shark, on the thigh. He just tasted me, I guess. It was a stormy day at sea. Sea was angry that day, my friends. I look better this way. Alright. What is the topic tonight? Kane beats the Purge. It is called Everybody Do the Mess Around. Mess around. Get in the chat and mess around. It's sponsored, though, by the number 6. Welcome to the Purge. Woke up 1984. Missing out on all that necessary sleep, I see, to be with us today. And our evil intentions.
Donald Trump also told supporters that if he's elected, he will focus on anti-white racism. Thank God. My people have suffered long enough. Sorry, Che, but time's up.
Too much. All right, there's more.
I knew it was going to come out of you someday.
And a new report finds that Vermont is the safest state in America for, like, you know, us. For the first time ever, 2 brothers will be facing off against each other in the Super Bowl. Incidentally, 2 brothers in the Super Bowl is why my grandfather won't be watching.
On February, man, wow.
Next Thursday is Leap Day, which means we gotta wait till Friday for it to finally be over. Donald Trump also told supporters that if he's elected, he will focus on anti-white racism. Thank God.
All right, so racism is schism on the serious tip. You don't believe me and I come and bust your lip. I hear the mountain and hard to climb. Rougher the rhythm and it must be sublime. All right, that was off key. He's not himself tonight. All right, let's see what we got here.
Here's the restaurant that I'm going to. It's called Pier 1, and you can feed sharks from the balcony of their restaurant. And I'm so excited. That's so cool! Oh my god! Next piece. This is so fun. Whoa!
Up and down and round we go again. Come on, do your chair yoga, everybody. Ooh, 1, 2, bump, bump, bottom, bump, bump, doo. Come on, you know that, Dan. Bump, bump, ba-da, bump, bump, doo. Do it, big. Forget everything that just happened. You've been flashy things. All right, next, get the baby oil out here in a minute. That's the theme tonight. Woke up 1984. It is baby oil, Vaseline.
Okay?
Shoot.
Okay. Why haven't you done any interviews in the past few years?
I don't think anybody will.
So I thought that was a pretty cool interview with Freddie Mercury there.
What's your name?
None of your business, unfortunately, but...
Okay, hello, nice to meet you, none of your business.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, do you love America?
Yes, I do.
I hate America. Every state in the USA should be an independent country. What do you think of this?
Well, I just first have to ask, since you hate the country, do you plan to leave?
What do you mean by that?
Do you plan to go live in another country?
No, I do not.
Let me tell you something.
Your face is an idiot.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country.
Can you prove that? Well, thank you. May I have a hat?
No. So let me ask you, none of your business. Who do you plan to vote for?
I plan to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why?
I mean, you answered my question, so I'm done here. Like, there are people waiting.
Can you tell me her greatest accomplishment?
No, I can't.
Can you tell me a single accomplishment?
I cannot. I want to leave. Like.
Oh, snap. Got a hair in my face.
Let's look at some newspaper titles from Australia. Check out my flaps. Why, I've got some sticky near my dicky. That may be cricket's darkest day, but it wasn't mine. Snap, crackle, hop, combined with bare-assed bandits. Fruit of the groins. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's just a passion fruit growing in a Darwin backyard.
Everyone in the room knows 6 million Jewish people lost their lives to the Nazis during World War II. But a lot of people don't know, because it's not really taught in our schools, that the Nazis also killed in their thousands gypsies, homosexuals, disabled people, and Jehovah's Witnesses. No one knows what happened with the Jehovah's Witnesses. You'd have to assume some Jehovah's Witnesses came a knocking on the gates of a death camp with a copy of a magazine called Watchtower. Some enterprising Nazi guard. Ah, yes, come in. It's very interested in your magazines. This is the Watchtower. We have the Watchtowers here. It is, how you say, a coinkydink. This is a long journey for the witnesses. If you come in, you freshen up, take a shower. Everyone in the room.
Oh. Marshall, anything you want to tell me?
I'm just a different person these days. Committed my life to serving the community, and I'm getting my doctorate, and now as I'm moving into trying to work at community clinics, I'm eager to put this in the past.
Said you're getting your doctorate? What in?
I'm a dentist.
Hold on a second. I don't know. Do I like dentists? I do?
Oh, I really hope so. No one else does.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I think everybody, you guys hurt people sometimes. Not all the time. The court does believe by the elocution of this applicant that the circumstances and behavior of the applicant from the date of the applicant's conviction to the filing of this application do warrant setting aside the convictions, and the court does believe that it is consistent with justice and the public welfare, and therefore the petition is granted when I'm signed.
Thank you.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
See, I have a heart.
Stop! Stop! It's 2024. I'm on a diet. Stop! Stop, Apple! Get out of
Oh my gosh.
Stop! Stop! It's 2024. I'm on a diet. Stop! Stop, Apple!
Get this for my man. I'm gonna record this when I instantly regret that I bought this. I got this for my man.
Oh, man.
Hey, Dad. I know I'm way too old for this, but do you think I could get this doll? Her name's Genevieve, and she's developing a vaccine
Yes,
for...
you can get the doll. You can get as many dolls as you want.
It's $200.
Or one is fine.
Hey, Dad.
I missed that. They did a reunion show or some style thing like whatever.
Archaeologists in Egypt have discovered a tunnel that they think leads to the long-lost tomb of Cleopatra. Cleopatra is, of course, the enchanting queen who seduced both Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. I assume because she's really funny or something?
A woman in Delaware won $400,000 after hitting back-to-back lottos in the same day. But the woman says she's still going to keep her day job, forging lottery tickets.
After this year's elections, a record-setting 12 states will have female governors, while the other 38 states will have dinner ready on time. Archaeologists in Egypt have discovered a tunnel that they think leads to the long-lost tomb of Cleopatra.
Swamp Rose. Yeah, I'll just forget what I just said. Never mind, it wasn't important. All right, so there's tab one, everybody. Yay, Jen! Would you like to chat for a while and then come up later? I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I think we think the same though. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're past that now, girl. Come on. What do you? Come on. Come on, everybody, it's a brand new dance now. Come on, baby, do the locomotion. I'm going to get a copyright strike for that one, for sure. Okay, what? That's, okay, do you want to come up or do you want to chat for a while, my dear? It's up to you. Hi, I'm Lana. Welcome to Fruit and Transparency. We'll be talking about the... my phone is charging until the last minute. So it's off right now. Because I waited a little while, and sometimes it takes a while to charge. And then it still drains really fast. Welcome to Fruit and Transparency. Today, I'm your host, Lampa. I was going to bring Lampa out here for you guys, but I couldn't find her hat. The Aggies hat is missing. My brother went to the Aggies game the other day. Looks like they had a great time. I think the Aggies even won, which is even more amazing. They have a great band, though. That's worth going just for that. If you guys get the chance. All right, well, this one slipped out of the bag real early. I'll play it for you anyway, jerks. All right, let's see what we got here. We do have a lot of great stuff from Jen and Heather today. It's going to blow the woogie out of your brain. If my name is Kane. And the theme to today's show, since Woke Up 1984 asked, is, man, what is the theme? Oh, yeah, wait. Backward masking. And I've got some interesting stuff for you on that. So stay tuned, everyone. Please sub up and do all the things. If you are enjoying the show, leave a comment after so that I can stalk you. All right, here we go. Now, this is what's happening. Trigger warning. bum, 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 bum. Hey, my kids on that, they're having a good time. Look at them every time. Oh, shit. Are you kidding? All right, so there are 10 people injured on that. Yes, Jen. Yes, ma'am. I will. I'll do that right after these messages.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog? Can I pet?
Deleted. I tell you, somebody's watching the show. It's not you, but somebody else.
Open the bell. Boy, sit. Oh, son. Damn.
Donald Trump also told supporters that if he's elected, he will focus on anti-white racism. Thank God.
I don't know how those repeats all got in there. But okay. All right, let's go get Jen. And I'll leave you with this little thing. Up and down and round we go
Washington State
again.
University police say there's been several rumors of a serial rapist on campus. However, officers say they have not substantiated those claims. This all stems from a reported rape near Beasley Coliseum. If you know anything about these rumors, call WSU police right away. According to Center for Public Integrity report, 95% of rapes on campuses go unreported.
Well, you heard it there first. All right.
Here's the restaurant I'm going to.
There's a lot of repeats.
What do you do for a living, sir?
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. He's actually, I found some funny,
Okay.
man, there's a lot of,
Why haven't you done any interviews in the past few?
maybe I double duplicated.
What's your name?
Yeah, I must have double duplicated. It happens in the business.
Everyone in the room knows 6 million Jewish people.
Alright, yep, that one. Okay.
Marshall, anything you want to tell me?
Yep, this is, been there, done that.
Stop! It's 2024. I'm on a diet. Stop! Stop, Apple!
I can't get enough.
Get this for my man. I'm gonna record this when I instantly regret that I.
All right. Let's bring Jen up. There's Jen's picture for tonight. And we'll have her on. Coming soon to a school near you. Jen and this guy. Funny thing is, it's never coming off. All right. Let's see here. Yay. There we go. All right. Well, you can't see it yet, but it's there. It's a coming, folks. Like I said, it's a coming. So, I'll have her on because she's the star of the show. And that's how we do things around here at the Purge. We like to give our stars credit, even the CGI ones. Jen is CGI, by the way, guys, in case you didn't know. All right, let's see what's going on here. I did not hear back yet from Nick Reed. So he might be as elusive as Hasselbeck or his lawyer. Okay, so there you go. Read your text out loud. All right, you call me when you're ready there. It'll ring this time, I promise. Okay, so this was very interesting, my friends. And I know you guys want me to do all kinds of weird stuff. And I'll take the first 3 special requests for backward masking starting right now. And so this is... I'm just going to start with it backwards because we know what he said before. We've all heard it a million times. You know what I'm saying? And so here we go. Let's just get right into it.
Nummer of mystiek books on me the special drop it. I was there is little so special drop it. You know it goes right the rose is the business is really 7 so now. Nabza had one who's at walk of it during hours during next. As your parent she is and grow the silver your sheets and that grow 87 when I'm making the these anything. So large turn off here gonna boost the faster each soft me like deal and then it's smart liberation and there's the lows they are fishing and the 87 is in the fox on by that.
So alright, I'm pausing it there because I'll do it slower. It's a little less annoying when it's regular speed, but slower you can kind of make out. And I heard initiation 3 times right here, right before this, but let me know if you hear it too. Yeah, it sounds like Latin or something backwards. That's why it's like, in the beginning it sounds like he's talking like, welcome to Christ. Everything's a smile in the, anyway, Spanish. Where's Rolamata?
And I give you said when I hit the deal with the number of steel books on brass name that a sure you'll see. They are fish the steel bit so I find my share for ourselves. It is sir said when you look.
He looks so angry. They all look I mean I guess the press guy he's just in general, he's an angry I mean I wouldn't have to want to come home. I'm just saying.
What and she am from there next between the go he was in this thing space that's here next the nerve from the sea set me who surrender off lady but we used to saw off net map 6 there's was 37 drove views the sang off nibs that snake on shine right and he didn't even call the road but she this year failures snap fast near they didn't maxi didn't make it never was it her well I have it and he didn't make it. He is serving it. See my feather from us block of it, you're of an episode. As you can go, Seska, so sending your bits of one you as you remember it, or not, at them surfing all night, wouldn't you?
I definitely heard as you remember right there. I don't know. The initiation thing was, I think we need to slow that one down.
Siva one you as you remember it. Siva one you as you remember it. Remember it. Or not, at them surfing all night, wouldn't you when you feel it? I'm in your McWoody when you fun. You didn't even come shell or about. You're off the sure, I'm getting our sheet. Yeah, it's the net there, you're from your first search, because no yellers, and the seal bits so either cars deserves ya. So you're next to me, and then if I had to go. What's that?
I wonder if it's like in Super Troopers, because like when you look towards the end here, Fry just looks so angry at him. It's like, make him drink the bottle of maple syrup or something. I don't know. Anyway, that one is the fast one. And then, let's look into this story a little further, shall we? Okay, wait. Oh, who could it be? Let's see. Hello? Oh, hi there, Miss Thing. Hold on, let me put you on the show.
I don't hear you.
It's okay. I hear you.
Hello?
Yep. Nope. Hold on. Did I mute it? You should hear me. Do you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Cool. Alright, I'm putting you on the show now. Going on. Let me make sure your volume's all the way up, too. Because Wakenya Thompson... she was complaining about the volume. Nothing's good enough for her. Today's show is sponsored by the number 6.
Oh, God.
Alright, here we go. Alright, so are you familiar with this dude that's on the screen? That's you today, by the way.
Who is that? Why can't I just be my cool picture when I was a kid?
Because that got old. Alright, so blue-bearded man accused of threatening to blow up Alta Beauty. store in Alabama. So
Blasphemy.
I wanted to play this one for Trish. I don't know what's going on over there in Alabama, but he was certainly ready. Look at the scar thing.
He probably got his beard dye from Ulta. That's really kind of messed up.
He's like, it's the wrong shade of blue.
Right?
Yeah, this is like all repeats. I can't.
I sent you something. I mean, I don't know if you want to put it on, but it's just the worst video. The worst video of this kid. Oh my god, it's gonna make you cringe.
Is it really? Okay, we'll save that for later.
This kid is like the worst kid ever. I mean, I feel bad saying that because it's really his parents.
Listen, it's all that stuff was on my phone. Is there any chance that you could send it to? Heather sent me stuff on my phone too.
No, I emailed it to you.
Oh, when did you email it to me? You did not.
Like 2 seconds ago. Like 2 minutes ago.
We're
right
fighting.
before I called.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the other stuff that you sent to my phone.
Oh, the stuff I text you.
Yeah.
Oh, so what, you want me to email it to you?
If you would.
Yeah, alright, give me a minute.
Just so we can pull up on the screen.
I'm muting you for a second, okay?
Okay, for 1 second, that's it.
Alright, bye. I mean, hold on.
Mm-hmm. I'm muted again. What's that?
I send you a lot of stuff, so how far back am I going?
From whatever it was last night. I didn't even have time to read any of it.
Okay.
I was actually doing my own Jenn stuff. I want to show everyone right now. Right now! And I want to do Heather stuff.
What's that?
Huh?
What do you mean?
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
I have to show you. Alright. Arthur spanks his wife, Catherine.
You want me to send you the one with the DNA, that long-ass document, or no? Just the other stuff? That wasn't really anything related to this. I just thought it was interesting.
Okay, well, if it's something you want to talk about, then feel free to send it. And
Okay. The weird finger pictures. You can send you those too.
you did send those. I have something to add to that. That's why it's so cute that you sent that. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Where am I? Let's see.
About the weird finger pictures.
It's something to do related, kind of. I sent it to Heather already. Because Heather listens to me. You don't listen to me. Let me see if I can find your picture.
Hold on, I'm sending them to you.
Oh, I found it. There it is. This is the funny kid picture. Alright, that's Jenn tonight, guys. There she is. Up and down and round we go again. I got that song stuck in my head. I bet a bunch of you do too. Oh, wow, I said that fast. Alright. Well, there was one original one. Yay, me! Alright, go Kane. Alright. Now this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Ah. I thought it was going to be good. Let's check out these drones, yo. Whoa.
Alright, I sent you one email. I'm just trying to find the other stuff.
I'm busy.
You're busy. I'm busy.
Alright, so this is a drone that has a 15-hour lifespan. So they'll be flying over your head like it's, what was that show? Remember on MTV? Okay, what? We've seen that already. All these are repeats. Okay, let's see. Maybe I played 2, and I thought it was 1.
Wait, yeah, they're repeats, but it's because I text them to you. I don't think you showed them. I didn't show them on the show. I text them to you. You told me to email.
That's too funny. Ha! I played this already.
Played what?
Talk about getting doxxed. I didn't realize they had music in the background there. Okay, let's see what else. I know there's new ones in here somewhere. I gotta dig. We saw that. It's it. We saw that. I guess this is the Purge. We just repeat everything twice. Wow, every single thing. Okay. Well, this is worth watching again. I can't not laugh at that one. All right, Jen, what do you got?
I don't know. I'm trying to, I have to save it back and save it again on my phone, whatever I text you. Then I have to go to the other email address so I don't dox myself or you don't dox me. And it just takes me a minute. Calm down.
Video unavailable. I don't know why they deleted that one, though.
Like 1 or 2 emails already, though. Hold on. I'm just trying to see what I sent you. I have to scroll up. So many texts.
She is crazy.
Did you play my video yet?
They can just tape it and fix it. What's that?
I said, you should play my video.
Play your video?
With the driver stuff. Because that's what I'm working on now, another part 2. Hold on.
What did you say?
The driver, my newest video. Did you watch it?
No. Well, yeah, I watched them all, sure. Let's see here. I will in a second. Alright, I just want to make sure. I know there was a story in here that I'm missing. Okay, yeah, this was a repeat. Sorry, guys, it's Jen's fault.
I know, because I sent you 2 emails with new stuff. Or you could just put my video on. Even better.
Oh, man. Whose dad owns that bulldozer or whatever? Saw that. I can't believe... Okay.
Oh, okay. I just sent you a really good article if you want to pull it up.
Totally real. Right, Jen?
Real, fake.
I love this one. Alright, hold on. Wait, they're getting me. Da, 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 da. There we go.
I don't think we hear anything. Are you playing something? Kane, you can't hear anything.
There's no sound in that one?
No, no sound.
Okay, alright. I don't know. It's acting wonky today. I'll play it again though, cause sorry about that. Jen's fault once again. No, my bad. Here we go. See what happens. It's not. I don't know. That page must have a problem.
Yeah, we can hear you, but not the video.
So we'll. Yeah, I can't hear it. All right, let me hide the window. It just doesn't have a heart attack. Which one is it? This one, no. That one, no. One of these. It should be this one. Gotta get two of them. Oh, this one. Oh, you know what? I have two of the same. I gotta start closing some of these windows. Hold on. Or else your stuff's not gonna work. I got like two windows.
Yeah, you really should close some of that.
I have like 6 windows though. It's crazy. Like in OBS though, which is probably okay. Let's just test it and see. Before I go there, don't you know? Boats and hose, ladies and gentlemen. Boats and hose. Here we go. Prestige Worldwide. Catalina wine mixer. Let's see.
Prestige
Audio,
Worldwide.
no audio here. Huh. Well, maybe it's just this page, hopefully.
Yeah, I still don't hear anything.
Round and round and down again. Let's see.
Do you have the little volume thing across now?
Oh, sometimes that does happen. Let me see.
Oh, it's all the way down. Didn't you just look? It was all the way down when you clicked on it.
No, Jen, I'm sorry. You are incorrect.
Whatever.
Let's see here. This will do it.
No, but when you just clicked on it, it was all the way down.
No, it's up.
Okay. I'll let
See?
you. That's what she said.
You can't see right now. Okay, I'm gonna. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I'm gonna restart.
When I was like 20, maybe.
You're not 20?
When I was like 20, maybe.
You're not 20?
No.
Wow. I thought you were. Okay.
I act 20, probably.
You seem 20.
I know.
Let's see here.
You're boring me. You're tiring me. I'm kidding.
Are you yawning really on the show? Come on. I mean, people are trying to work here. All right, the audio is back, everyone. Yay! Yay for Jen. Okay, hold on. Just for. Let me see if I can even. Hold on. Thank you. All right, that's stupid.
I like her hair color. You should try that color out.
I bet you do Panama red. Let's see here. Open, close tab? No. Yeah. All right. Well, sorry. The story was about a guy that engaged women as he was breaking into their homes in Jacksonville, Florida, which is a pretty rough part of town there. All right.
Well, Jacksonville's huge. What part of Jacksonville?
You don't have to get all weird on me.
I'm just getting offended because I have family in Jacksonville, and I'm getting offended.
The only story I know about Jacksonville is I went there to go surfing at Viano. It's a beach called Viano. And the cops pulled me over for no reason.
Yeah.
So I don't go there anymore. And then the other story is when I was in middle school, my my buddy said I went to Jacksonville, and somebody was playing with themselves in the street. It's just like,
Yeah, probably the north side.
all right.
Boise police say you might want to take extra steps to protect your home because there's a peeping Tom lurking around town. Around midnight last Wednesday, a report of a prowler along South Manitou. Then another half hour later, a man going up to the back of the home near Beacon and Lincoln, then running after setting that alarm off. Something similar also happening in the area another time too. We've got some blurry surveillance images from that night. These are from police. If you recognize this guy through this blurriness, call the police department's dispatch number.
Wow, a lot seems to be going around, huh, Jen? That was from Heather Fitzgerald there. Please get over to her.
I didn't even hear it because I have the laptop muted because we're on the phone. I don't want to have Carol Ann come back.
All right, so is this a divorce? Is that it? It's the final?
No, because I can't listen and be on the phone. Oh, no, I guess I can mute the phone.
Dan's in Jacksonville. I wanted to go surfing. The wind was too hard on it, but from what I understand, Viano, it's by the Jacksonville Pier, and it's a very good bodyboard break, like a body womp. All right. I'm not Carol Anning, am I? Am I not? I'm not. Am I, Jen? No.
No, but I might. No, but like on the laptop, like when I'm watching on YouTube, there's like a huge delay from like right now when we're talking to when it actually plays on there.
Yeah, that's normal though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but
as long as you don't have the speaker, if you don't have the speaker on, you're fine. You just follow the sound of my voice, and you'll be fine. And here, look into the camera. At the flashy thing. All right, this house is clear. My favorite part of Poltergeist is when the guy goes and he starts pulling his face off, and he just ends up ripping his whole face off. All right, what do we got here? Let's see. I don't know. I don't care. Let's see if anybody's live. We like to troll here at the Purge. No, it's not true. True crime updates live with A.R. Hayes. Let's jump on in that one. Oh, look at that commercial. Got me. Man. Thanks, AR. What does... Oh, it stopped him. Hold on.
Or be normal.
You mean like mentally?
Mentally normal. Again.
Cheryl Butler's over there.
What in the world? Not, in my opinion, because of she saw the most horrific of crimes happen and survived it. I believe it's because she actually knows so much about the horrific crime.
All right, now everybody's going to leave my chat. Go over to ARA. Awesome. That's not happening. It's not. Oh, look at Xander. He's totally passed out.
And I would be scared too,
Up
knowing
and down
I could
and
be
round
charged
and
for
round
not
we
calling
go
911.
again.
I could be charged for the premeditation of knowing about the crime in advance.
Okay, here we're going to go to the mail. We're going to go to the wonderful mail now. I'm going to blank you out. Maybe it's because I blanked everybody out.
What? No, I don't care because it's just my YouTube email, so I don't care.
You don't have to have an attitude about it.
I don't have an attitude. Why does everyone always see that?
All right, let's see what this is all about. You want to tell us about this one, Jen?
Well, I don't know what you're showing you. The last email?
I don't know. Your stupid website's lame. I have to log in.
You're lame.
I know that. Everybody knows that. All right, I'm trying to do
that article's
this.
So interesting. It's about some guy who had a bone marrow transplant, and
yeah. Well, you're gonna have to read it.
The DNA in his semen has 100% of his donor's DNA is in his semen.
Well, I can't look at it because I can't log in.
Oh, mother effer. No, you can do free account. You can't just make a free account real quick. Just put in your email address. It'll take literally 30 seconds.
Oh. Then they'll control my email.
Just put your email address on the top where it says email address under the black button that says continue. Mother effer.
Now I just vetted myself.
You can put mine. It's just criminalconfidential@gmail.
Nobody likes you. They're going to make me put a credit card.
No, but I thought I showed this to you already. I show a lot of people, but this article is so interesting, and it's crazy because it's not really known or talked about in a law enforcement aspect. And, you know, the implications are huge.
Okay, would you like to read the article I have pulled up?
I will read it. Be quiet.
You're not going to read it, or you are? I'm sorry. I thought you were the Clem.
I'll read it. But you have to scroll because I already reached my free article quota, so I can't pull it up. But I've already read it. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Shit. Hold on. Okay. The case of a man with 2 sets of DNA raises more questions. A crime lab studied a patient's response to a bone marrow transplant. This is a part 2 of an article, but the first one, it doesn't matter.
Just read the copy, clown.
Scroll down to the main part. Scroll. Are you scrolling? There you go. Stop. All right. Recent article about a highly can you make it bigger? Unconventional experiment involving a man who had received a bone marrow transplant. Okay. Has raised some questions for readers of the New York Times. 4 years after the life-saving procedure, all of the DNA in the patient's semen had been replaced by that of his donor. This came to a surprise to forensic scientists at the Washoe County Sheriff's Department in Reno, Nevada, studying the case. They presented their findings at an international forensics conference to highlight how a bone marrow transplant could theoretically confuse an investigation. Members of law enforcement tend to assume that when a suspect or victim leaves behind DNA, it's the DNA they were born with, not the DNA of a bone marrow donor who lives thousands of miles away. And the experiment's subject, Chris Long, who works in the agency's IT department at the police department, is not a suspect in any crime, had a vasectomy. This procedure, which occurred many years, I can't read it because my picture's covering it. Long learned that he had leukemia and required a bone marrow transplant, and he's been the focus of many questions. Okay. Semen and sperm are different. A man who has vasectomy still produces semen. Spermless semen, which may also be referred to as seminal fluid, is still of interest to forensic scientists. That's because it could be used to identify a suspect in a crime or contribute other information to an investigation. So how did his donor's DNA end up in his spermless semen? Scroll. To say definitively what happened in Mr. Long's case would require more research, but several experts in bone marrow transplants, keep going, because you know bone marrow is like what produces your cells and stuff. I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but basically what's happening with this guy is different parts of his body was testing for different DNA. Some parts, like his mouth, I think, had both his donor and his, but other parts had just 100% of either or, you know? Several experts in bone marrow transplants said that the forensic scientists' findings made sense from a medical standpoint, and the answer is involving white blood cells. The two most common types of cells in semen are sperm cells and white blood cells, said Dr. M.A., a bone marrow transplant specialist at the Comprehensive Cancer Center at the University of California, Davis, who treated Mr. Long but was not involved in the experiment. Because he had a vasectomy, all that's left is the white cells. So side note, now imagine this guy is, a piece of crap and goes and he SAs somebody. They find semen, they test it, but it's someone else's DNA.
Well,
it's crazy, right?
We just wanted to hear you say semen multiple times, really.
I know, I'm semen.
No, you were wrong though. Too Fast for Fleas actually did his dissertation on this.
Really? Did we talk about that before? I feel like because I've shown this article before because I really I think it's so interesting. Now, so Too Fast, okay. Do you know, does this apply for blood transfusions or things like that? Because I just feel like this is crazy that it's not really talked about, and I guarantee it's not factored in a lot of things.
Well, They say that the heart itself, the organ, has a memory of its own, autonomous from the brain.
Right. Well, I mean, water has memory too, and we are majority water.
Well, we controlled the water. We pushed the water. Where's Meanie Weenie? Meanie Weenie's supposed to be here today.
Well, who?
But she is not. That's okay.
Wait, who?
Meanie Weenie.
Meanie Weenie?
Meanie Weenie. All right, we're done with that article now. I don't care.
Okay, we're done. I don't want to see Seaman anymore. But anyway, you get the point. Like, I just thought it was really interesting, and, like, not a lot of people know about this.
So the next one was the New York Times article?
That was the New York Times article. Oh, the only email I sent you was the weird fingers, which Heather knows about.
Okay. I guess maybe now. Oh, the New York Times is sending me email. I thought it was from you.
Oh, no.
Thanks, I appreciate it, really. Worst kid ever.
Oh, God. This kid is so bad.
I have to download it, apparently.
Oh, God. Gosh darn it.
Watch your mouth. I have a bunch of them I want to play anyway. So it's fine. I'll let it go. Alright, so let's
Why don't you play my video that you didn't even watch? I'm mad at you.
I've seen all your videos.
No, you didn't. The last one, what was it about?
Words and stuff. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
You said it's not Idaho 4, duh.
Man, that would have been a good answer. Where were you when I needed you? Alright, I'm going to play a quick slideshow for you folks here. And let's see here. Let me see how many seconds it takes to get to the center. Let's see. Okay, come on. I'm hitting okay. I'm doing it, Jen. I'm doing it. Alright, wait. Okay, not yet. Okay. Okay. Alright. But you have to do it for like 50,000 milliseconds, I think.
50,000 milliseconds.
Yeah, because it goes by milliseconds. Because as Americans, we totally know about that, right? All right, so this is going to include some stuff from Rochelle, as well as Miss Daisy here, in her Daisy Dukes. And you can see the first one here is the truck. And so we're talking about the truck. And she just wanted to bring it to our attention again. I'm going to hide us on here real quick. And it'll change in a second. It's a 50,000 millisecond play along. I don't know what that means. Maybe that was a little long. Yeah. Okay. I think it was. Darn it, Rochelle! Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so there's the picture of the truck. She had a bunch of pictures throughout the town that we all have seen before. Yeah, it's very interesting. Kid. Alright, I'll try again. Let me not 80,000 second it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's the truck behind Xana in Heather's video that she did with the tire tracks. And it appears to be the same truck that was there. And wasn't it even, Jen, in front of the bank or whatever when they said, what did you tell Adam? That same truck?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah,
So,
when the what did you say, the Adam thing, which, I don't know. I have a whole opinion on that one.
well, what? Yeah, no, I'm talking about the truck that's in the picture right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the what did I say to Adam video, it was in that truck, that
Yep.
video as well.
And it
I have a
looks-
suspicion that truck belongs to Mr. Joe V, but I can't confirm it. But that's just my suspicion.
Mr. Who?
Because he drove to the grub truck, so he got there right before the girls got there, and I know he drives a truck. I just don't know what color. But it would make sense that he, would be pulling off at that time. By the time they walked there, he had gotten there right before then. It's just a suspicion I have.
I think this is in front of the grub truck here, this picture. And we thank Rochelle. Oh, the first pic is from the bulb camera at 112 by 1122 at 1118, wasn't it? The first one. So sorry, yeah, good call, Rochelle. Excellent producership. All right, let's see here. And then your pictures will be coming up here in a second, John, I believe. Any
You have this
millisecond.
bikini picture of me.
It's just the naked ones that you sent me.
That is not me in the picture.
It's just the naked ones that are going to come up that you sent me. So I'm going to play those.
Oh my god.
They're out there.
He's joking.
They're out there. You can find them on Google. No, you have to go to OnlyFans and Patreon. And... Okay, this was by... Gosh, look at that. Slow transitions. I should just talk really slow. This is from Rochelle. Rochelle, you want to add anything? Because I didn't know what you were talking about. As far as this pic goes. Do you see the truck? No. Maybe Rochelle will tell us by the time that 80,000 milliseconds is over. What do you think 80,000 milliseconds looks like on a clock, Jen?
I don't know.
20 minutes. No, your pictures will come up. I wanted them to go slow so you'd have time to talk about it. But I didn't know.
Oh, I'm in chat. Leave me alone.
Oh, and Oreo cookie. All right, it's coming up, folks. Wait for the 5-minute transition. And we're going into the back rooms again. Into the back rooms here. All right, there's your picture, Jen. Nope. Okay. I didn't pull it up. Good. That's fine. Fine. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let's see what we got here from Jen. Miss Jen. All right. This is the first one here. And, okay. Tell us what we see here, Miss Jen. Boom, 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 boom.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's Maddie's face.
It hasn't pulled up yet because, hold on. I just see a black screen.
Did you say C block?
Semen? No, I see a black. There, okay, yeah.
We're going to get so many views tonight. Thank you.
Scroll down a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so I swear some of these pictures are AI or something, only because there's, like, how Kaylee, for example, how Kaylee looks so different in, like, this picture, the group picture with Ethan, compared to the picture with Dylan the day before, allegedly, and then the grub truck videos. Like, she looks different. And me and Heather started dissecting these pictures, zooming in. This is one of many weird oddities. You see how her face is, like, melted into Kaylee?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought I saw.
AI.
I thought I saw Putty Tat. But it does. I think it's just a trick of the camera, but it's funny.
Maybe, but it is not the only one. This just seems weird to me because of all the other weird ones.
All right, so this is...
You know, AI, when you have AI, like, the fingers are always off.
Check that out.
Like, look at the guy. Don't his fingers look like a little ET phone home weird?
What is that gang sign anyway? I don't even... Why do they always...
Listen, that's a whole other thing. The 4 fingers, there's so many pictures of these kids putting up 4 fingers. I don't know what it means. I Googled, and then it came up on Urban Dictionary that it means that they prefer the same sex. But I don't know. I don't think that's what it means.
Alrighty then. And so let me... Let's go to the next one here. Hold on. Thank you for waiting. Okay, wait. Let me blow this up a little bit and bring back Jen. Here we go. Wow, yeah, that one's really wild.
Which one hasn't pulled up yet, so...
It's like she got an extra,
knuckle or something, right?
Yeah, she got an extra digit in her finger there.
Like, she's only got 3... It's just weird.
Maybe she's
like,
double jointed.
All of these little oddities combined together is what, like, is, like, bothering me. Like, that's weird. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They're definitely... Maybe she's a shapeshifter.
That's what it is, right?
I don't know. Let's see here. Alright. Oh, this is the...
That's weird. I'm sorry.
This is the one where it's Kaylee and Maddie. And the thing's going... I think everybody's familiar with this one. And I'll move me.
What? You have to have my picture so big? Not my picture. The picture. Okay, right. Okay, but look at her. Look at how the metal bar is, like, going through her arm. And then her shoulder looks weird. I don't know. It doesn't even look like her the next day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but, like, she looks like 10, 15 pounds lighter. She's got, like, a whole set of nails, like, her, like, you know, fake nails done in this picture, but then they're not on the next day. And I'm sorry, any woman who gets her nails done, you're not just going to take all of them off. And I don't think Kaylee looks like a press-on kind of girl. So, I don't know. You see how the metal bar is, like, going through her arm?
Yeah, I think it looks like it's...
Like, where her armpit is, like, that area, like, it looks, like, deformed.
She definitely looks like 40 pounds lighter, though.
Right.
I could agree with that.
And like,
oh, that's Dylan. That's Dylan. I thought that was Maddie, but it's Dylan. I'm sorry.
And then that other picture of her and Dylan is totally AI or edited or something, where they're standing like in front of a mirror, I think. So, you know what I'm talking about? They're in her bedroom. I don't have it handy. I gotta look for
Well,
it.
here's another one anyway.
Like, even her highlights, like, I was, like, trying to, like, compare, like, her roots, you know, like, the growth from one day to the other, and they were off. Maddie, too. These are either old pictures, being, like, because these kids love to take actual photos with film. There's pictures where there's, like, a disposable camera in the background. So they're either old photos posted online and presented as current photos, or they're AI or Photoshop. That one, too, if you look, you can see... in the front, like, you know, where Kaylee's, like, kind of like her stomach is on the top of her pants, you see the other girl's pant leg, like, through her pants. Am I crazy?
Oh, that is... I didn't even notice that. I was just saying, it looks like she was in motion.
Right, that's what I thought at first, but it literally, you could see the other girl's pants through her. Zoom in on Kaylee.
That's as far as it'll let me go.
Oh. Well... But you see it, like, you could clearly see the pants.
Absolutely.
Like the girl, yeah, you could see the girl's... Oh, there you go.
Which leads me to say the show's over. Good night, everyone. Now, I'm going to show you my Jenn thing now.
And then, wait, look at... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait.
Is there another picture?
No, but look at the hands. The girls are all holding each other's hands. Do you see how the tan girl's hand in the middle, like, the other girl's hand... I don't know. Her finger, like, I don't know. It's just weird. This case makes me want to Baker act myself, like, on a daily basis.
Well, I wanted to thank everybody tonight, not just for being in here in the Purge, which you shouldn't be afraid of the name. I want to thank you all for dedicating yourselves to this case and getting justice for these girls, because nobody else is going to thank you. And I know you all do. And I know that's what you're here for. And all the joking around aside, it means something. And it's going to pay off. So, there's that. Alright, now I'm going to show my Jenn thing. Let me see if I already have it open. Yeah. Okay. So, here it is. Hold on. Don't get all excited. Alright, let's see. Here we go. And there it is. Okay, so this is the picture that I used for my thumbnail. If you can see it now. And I reversed it, obviously, in the picture. But I noticed some Jenn things, and I think you'll be pleased to see this, Jenn.
I've seen it already, but go ahead.
Okay, well... What do you mean?
This is when the garage was on the left. But
do you have a picture? Are you sassing me? You're sassing me right now. Okay, so this is the house from my thumbnail. Okay.
Wait, but listen, do you have the picture that has the garage onto the left part of the picture, or do you want the original one? Oh, there. Okay, I didn't realize you zoomed in.
I was just zoomed in. Okay.
Continue.
So everybody, take a breath. We're gonna do this. All right. So what I noticed about this house, it looks very blurry, and when you zoom in on anything, and it might have been taken with one of those seriously stupid 4-megapixel Sony cams back in the day, you know, those handheld digital cameras that we had for a while. But I know for a fact. Let me move my head. And let's bring Jenn back into the picture. Why are you trying to be so big, Jenn? There we go. Okay, so I know that this picture has been manipulated, for one. And I was telling Heather that because all the wonderful things she does, and I gotta learn these shortcuts. The license plate is blurred out, as you can see. That's in the forefront of the shot. And you would be able to see that. And it looks like they wrote over it. They just took a crayon or a pen or a pencil, whatever, in the program. Alright? And so, I just wanted to point that out. That, hey, alright. Hey, macho man.
Hey, I have another picture of the house back then with a red truck or Jeep or something in front. I'm going to send it to you.
Can we do mine first? Is that
I'm just saying,
okay? Okay,
just let me know. Be quiet. You stop talking. So I'm just trying to talk.
All right. So when I do these Photoshoppy things, okay, you get something that's left over called artifacts. So let's say you took a picture of an SUV and you pasted it in. You would go around with an eraser to bring it back up, and you would leave artifacts on the side. And if you can see, to me, these are really gnarly artifacts on the side. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit more. If you can see that, that just screams to me something's weird about this picture. Okay, but that's not the Jenn thing. Here's the Jenn thing, you guys. Look at it, Jenn. The wall goes through the roof rack.
Yeah, because it's a window.
No. It's a roof rack. For like skis and surfboards and stuff. Your suitcase.
Yeah, there's a roof rack on there.
Yeah. Look. The wall goes through it. It's you can see through the roof rack.
Yes, because I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't...
Look, the roof rack starts here, goes there, and then just ends. It just disappears.
Yeah, I think it's just a shot because it's pixelated. I don't think... I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
Wow, tough critic for it. It's a Jenn thing. Come on.
No.
I
see what you're saying, but I think that it's hard to tell because it's just so pixelated.
Well, I have a degree in Photoshop. I do, and
listen, more importantly,
I'm telling you,
is all the trees. Do you see how heavily wooded that backyard was? And there was not such an incline. They built that incline. Oh shoot! I gotta send you a video. I was watching a video, and they were saying there was the previous tenant. I know there's like 2 or 3 guys that came out speaking. He was saying that the house is built into the hill. I don't know what that really means. Do you? Like, built into the hill?
What?
Do you know? Do you know what that would mean, built into the hill? He was saying, a previous tenant was saying the house is built into the hill. I don't know what that means. Do you?
Yeah, it was built into the hill.
Like, literally, like, meaning that there's part of the house back behind in the hill? Like, under the hill? What does that mean?
That means that, yeah, the foundation and the house was cut into the hill. So there was a hill there, and they carved it out, and they built the house. But that's a good point, Jenn. Look.
Huh.
Look here. Okay. All right, I'll start big. First of all, look over here at the foundation of the garage. Okay?
Right. That wall is still there.
All right.
In 2022 till now.
Okay, that's not my point. Typically, a foundation for a house or a small garage is 18 inches, 1.5 feet or larger.
Right.
Okay. This foundation for this garage, it starts at probably 2 feet right here and goes on to like 4 feet. We can't see the whole thing.
Right.
Right? But you can see that it's a much larger than typical foundation.
Do you want to see the whole thing? I can send you a picture.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's not my point. Here's my point. Let me see if I can... Alright, so if you look over here... I'm sorry, I gotta get the cursor. Nah. Okay. First of all, let's start with the door. If you look at the door, where the door is situated, okay, and they got the car parked over here, so it looks like there's a little sidewalk from the door to the car. Am I right?
You mean like the foundation, like that ledge?
There's a sidewalk.
Yeah.
But look at the price for failure if you overstep that sidewalk. I'm telling you, that's like you're carrying your groceries. What do you got to jump up there like Mario? And so as we look further at the foundation, the foundation is typically 18 inches. So this is that's about 6 inches the sidewalk. So you look at that times 3. So right about here would be a normal foundation.
Right.
Right where my cursor is going. Look at how deep this foundation gets.
Right. That's what makes me think that there's at least a half a basement, which, in my opinion, is why the brick is only on like half the house.
That's my point. Right here,
only on half.
we have this brick, and that's 3 feet between the sidewalk and under the window.
Right.
I think that's code is 3 feet. So look, you have 3 feet up, and you got at least 3 feet down that's exposed.
Right.
Okay, so it's like you said, this driveway was never filled in, or it did. I had it when I had my recording.
Fast forward to now.
When I had my recording studio, I had a problem like this. I had an area, and it had a door. It was in a metal building, but it also had a garage. And in front of the garage, the foundation was constantly the dirt and the gravel and the sand from the driveway was constantly coming off it. And I used to try to fill it with sand, and it would just keep flowing out into the middle of the road. It's like you couldn't fill it. And so they have this at least 3 foot foundation here, starting from where that red arrow is, just above that, to down here, that we can see. Are they going to pour? I would assume. Now, usually with a foundation, and I don't know necessarily in this case because it looks like they tried to build it up where the car is, if it just kept eroding away. But typically with a $100 slop together house, do they pour a 4 to 5 foot foundation for it? Let's go. Nothing else in this house seems to be up to code. They cut every corner. Agreed?
I agree.
Why would you go the extra mile on the foundation and spend all those extras of thousands of dollars, even back in the day, to get a huge foundation? This is a ridiculous foundation. And in my opinion, this is not a foundation. This is a wall to a basement. This house had a freaking basement, and that's what they were hiding.
Yep.
100%, I believe, in my opinion.
I just want to comment, because Nothing Half-Assed said that it's a faux brick wall. I would agree if it was the entire front, but being that it's only on half, not even half, it stops just short of the door, aesthetically it looks stupid. Having that ledge is the same opinion I have. The ledge that's on half the house on the right.
Okay, that's a good. Nothing half-assed.
I think listen. I think the ledge is there because it's a support. It's a support beam. It's supporting the weight of 2 floors on top of a basement. So maybe it's just a half basement on the right side, and that's why that ledge is only needed on that side. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. Nothing half-assed. That's funny. You want to call this this may be, for all intents and purposes, a brick wall, but this is also the foundation of the house. If you're going to put a faux brick wall on something, you have to put it on something. So there is a wall behind the thick wall, and I'm not wrong. I'm 100% know exactly what I'm talking about. And so
I agree.
That's whatever, you can form your own opinion. That's our opinion. And then I noticed something odd about this garage, and it looks like it may have rained, but I was like, that's just the texture maybe of the wall. It just looked weird. And then I zoomed it in and I sent it to Heather, and I did a Dodge burn on it, and I was like, is that demon parking only, or So maybe you can see the horns right here. You can see I mean, it just, to me. Do you see it? Let me zoom in on
I sent you different angles of the garage, and also I just posted in chat the house that was bought, 733 Taylor, the Lodge house that was bought the day of the murders, and Lucifer Morningstar's on there. The way that house looks in the front, how it has the driveway that you go in at an angle and you can enter in the basement, but the basement you can really only see that it has a basement when you're on half of the house. The other half just looks normal. I think maybe 1122 was like that at one point, but maybe reverse. I don't know.
Okay, I'm only gonna address this ridiculous comment from Nothing Half-Assed that I don't know anything about permafrost. What does this have to do with permafrost? That is the foundation of the house. What does it have to do with permafrost? I just wanted to address that. It's ridiculous. Okay, so look closely at the wall, Jen.
Yes.
Tell me you don't see some bald-headed demon there on his knee holding a spear or something.
I don't see it.
Boy, you're a tough crowd for somebody.
I need glasses.
You
so
probably
right.
okay. All right, and your head checked. Okay, so anyway, I also thought it was another Jen thing, right here, where this line is, because look at the fence line.
It looks higher in that picture, doesn't it?
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. Look at the fence line and look at where the next post would be. I was like, they forgot to take the post out of the Photoshop. I just thought it was weird. And then there's one more thing.
The white truck.
Permafrost. I've heard it all. All right, so this one I have to dodge it. But I don't know. Maybe you can see already. I thought it was kind of creepy. And let me make the
one thing I just want to say real quick about the garage. Fast forward to 2022, and even now when the house is demolished, that wall, the cement wall, is where the garage is still there, which tells me it's structurally necessary.
Yeah, it is, and
right.
A lot of garages.
You're going to level the driveway, but not knock that down. Like, why would you leave it? Even when they demoed the house, they still left it there. It serves a purpose.
If you have now, the thing is that is also for a small garage, which is basically a shed. That is also a very large foundation. That's a much more than 18-inch foundation, for whatever reason. And some garages do have stairs, like here, and you'll have a garage, and then it'll have stairs down into the townhouse or whatever. In California, I had that anyway, and I lived in the basement, and my band practiced there. Other than like the, let me see if it'll, hold on.
I think it used to be like the house. I just posted a link to the Taylor Avenue house, and I think it maybe used to look like how that one looks.
Okay, you posted it? Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I posted it again.
Awesome.
And that's the house that was bought the day of the murders.
If you look at all the
Morningstar's name is on there.
Oh, that's the one. Okay. If you look at, I got it wrong in Swamp Rose's chat the other day or whatever, but I was saying it was a few days after, but it was, what was it? A few of the houses a year later, was it? Were all sold at the same time?
June 2023. The others were the other surrounding houses.
So okay, permafrost. I don't know anything about permafrost, Jen. All right, so that was that. And I want to go back and play back. What was it doing?
The link I posted in chat.
Oh, right. Let me see if I still have it open here. Oh, I think I've seen this.
The house next door has that like windows that are like basically buried when they raise the driveway. Did you know that?
The what? Say again?
The house next door has windows. Like the front of the light bulb cam house.
Yeah.
If you look at it from the front, it's 2 stories, but from the back, the driveway, 1122 side, from that side, you can only see one. And but there's windows on that first level one of them you can see on the side. They cut like a cubby hole out in the dirt, but the other one's completely buried. It's completely, you can't. It's covered by the driveway when they raised it. It's so weird.
Ooh, somebody get nothing half-assed an anger pill. You'll be waiting a while. Nothing half-assed. I'm done with that one. Anyway, so what is with this one?
What did I send you? Hold on.
It's on the screen.
Oh, I didn't send you that.
Oh, really? Okay, this must be from Rochelle.
No, I posted a link in chat.
Yeah, this was the link you posted in chat.
No, it's not. That's a picture.
It's from you, therealtor.com.
Oh, how come I see Hunter, what's his name, Johnson on the
Because
computer?
you sent me this picture. I don't know.
Does anyone else see Hunter? Because I
It's Hunter, but you have red arrows behind Hunter.
I sent you a realtor.com or something like that.
All right, that's the show, everybody. Good night. Thank you.
No, seriously. Wait, hold on. Let me go click on it. How would a link pull up Hunter? Hold on. Where the hell is the link?
What's with this picture, Jen?
I don't know. I did not send that to you.
You put it in the chat. I'm just saying. Okay.
Okay. Let me find it and prove you wrong. Hold on. Here we go. I sent you a realtor.com link. Let me just post it again. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I just posted it again. Realtor.com. Yes, WSU Mom Kim. Yeah, I know. Eagle Investment Group bought those houses surrounding 1122, and one of them is notarized by Mr. Lucifer Morningstar himself. Okay, so scroll through those pictures. That's the house on Taylor Avenue.
Yeah.
That's called the Lodge. The way the garage was, go to the next picture. Go to the next picture. Go to where you can see the garage, or the front of the house. There you go. You see how you pull in,
right,
and you can enter the house through the basement,
right,
but it's like only on half. Maybe 1122 is something like that. And you see how that window is like dug out? That's how the house next door to 1122 is.
It's a basement window.
Right.
Right. And
so
it just...
all the houses surrounding 1122 have basements.
Right.
Even
why wouldn't that one have a basement? But
so why wouldn't
whether it's a footer or the foundation,
right?
Nothing half-assed. It looks to me as though that wall goes down through the ground at 1122. It has this same appearance. It's very different. It's exposed. It just that's the impression that I get. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. I also sent you pictures, other angles of the garage at 11.
Well, this is just interesting to look inside this house.
You creeper.
Guilty. Let's see here.
Guilty.
That looks like the Sigma Chi kitchen. Probably the same. Like around here, we have Ruttenberg homes. Apparently out there, everything is trying to be a log cabin. I remember when I stayed there, they had a log cabin. And maybe it's the same builder throughout. Here's a more modern room. That's pretty neat. This is cool. This which property is this again?
733 Taylor. You see Sigma Chi through the window, and scroll back up. This is right across from Sigma Chi, and across that little, like, I don't know, that utility building, whatever the hell that's for.
Yeah.
And this was bought. This contract was dated 11/13/2022 on a Sunday. I don't know. And Lucifer Morningstar is the notary in this one, and the same guy who bought this one, if I'm remembering correctly. Wait, let me see. I think this was bought by Eagle, the same people that bought those other houses. Let me double check that. Hold on. Hold that thought.
It's a cool sink.
Let's see. Downloads.
Wow, the TV's bigger than the damn room.
Right? 733. Okay. Hold on.
Oh, there's that odd facing house, right? Okay. That's weird.
Yeah, 733 Taylor was bought by Eagle Investment Group on the 13th. So Eagle Investment Group is the same people who bought the surrounding 1122 houses. 1127, 1126, 1118, which is also sold along with 1112.
All right.
Same people.
All right. I guess. Wait. What's this one here?
1122 is in a hole. It had a basement. They called it the first floor. Yeah.
Well, the first floor is at ground level. You have to
Right,
remember it's built
when
into
you
a
look at
hill.
real estate listing, it's going to have a basement separate. It's going to say basement and then first floor. No, maybe I'm wrong. Scratch that. I don't know if I'm right.
This one now they've filled in, and so what you see there, that sidewalk that used to just be the only thing there, which still has a pretty steep drop off for my liking, is the footer. Okay, and then you have the foundation beneath, and I don't know. It just, to me, it was Jen stuff anyway. I don't know why I'm taking all the blame for it. It's just Jen stuff.
Oh, wait. Justine said Eagle Investment is where the FBI tip line was routed in Viola. Are you kidding me?
Really?
Wow. I have to look into that.
That's
Actually, I
weird.
don't look into nothing involving FBI. Oh, nope. Good. If that's the case, cool.
Well,
I want nothing to do with any of that.
It's funny because in their first press conference, the police, Fry, in particular, said, we are working with the state troopers, we're working with the FBI, but there was an article that Heather brought up that showed that the FBI didn't join the hunt until December 22nd or November 22nd. Much later than was stated.
You know, the PCA, it says that they were surveilling Brian. It was like a day prior to whenever they were asked for assistance by Idaho law enforcement. I think it says the 27th they were surveilling him, and then they were asked for assistance on the 28th, or I could be wrong with the actual dates, but it's 1 day apart.
Okay, so I've got up the picture now with the red Jeep, Jen.
Right, so you see how that wall is still there?
Yeah, the wall in the back is there, but also look at that foundation. It's crazy.
Like, what are they
Oh, is that a
covering
wall?
up?
Is that the foundation or the wall? That's the wall.
Yeah.
So they paved this parking lot. I see.
They raised it, yeah.
And so they raised it and paved it. Correct. Okay.
Yeah. No, not paved it, because it was paved before when the garage was there. I sent you pictures of it.
Oh, the whole thing was paved?
I saved some screenshots before they blurred it out.
Okay. Well, it looks like they maybe redid it anyway. Give me
But why
some
did they
credit.
leave that wall there?
Can I win anything tonight? You guys are mean. God, just want to get my way. All right, let's just see another one.
Listen, if I was going to hide a murder weapon, I could think of a million places on this property to hide it.
Well, the
I would
best
start under
place,
those cinder blocks.
the best place would be in the siding.
No,
of the house.
Right over there. Listen, where that wall is, the old garage wall, and there's like a tarp and cinder blocks covering something. Listen, they never even moved it when they demoed the house. It's still there. So
Wow.
That's where I would have did it.
Such a thorough investigation. They weren't just going through the motions or anything. It's not possible.
I mean, listen, they could have just hid it in the leaves behind the house and where the trees are. They just kind of walked around and kicked the leaves around a little bit.
No, but I'm saying the siding of the house is corrugated metal, right? And it comes in slats. So if you took the knife and put it up under there and just pushed the siding back.
Oh my God!
That's why drip drop.
The patio, the porch thing, the balcony in the back.
Yeah.
Did you notice how where the sliding glass door is? Right above that, there's a metal plate or something under the wood slats for the balcony. You know what I'm trying to say? It looked like it was pulled down in one corner. I would have just hit it up there.
That would make sense. Yeah, you could just drop it in one of those stink holes or something.
Yeah.
Semen.
Something like that.
Say
Do
semen
you see how
again.
many trees are in that backyard? That's why that weird tree stump doesn't make sense, because they raised the soil. So how could a tree been growing
how does it stay at the
Wasn't that
same
high up?
level?
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, why is the stump still there?
Right.
Stumps are hard to remove, but yeah, if you raised it up to put that patio back on back there.
Well, if it's built into the hill, does that mean there's part of the house is under that patio in the hill? That's what I'm thinking.
I'm starting to believe you. That's why I got Jen
Like
stuff.
that it just goes like, it goes back further, that's all. Well, remember I sent you the old blueprints? And how it was saying, I don't know what this means, I'm not a blueprinter.
Is there
What do you call not an archaeologist, what do you call those people?
I'm not a rocket scientist. Think about
What do you
rocket
call those
scientists. Every day their job is rocket science. You can go to your job and be like, well, at least it's not rocket science.
No, but what are the people that do that do blueprints and stuff? What are they called?
Plans?
No. Not an archaeologist, whatever, anyway. You know how it was saying living area, but it was like outside the main house on those blueprints?
Right. Yeah, we still haven't.
I want to know what that means. We need an expert.
Well, we got nothing half-assed. Knows everything. I'm just teasing you.
Architect. There you go. Thank you.
Anyway, so I'm as close to an architect as you'll ever get, baby.
I'm an archaeologist.
Why is it when you meet somebody that they got a dog, you're like, hey, nice dog, what kind is it? Oh, he's a German Shepherd rescue mix. As if that's a breed, a rescue. Anyway, alright, so let's see here. I love those people. It's like, yeah, we saved him from the rescue mix.
Oh, did you see the sign on 733 Taylor right there? It says the Lodge.
Yeah, the Lodge, right.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we're trying not to go through the history of the Purge. According to Heather Bailey. What's her name? Heather Bailey, the old Bailey?
Emma Bailey.
Emma Bailey. Oh, that's the big news for you guys tonight, by the way, when I get to it. Alright, so how long have we been on? 2 hours now. We've cleared the waiting room. Alright, so let's see.
Play my video. Not everybody's seen it.
No, don't leave. Justine Cooper. She's related to Bradley Cooper, by the way, Justine. Justine Bateman is Jason Bateman's. Now look at that. Look at this. This is the actual foundation, and nothing half-assed can suck it. No, look at this is the actual foundation to the 112 house. Look how big it is. There's definitely a basement. I'm kidding. I kid.
I don't see anything yet.
Shut it.
Nothing half-assed. Do you want me to send you the old blueprints?
Look at that's Jen. That's the foundation. That's Mason shit.
I don't see anything.
Well, I don't know. You need glasses, bro.
No, there's literally. I mean, I just saw. Whatever. Be quiet.
Is it a black screen right now?
It was no. Right now it's.
Do you see where my cursor is?
It's like a home page, but it was a black screen a second ago.
This is the foundation. I feel like I gotta explain all my jokes now.
Now.
Aha! So that's why I like Jen. She's from New York. She gets it. My sarcasm is usually wasted on people from the South. No offense. But that's the 112 Foundation. They had the Loch Ness Monster, they had seals, and they had quacks. And then there was a guy up there. This is when they originally been... Alright, I'm trying, Jen. I don't know. Is there any more tours? I want to go on tours of houses now.
No, can you show Nothing Half-Assed the blueprint where it says the living area and see if she knows? Do you still have it? You want me to resend it? You're yawning on the show, really?
What?
You know that if you...
I've been dying to do this show all day, and I'm getting beat up. I'm getting beat up left and right.
Listen, if someone yawns, and you know, like when someone yawns, it makes you yawn. If you don't get the contagious yawn, it's a sign of being a psychopath.
I didn't get one.
I got it.
But I'm also on my third cup of coffee.
It's a sign of psychopathy, is not getting contagious yawns from someone.
Is that what you call it in your world, psychopathy?
No, yeah. Isn't that the word?
Sure, yeah. It's, they have psychopathy therapy for it.
What is it called? Psychopathy?
That's a cyclops. You're thinking of.
Did I just make up that word or no?
Cyclopathy? No, you have a cyclopical therapist.
Hold on.
that helps people with
Not
psychopathy.
psychological. I'm not saying. I'm saying someone who's a psychopath. Isn't it called psychopathy? I don't
Who
know.
are you calling a psychopath? Welcome to the Purge, everyone. This is my channel. Welcome in.
I had to see the word somewhere. Psychop.
Words, blah blah blah. What was I trying to do? I had. Oh, I know what I wanted to know. Even though I'm dead set against it. Let's see.
Psychopathy is a personality construct characterized by blah 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 blah.
This will give me a chance to go make my coffee. Let's see what we got tonight.
You can play my video while you go make your coffee.
I know. See, I knew it would be me. My name is Jenn. Blah blah blah.
Listen, I can hang up. I'd rather.
You're gonna hang up?
Be in chat. I'd rather be in chat.
Yeah, I'll bet you would.
What? That's where the fun is.
Panama Red. All right, we're gonna watch Heather's video if you don't mind. She still considers you a friend. I don't know how you feel. All right, here we go.
What?
I'm just
what are you
kidding.
talking about?
I'm kidding.
Heather's a yin to my yang.
At 11:58, the roommates woke up, saw the carnage, called the police. No, they were awake 4 hours earlier, and that is huge. That's not in the affidavit.
Don't talk
over video. When I called her, when we got together at 5 o'clock, and I called her, my husband called, and she had all of the, she knew, right? And it was, I think it hadn't sunk in what had happened yet, so she was giving it to me fresh, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, she knew. She'd known since like 10.
Since 10.
Gone by between around 9, between 8.
Is it over?
9, 10, somewhere in there, because I never saw her.
Hey, I didn't even get my coffee.
But she supposedly was there.
It's about to be.
She fed to my
It's just
daughter
fireworks now.
and to whomever whatever friend group she sent it to in Snap. And I don't know. I assume everybody else got one too. But I think they were creating a narrative, and I feel it more so because of what they had put on too. And it was on Twitter, I think, where they had posted it. But I think it's gone, and I did not screenshot it, which I wish I would have. I don't know if you can pull Twitter back. I think they can pull everything back, but
you know, Kim's in chat.
The consistency is that kids. I think there are kids on there that
Kim
are
is in
trying
chat.
to say,
Kim, who's Kim?
This is something
Something
different than
Kim was a
it's
video
coming out.
My sister's
But I
name
think
is
they're really
Kim.
afraid. You know, people have to start talking.
Hi,
And
Kim.
with Hudson
Nice to see
Lindo,
All right. I have my own questions for Kim. We'll talk someday. I know she doesn't like to get put on the spot, so I'm not going to do that to her. I want her to enjoy herself. Hello, Kim. Very nice to have you with us today. I don't want you to feel any kind of pressure or anything like that. So someday we'll talk. I think we've talked about it before, and we'll have you on the Purge. Welcome in. All right, so okay, Heather, I'm not playing them to try to call her out. I'm just playing your videos. Everybody likes the potatoes, apparently. I don't know. Let's play some Jenn stuff. I'm over it. All right, let's see here. My name is Jenn, and I'm the boss. So you're not pregnant, right, Jenn?
What? No. Who said I was pregnant? I'm too old to be
Nobody. Why are you so defensive about it? Maybe we need to play your voice backwards now. All right. Which one would you like to play first, yeah? I was halfway through.
The 107 AM, the newest one.
Okay, everybody settle in from a nice, long, boring video
As
from
soon
Jen
as the
here.
news
I'm sorry,
hit,
I'm
Olivia,
sorry.
the eldest of the 5
All
Gonzalez
right, you're welcome
children,
to do a
and her
narration over this
parents
if you like.
went into detective
There's no
mode.
music, just
We
play
had
it.
zero details. We just knew they were
There's
gone.
no music.
Olivia
Okay, well,
got
you're-
into her
you're in
sister's
charge.
call log and frantic.
That they were going to be safe because he's driven them so many other times, and he knew that these two girls were together.
You've pulled video, seeing the Uber driver dropping them off.
Yes.
You've checked your phone records. You know the
Yes.
timestamps, what
Yes.
time they got home. It's not exactly what the police are saying, right?
Right. It's not 1:45.
Kaylee
What did
and
you just
Maddie
do?
were picked up from their home
What?
at
What did you do?
1122 Kane.
You just fast forwarded it.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late-night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority-designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back in a, in an
Yeah, they Ubered out together. They only went to known locations that they had been before.
private driver.
They had a private driver. I apologize. There was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they knew him. They had a relationship with this
We knew him
individual.
as a family member, and he really helped us.
Yeah.
He turned us on to food truck stuff.
Yeah.
He's a great person.
Good people, and then only.
So out of their own mouths, we have 5 different stories. Rideshare, sorority driver, Uber, private driver, family member. The last person to see 2 of the victims alive is being called 5 different things by the same family? Why is this not talked about more? Someone is lying, the driver, or the G's. Not once does the driver ever mention speaking to Olivia on the 13th and telling her about the Twitch stream. The driver said he didn't know what happened until the next day when they released the victims' names. How is that possible if he spoke to Olivia on Sunday, November 13th? Someone is lying.
Breaking news tonight, 40 days into the University of Idaho murders, and the driver, who was likely the very last man to see Maddie Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez alive, is speaking to News Nation tonight. The Uber driver who brought the kids home the night of the murders, Kaylee's family reported that their daughter had indeed ordered an Uber, and now the man who drove them is revealing exclusive details to us about that ride home and what the girls said in the back of that car. News Nation correspondent Alex Capriello is live tonight. He tracked him down. He joins me from outside the home in Moscow. That was a very difficult task. Tell me what you found out, Alex.
Yeah, I was able to find this rideshare driver. He's one of only about 4 here in the Moscow area. So I was able to track down that phone number and give him a call personally, speak to him. I asked him point blank, hey, are you the guy who drove Kaylee and Maddie home that night? And to his credit, he was very transparent, very honest, very open, almost immediately with me.
Well, understandably, he has said, Alex, that he is very concerned. It's a small community. He doesn't want to be on camera, but he was very revealing in what he told you about that ride home. Start there. What did the girls talk about in the back seat?
Well, he said that it was actually a rather innocent conversation from the beginning. You might remember that he picked up these 2 girls from that grub truck. It's the food truck that's located right in downtown Moscow. And really, he said that was the center of their conversation. The entire 5-minute ride home was about their mac and cheese.
They talked about carbonara for 5 minutes? Weird. Is it just me, or is it weird that he remembers what type of mac and cheese they got that night?
Carbonara that they were planning on splitting when they got back to the house. He said that he's picked them up in the past, not only these 2 girls, but Xana as well. And he said that in the past they've talked about boys and drama and college life, but not this time around. It was just a very normal, innocent conversation about their food and how they were going to share it when they got home.
So that's also revealing that he knew them. He had had them in the car multiple times before. This is a small town, so if they've taken an Uber a couple of times, it would be likely that he'd be the driver. And he said, indeed, he knew them. He knew all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He said that obviously as one of only about 4 rideshare drivers in this area, he picks up these girls a lot. And not to mention, we already know that this is so close to frat row. And of course, we've reported that this is a party house. So a lot of times students would come here. And so he said that Xana, that Kaylee and Maddie were no strangers to them. He's given them rides home from the bars, home from work, home from school. So he knows them. He has driven them before. But back again to this, he said that there was nothing out of the ordinary that night, that right now or in that moment that it was just an innocent conversation. Of course, the frats were bumping on a Saturday night, but here at the house, it was quiet, and he saw nothing out of the usual.
So as you reported earlier this week, Alex, the last thing that we heard on tape was the surveillance camera showing Maddie and Kaylee walking from the Corner Club bar to the grub truck. And the only thing we could hear was, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And then Maddie responds, I told Adam everything. Was there any conversation in the back of the Uber car about Adam or the bartender? Because Adam turned out to be the bartender. Did he mention anything like that?
Yeah, actually, the rideshare driver said that he knows Adam. He knows he's a bartender, but Adam was not brought up once at all during that conversation. Again, no conversations about boys, drama, or any trouble as far as what the girls were feeling. He said they were not fearful. They weren't skittish in any way. But back to the food truck, also, I asked him about that. Hey, you were right there. Did you see anything out of the ordinary there? And he said, no, it was a Saturday night at the food truck. A bunch of college kids hanging out, ordering their food before heading home. You know, I brought up another person. A lot of people have speculated about the hoodie guy he's been referenced as. He said he didn't see that guy. He has no indication that anything was wrong there at the food truck, and certainly during that entire rideshare home, no indication that anything was wrong there, rather.
Okay, then what about the police? Because clearly, I would have imagined the police have a lot more, machinery and technological ability than sometimes we do to track people down. I assume that the police would have found him and that they would have talked. What did he say about being able to tell everything he told you to the police?
Right. Yeah, this was super interesting to me because he said that he didn't hear about the murders until the next day.
The driver said he didn't find out what happened to the victims until the next day. 11 Pats of 1422. Olivia claims to have spoke to the driver on Sunday 11/13. That's when he told her about the grub truck video.
And he realized, oh my gosh, these are the two girls that I had driven home, and I've driven home in the past. And so he was stewing on that for a little bit, but he was the one who eventually turned himself over to the police by calling the tip line, saying, hey, I was the one who drove these girls home. The police tells the rideshare driver that they already knew he was the driver, but even still, he was the one who called in himself and said, hey,
This harkens to, it just reminds me of Delphi, where in the same situation, Richard Allen called in or went to the police and said, I was there. Like the very next day. And,
Yeah, it's just, how is it possible? If he talked to Olivia Sunday, then she would have told him what happened, obviously. So how would he not have known till Monday? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's this guy running around doing these interviews saying he lives 1,200 feet from Brian, and he took a week off, after the murders, and he turned in his white Elantra. Like, either the driver's being hidden from us, by law enforcement, or the person doing those interviews is interjecting him and probably the killer. I mean, come on.
Wait, say that again. That was a little fast. I'm sorry.
So the driver, or someone claiming to be the driver, did all these interviews and said that he lives 1,200 feet from Brian. He had went like really hard looking for Elantras after the 7s, turned in about 13 of them, and one of them was including Brian's, which he says he knew was a newer model, but did it anyway. He turned him into law enforcement on the tip line on the 13th of December. And what I want to know is, why did he stop looking, first of all, after he looked fine? He submitted Brian's, and then he just stopped looking. And then also, second question is, the driver doing the interviews says he lives 1,200 feet from Brian, right? And he took a week off. The way he talks is as if he drives for a living, like that's his full-time job. Now, everyone's saying it's Eric Grower, whatever, who works for UI. I don't think he drives full-time and also works at UI full-time. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like there's too many discrepancies. And if you want to look at, Occam's razor, you have someone inserting themselves in the investigation, doing all these interviews, never mentioning talking to Olivia or showing her the grub truck video, living 1,200 feet from Brian. Like, that's probably the killer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's too weird to ignore.
All right, you want to finish this one?
No, go ahead. Yeah, finish it.
I was that guy.
Because the timeline, I'm showing the timeline's off. It's at the very end. There's proof that the girl's timeline's off.
Line, he turned over all of his GPS coordinates from that night, sharing that he went to Taco Bell after dropping the girls off and then went home. And so that's the reason why he was cleared almost immediately. He'd never been named as a suspect or persons of interest, because all the data that he provided to the police proves that he was not there at this house at the time that these murders allegedly happened.
So the other question is, as you are standing almost, I imagine, in the same spot where they were dropped off, did he mention anything about the drop-off that was unusual? Anybody in the parking lot? Did he drive into the parking lot? Did he hear something, see something, pass anybody?
Actually, the only thing he said was that he heard the frats doing their normal partying, but everything else seemed quiet, seemed normal. There were no headlights. There was no one following him. He says he's got a great memory, and he would know whether or not anyone was trailing him or if there was anything suspicious at all. As far as the drop-off, he said that he brought them right up the street here on King Road and dropped them off here at the foot of the driveway. He never pulled actually into the driveway because he says, based on his training, he always wants to be able to have a quick getaway in the event that something bad happens to him, like he gets robbed on the side of the road. But he dropped them off here on King Road. He watched them get out of the car. He did not watch them physically go into the home, but he said that he trusted that they were going to be safe because he's driven them so many other times, and he knew that these two girls were together.
You've pulled video seeing the Uber driver dropping them off.
Yes.
You've checked your phone records. You know the timestamps, what time they got home.
Yeah.
It's not exactly what police are saying, right?
Right. It's not 1:45. Kaylee and Maddie were picked up from their home at 1122 King around 10:15. It's about a 5-minute drive down. So they arrived to Corner Club around 10:20, which is different than what was released at 10. We know that Kaylee called for an Uber at 1:45. He arrived at 1:49, got in the car around 1:50. It's about a 5-6 minute drive. They arrived home at 1:56. So she was on my mom's cell plan. So
we pulled my cell plan.
On Sunday, I was able to pull those cell records.
And you could see that she was calling somebody out.
Jen, that's the thing that you're always talking about is you can't pull your cell records. like right after a call. You have to wait like 24 hours.
There's at least a 24-hour delay. For me, when I had AT&T, even though it says right there on the AT&T website that it takes way longer, for me it was always about a 24-hour delay, maybe a little longer, but it's not real time. Like, I can't look right now and see my calls from earlier today, is my point.
Right, by the time that she did it.
But she said she did it Sunday.
Yeah.
So how?
Right, because these calls would be in the late evening.
Well, no, the calls were technically early Sunday morning after, you know what I'm saying, 1 a.m.
Yeah, exactly. And so it wouldn't be till Monday morning that they would show on your record.
Right, minimum, yeah.
Okay.
The last call is shortly before 3 a.m. Yeah, that's right, 2:50 something. 2:52. For both of them. Yeah.
Side note, I had an AT&T family plan. There was a 24-hour delay. It does not show call detail in real time. This chat is from the Twitch stream that night. Interesting how two different people in chat both marked down the exact time the girls walked away.
What is this from?
What is what from? Oh, okay, this is from Grub Truck Twitch. This is the chat that went along with the video from when the girls were there. I can't find the whole 4 hours, but this is when the girls were there. It's a crime and shame. I linked it in the bottom of the video. She's the only person that I can find that has any of it, and I wish I had the whole thing. But if you see, the numbers on the left are how long the stream is running, right? But two different people, which I find interesting, those two names, Tomahawk and Semaphore, both requested the exact time from like the chat bot as soon as the girls walked away. The minute they walked off, they both asked for the time, which was weird. And you see, they didn't leave until 1:52. The seconds counter is cut off. So I don't know if it's closer to 1:53, but if it's 5-6 minutes, they couldn't have gotten home at 1:56 is my point. Yeah, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it is odd, and they both have exclamation points.
Well, you have to do that to get the time. It's a chat. It's like a way to trigger like the chat bot. Like if you put exclamation point loc, L-O-C, it'll give you the location of the grub truck.
Are their phones broken?
Time.
I mean, they're on some type of electronic device. Why do they need to ask for the time? Also,
right. They're in the Twitch chat, but it's just weird that they both ask for the time the minute the girls walk off. But either way,
the guy's name is also Tomahawk.
Yeah, there was also, just so you know, there was also someone called Raven of Death in the chat that night, and another person called Demon Child, just like a bunch of weird things.
Wow.
But regardless, my point is, they walked off at 1:52, probably pulled off maybe, figures 1:53 by the time they pulled off. They couldn't have gotten home at 1:56, is my point. So that throws everything all off. So now, go back to when they didn't know where you began with 5 hours. Now you basically have all 4 victims. Like, do they really know? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Hold on, let me rewind this.
Order 85.
There's the chat. Okay, I see that.
Can I do the big burrito? But I'm really quick.
I'll post a link to It's a Crime and Shame, so you guys can watch the whole chat if you want.
Is there other interesting things that stand out to you?
There is a lot. One day, if you want, we can do it tonight. I don't care. If you want to watch the entire 10 minutes when the girls are there and look at the chat, there's just like a lot of weird code and weird things I can't really make sense of.
Yeah, I can't really see it right now.
Yeah, we'll do it another night.
Yes, you
Let me post a link to it because I don't want to see it.
No salsa.
And do you guys have sour cream or?
Hold on.
Part 2 coming soon.
Is that your voice?
You need a job.
Probably not. Hold on, let me see.
That's good. Okay.
No, but don't talk over that part because you can hear. It sounds to me like someone says, "Oh my God," and then someone goes, "Kaylee." As soon as the girls walk off and get in the car, replay that part.
All right, I'm gonna play it. Okay.
Okay.
Order 85. Thank you.
Can I do the big burrito? But I'm gonna be really quick. I'm so sorry. Can I get it with that? The chipotle slaw.
Yes, yes, you absolutely
And
can.
then without the onion salsa.
No.
Yeah, I heard the oh my god. I didn't hear the Kaylee as much. Jen?
I hear you.
I said I heard the oh my god, I didn't hear the Kaylee as much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to mute you when I want to unmute the laptop.
Can I do the big burrito? But I'm gonna be really quick. I'm so sorry. Can I get it with that? The chipotle slaw.
Yes, yes, you absolutely
And
can.
then without the
Hold on, you're talking over it. Hold on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm muting. Bye.
really quick. I'm so sorry. Can I get it with that? The chipotle slaw.
Yes, yes, you absolutely
And
can.
then without the onion salsa.
Yeah, it's hard to hear the Kaylee part. I don't hear it. I'm sorry.
Can I get it with that? The chipotle slaw.
Yes, yes, you absolutely
And
can.
then without the onion salsa.
No salsa.
I heard it there, okay.
And do you guys have sour cream or no?
Part 2 coming soon.
Wow, that's good. Okay. Alright, I wanted to do our other thing, which is the Photoshop thing again with Heather's pictures, like I promised to do. Here. So let me pull that up.
Okay.
Oops, there it is. Okay. And let's see now. Let's back here a little bit. Which one? Yeah, these are it. Okay. Let's see. This one. That one. Okay, that's 356. 356. Okay. Alright. Let's see what we can do with this one. This is... Wow. That's really blurry. Let's see if one of the other one's better. This might be something else, I hope. Let's see. 356. What is this? Oh, these are not the pictures. Okay, hold on. Up and down and round we go again. Bump, 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 bump. It's gotta be here somewhere. There it is. There's the number one, numero uno. Okay, so this is looking in the blue car that was parked outside in Heather's video. And let's see if we zoom in a little bit. What we see.
Well, you know, the guy with the long hair at Grub Truck, he commented on TikTok and said that he saw the girls get picked up by a blue sedan, and there was two guys who seemed like they knew them, is what he said.
He said that he said specifically their names.
He just Hayden. He said in a comment on TikTok, he said to someone that the girls got picked up in a blue car, and it was two guys that seemed like they knew the girls.
He said that after the tragedy.
Yeah, I'll find it. I screenshot it somewhere.
He said that after the tragedy, right?
Yeah, because this is when Joe V was coming out and doing all those TikToks, and Hayden had responded to somebody.
Oh, and Hayden Villa also jumped in on that, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Okay. Let me look at this here. Let's put it to black and white real quick. That doesn't help. This is a really pixelated image here. This is gonna be a tough one. Okay, let's see if that helped at all. Nope. Because what I was trying to do with this picture, it seems like there's a reflection in this particular frame that I chose, but you can. It appears to me that there's somebody in the back seat. Agreed. And that looks
or
like
in a car seat, maybe with a kid or something. I don't know, something.
You know what picture I'm on right now? Are you looking at this? If you're looking at the screen, I'm doing Photoshop now.
Yeah. I see.
And
sorry.
this is the picture. This is the picture of the back seat from Heather's video.
Right.
Okay, and so this looks like a face to me. Do you agree?
Yeah.
With a hair or something?
Yeah, I guess.
And then this right here is consistent with the color of a Labradoodle, Murphy.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tough crowd. All right. So
no, I agree. Sorry, I was trying to find a picture to.
You're like, I guess Kane, whatever.
I'm sorry, I can't do two things at once. I'm not that smart.
You're smart. Okay, let's see. I wonder if we invert
I can be the smartest dumb person that I know. Like, I'll be really smart and really dumb at the same time.
I'm like the funniest unfunny person that's in the room.
I agree.
Whatever. You were supposed to say no. You're hilarious. Let's see what we can find.
Did you see the my community posted with the thing in the back seat at Banfield where it looks like two big machetes or something?
Yeah, I've seen that one. I don't have the
Right?
picture on me to share with the class, but let's see here.
I think it looks like a machete.
I'm trying to find. I don't have a filter for it. Let me see. Okay, blur. Enhance. That's what I was looking for. Noise reduction. Okay. And I don't have any plugins for it. But let's try it at regular strength. See what happens there. Got a little better. Alright, we'll undo that. Yeah, it definitely got better. Let's see. Here's back and forth. In my opinion, it got better. Maybe not.
Yeah, it got better. I agree.
Let's try a little bit more of that on there. Light and shadow noise. Edge detect. Generic. Combine. Artistic. Decor map. Render. Web animation. Python Foo. That must be one of those plugins I got. Okay, Python Foo. I will karate chop you. We got True Killer Crime in the chat tonight. Kane. Kane's so cool. Let's see here. D-Stripe. D-Speckle. Let's just go with the nose.
Alright, Cam, I just posted it on my community page for you. I tagged you.
You what?
No, WC Mom Kim had asked about Hayden, his quote about the blue car. So I just posted the screenshot I took of the comment he made. I posted it on my community page. Oh, let me post the link to that, I guess.
Wow, okay, wait. No, it seems like it does a little bit, but not much. Okay, let's see. We'll try a couple more things. Huh?
It got better. But isn't there someone standing on the other side of that window? Couldn't that just be
there,
like...
I have that picture also.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to use the noise reduction to see. Champagne supernova in the sky. One day you will find me. Let's see. I don't even know what any of these are. Distorts colors. Okay, those are adding noise. Enhance. We got to stick with that. Anti-alias I did. De-interlace. Could help a little bit. De-speckle I tried that. De-stripe. NL filter. It's a Swiss Army knife filter. Let's try that.
Kane, did you see the body cam with Hayden where he's got a bump on his head? I think he does.
Yes.
I don't think he did.
Oh yeah, that was on one of our videos actually.
Yeah.
Let's see. This gives us a preview of what it's going to do. So let's see if this helps. Optimal estimation.
Rochelle, you're talking to me.
Let's see. What's that?
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. What did you say?
I know, I was talking to Rochelle. I talked out loud to chat.
Ooh, looky there, my friends. Check this
out.
out.
I keep you muted. I'm muting you back. I'm muting you again.
No, don't mute me. No.
Just for a second.
I want to be on. Okay. All right. So this increases the alpha and the radius here, and the big difference that I notice, you can't see my tools, I guess, is this brings out an eye. It looks like. And then we have a little bit more cut to what may be the dog.
Could that just be a blonde girl?
It could very well be a blonde clown with floofy,
like a blonde
floofy hair.
Like a blonde and then like someone else sitting next to them. So you're seeing like the blonde hair on the driver's side rear, and then you're seeing like a face or something of someone sitting next to them closer to the passenger side rear.
Yeah, I don't know anybody, even rock stars, that have that big of hair.
Maybe they have like a hood up or something. Or they have their head turned. Maybe their head is turned.
I'm going with dog.
I think that's what I'm going with. I'm going with back.
I'm going to stick with dog myself, but Here, I see a more defined face and a hairline.
Yeah, I see the face, but I think it's two different. I think it's two people. I think you're seeing the back of a blonde head turned to face the rear passenger.
Okay,
side.
well, Jen, get your shit
What?
together here. Look at
What?
look at the size of his head,
I see that.
and then look
It's
at the
two
size
people.
of this hair.
I see two people in the back seat. Two people.
There's not a person.
One
That's a
person-
dog.
One person is sitting up, and that's the face you see. One person is kind of like leaning forward a little bit. That person is sitting.
Okay, but Jen,
in the-
just I know you like to
That's not
talk, but
Indian, I'm
listen,
telling you.
listen. Look at the size of his head, and then look at the size of what would be the hair of this head. It's gigantic.
It's two people.
You think that?
Okay, listen to me. Listen. There's one person sitting behind the driver. One person sitting behind the passenger. The passenger rear person is the person sitting in the rear passenger is kind of leaning forward a little bit, so hence the face, or maybe looking at the blonde person. So we're seeing the back of the blonde head talking to the other passenger. So that's why you see one person's face and the blonde back of the head. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I'm
Oh
telling
my
you.
God! Does anybody put a one
Yeah,
in the chat?
if this,
to get what I'm saying?
listen, just listen for a damn second. Look at the size of his head. Okay. Okay, just let me talk, please. Look at what this is. The size of her hair. Really?
The back of someone's hair's got volume.
It would
and
not be
beautiful
that
hair?
big,
Yeah,
dude.
sure.
Even if they were a rock star, it's not going to be that big.
If it's the back of their hair and they have like thick hair, yeah.
No, it's double the
It's
size
probably
of his
for someone
whole
who does
head.
not have hair. I think you're wrong.
The only reason I say that is because the color continues over here. It's not just here. It's over here also. It would be two heads, at
Tan
least.
interior.
Huh?
Says
And
tan
here, my
interior.
all right. Forget that. I can't win that argument. Here's the other thing I noticed. It looks like he may be laying back, okay, in his seat, because the seat is down in the front. Do you see the headrest of the passenger seat? No. Because it's down, somebody is hiding. They don't want you to see who they are.
I don't see it.
It doesn't look like this, like he has a stripe here that's laying down.
No, that stripe is like the metal part.
I
like
can't,
the door
okay, I
handle.
give up. I can't win with you guys tonight. I don't know why I did this. Alright, let's see.
You want me
the
just to
next
agree with you when we don't really agree? Come on.
I mean, I'm the only one that makes sense here. Wait, is this a better version of it? This is okay. This is a different frame. Let's see.
You know that the Chapins have a labradoodle.
Okay.
And also, the Bethany has one too.
Do you know what a car seat looks like?
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning. I said it like someone in a car seat.
Okay, we're not going on what you said. We're going on what I'm saying right now. I'm asking you a question.
I'll hang out.
Do you know what a car seat looks like?
I have two children. I believe I do.
Okay. This is the driver's seat right here. Okay? Because you see, here is the divider by the windows, and there's the irregular car seat, the curved car seat. Do you see that?
Whatever you say. Yep, I see it.
There is no passenger seat to go with it because it's laying down in this guy's lap. He has his head straight up and down, but his body appears to be laying back so that she can put the seat all the way back and not be seen. You see how there's no passenger seat? It's the first thing I noticed.
I guess.
Oh my God, your attitude.
When I say I don't see it, you get mad. When I say I see it, you get
but
mad. I don't know
how
what to
can
say.
you not see that there's no driver's seat or passenger seat? There's no passenger seat. Where's the passenger seat?
Can you make it zoom out again? Let me see the bigger picture, please. Like the whole picture. I mean, you can't even. Do we know that someone's standing on the other side of the car?
Oh my God.
I don't know. This picture's so blurry. Like it's really hard
You
to
need
tell.
glasses, dude.
Can
You
we
need
see
glasses.
another? Can you pause it like on another clip? Like
No. I have other pictures.
I mean, 'cause look, the way that center divider on the outside of the car, that black between the two windows, that looks weird. This is just a weird. You paused it at a wrong.
This
clip.
is the divider. It's straight. This
Yeah, I
is the
guess.
seat. It's curved.
Right.
There is no passenger seat. Where's the passenger seat? It should be right
I don't know, I
here.
have to see the whole. I have to see the clip again. The whole thing.
Okay. fair enough. Not that you take my word for it. All right. Anyway.
No, I see what you're saying, but I have to for me to say.
I'm fighting with everyone. I will meet you in Virginia for a boxing match. Here it is. Here's it. Okay, I took a bunch of pictures, so here's the. Let's just change this topic. I'll give you a topic. Discuss amongst yourselves. This is the picture of the guy outside of the car, and I'm assuming he's either riding in the passenger seat or riding in the back seat. And so let's put that filter, that same filter, on there, and let's see if the high pass works. Let's see. Oh, we're getting a preview. That's nice. Okay, there's the contrast. Gets a little clearer. Let's see what this does. You guys can't see my tools. Yes, you can. Okay, so there you go. Right there is about as clear as that filter is going to get it. Let's see what else we can add. Anybody recognize him yet? Let's see your block size. Okay, we want to bring that down.
Kim, you know what's weird about the about Murphy getting picked up from Animal whatever Humane Society?
Is that there was a call for a suspicious person?
Listen, it's listed on the police call log as a suspicious person / circumstance, and also they took a report. Like they never do reports.
Okay, Sharpen's doing a little bit. Check that out. Let's take the other one. Let me take the other one off. Up and down and all around and down again.
Kane is moody tonight. I agree with nothing.
What?
We think you're moody tonight.
I'm always rude. My humor comes from anger. What do you expect? Moody. All right, let's see here. I'm not being sarcastic. Let's see here. Okay.
I said moody.
I'm not moody. I want you to believe everything I say.
That's exactly what a moody person would
Somebody let Jeff back in the chat so I can win a fight. All right, so this is gonna be just with the Sharpen mask. And let's
Sorry, I dropped the phone.
Okay, it's better with the other one. Okay, let me put those back and we'll see what happens here. We definitely had a. I hope I can get it. Oh no, am I hitting Y? Oh no! All right, we'll have to try again. One more time. That was a much better enhancement of it. Let's see. It was anti-alias, right? Yep. And then I hit. What was it? Enhance. I'm being rude. You're rude. Oh, I think I put the high pass on it. Yeah, that was the first one, and then the contrast a little bit. That was right. Okay, there we go. Let's see what that does. Better right there. Contrasty up. Look at that. And we'll hit it with the Sharpen mask right now. I'm working here. Let's see here. Sharpen, unsharp mask. And let's see what that does. Okay. Ooh, wee. And you thought we wouldn't figure out who you were. Anybody recognize him yet? Let's check out this threshold, what that does. Oh. Okay, that brings up the threshold where it starts. Whew, it's so close. We need some NASA technology. I thought you hung up on me there for a minute. I've had enough of Kane tonight. He's being rude.
I dropped the phone, though.
Did you throw it? Come on, be honest.
No,
let's see.
Not today, but I do sometimes.
I hear you. Where do you like it better? Stop me when you heard this one before.
That's kind of a personal question.
I don't know. I don't remember what Steve Jr. looks like. Really. I think that's about as close as I can get with that. Let's try one more filter, I guess. What else can we... Oh, we can do contrast or brightness. Noise reduction, maybe. Strength. Is it giving it a preview? Yeah, it is. Doesn't look like that's doing anything. Alright, one more. Edge detect. Symmetrical brush, sharpen mask again. Despeckle. Remove speckle noise. Alright, let's try that.
I don't think we're ever going to see, like, actual face features.
It's better than it was.
Yeah,
for sure. But yeah,
hard to tell.
it's a. I know it's getting all wonky. Let's see. That's a little better. That ain't bad. I mean, if I was working for the cops, they'd probably fire me. You can do better than that, Kane. Imagine if your boss was Pain. Well, there you go, guys. That's I'll export that. It's about what we're gonna get, I think. Do I have to export it or just save it? Save it. Save it. And it'll go.
Do you have the link to Heather's video handy?
What's that now?
The link to Heather's video, because someone asked.
Well, I'm still doing Photoshop stuff, but eventually.
Oh,
yeah.
all right. Can someone post
That's okay.
it? I mean, I could do it, I guess.
Let's see. Where was I?
You know, I was thinking also. You know how the G's said that they had never been to 1122.
Who?
I'm just wondering. The G's. They said they had never been to the house. To Kaylee's, see where Kaylee lived. I'm surprised they didn't go to Parents Weekend. That was like the weekend before, I think.
The Gonzalez's?
Yeah, because they said they never been to 1122. I would assume if they came to Moscow for Parents Weekend, they would have seen where Kaylee lives. But they said they'd never been there.
All right, here's a different frame from the video. And, oh, you know what? I'll put that cool little filter on there. And let's see here. Which one was it? Sharpen. And we'll sharpen it. Now that I know about this one.
Isn't there like an AI app that can like unblur a picture?
You can get plugins for Photoshop and stuff that do it. I don't use AI for anything. So there's that. Let me export that one. That's pretty neat. Yeah,
Michelle,
you're asking the wrong guy on AR. Have you watched the show?
Video. She just posted the link.
Have you watched the show before? Let's see here. I don't like AI. I don't like robots. Now here's why. Look at that face. Let me zoom it in for you guys so you can see it better. Oh wow, you might be right about the blonde girl. Damn, I had to admit it. You son of a gun.
Yay!
But it still appears to me that this person has their head craned up and that they're laying back and that there's still no passenger seat. And see, okay, I'll zoom out. I don't know where the rest of the picture went, but wow, what happened? There we go.
It looks like someone was like red lipstick on or something.
So again, Jen, look, put your spectacles on. and use your imagination that this is the driver's seat, okay?
So weird.
And then you would expect to see another seat on the passenger side, but you do not.
It looks like it was blurred out. Or no, it's a reflection of these clouds on this, like on the window. That's what's blurring it out.
I give up. Okay, all right. Let's see the next one. Who are you, Viviana? All right, let's see that one. That one, was that the only one of him? Yeah. Okay, well, let me see here. Yeah. All right, that's there. Got that. Go down, 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 down. More right here. No. Are they picking on me?
No, I'm talking about the person in the back seat. I mean, listen, realistically, we're never going to know who this is for sure, so...
This is the one we've been waiting for right here.
It's cheative.
No, you can talk. I'll allow it.
But I thank you for your permission.
Go ahead. So this is... I'm going to hit it with the high-pass filter first. That didn't help.
Right. On your high-resolution monitor?
It is on my high-resolution monitor right now. It's a very small monitor, but it's very precise.
Oh, see, that I see.
Well, I haven't enhanced it yet. So let's just start with the sharpened mask. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring the radius up. And what I noticed, the reason I transitioned into this from your video was because what I noticed, and I'm sure there was a lot of crying, and I'm sure there was a lot of upsetness, and I'm not trying to dox anybody, But I just noticed that it seemed naturally that Olivia's eyes were very red. They had a reddish sort of, you know how some people get butthole eyes and that kind of thing?
Right.
It just seemed that feature, and I could probably just zip right back to that video of yours. If I had a brain, if I only
As
had
soon
a
as the
brain.
news hit.
On Sunday, I was able to pull those.
Here, wait. There. Okay. And I don't know, maybe it's the lighting, but I tend to notice it in general that she does have sort of a reddish hue and a large, darker area here. Do you follow me? Or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was
Yeah,
sure.
she just didn't have makeup. She's got makeup on.
I was 100% sure you were going to disagree.
No, she just has olive skin. Like she just has really dark, like just dark circles in her eyes.
Okay,
like,
I'm not.
natural.
I'm not picking on her, Jen. But what I'm
I know
saying
you're not. I get the same thing.
is that these eyes appear to have a reddish tone to them. That's what we're saying. That's what Heather Fitzgerald was implying.
Mm-hmm.
That this may be Olivia there already. If you didn't see that video.
Well, I mean, here's my opinion. Olivia being there would be the only thing that would explain why the G's didn't go down there immediately when they got multiple phone calls saying something happened to Kaylee, and also how Olivia would have gotten to the G's house on Sunday in order to be there when Jack arrived, because she says she checked his hands, his car, and his shoes, right? And then she said he came there immediately after the sheriff came and notified them. So that would be Sunday. But Olivia also said she was driving up there from where she lives in California, which is like an over 18-hour drive. So she couldn't have got there Sunday if she came after they were notified at 4 o'clock. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the only way she would have been able to be there is if she was maybe in Moscow. Maybe she flew in and was going to drive back with Kaylee for the holidays. I don't know. And maybe that's why the G's didn't go down there immediately because Olivia was already there. They're probably like, okay, go see what's going on. I don't know. Just a thought.
So I'm doing. Let's look at.
Kim,
let's look at them side.
Maybe she either flew or drove in and then was going to drive back the 2 hours back to the G's for Thanksgiving or something with Kaylee, because they said that they didn't like Kaylee to make that drive by herself. So I don't know. Just a thought.
Let's look at the rest of the family. Excuse me. Because what I see here is a much flatter and a much squarer face. Now that I've pulled this up. Are you seeing the side by side right now?
Yeah.
And so let's compare it to me. It does seem that her chin is a little more pointy than I would say. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Anybody have any opinions on that? This was the one that was most important. Now I can desaturate this. Let me try that. Let me anti-alias it first. That didn't help. And then let's see, Dandrelace.
Yeah, Kim, that's the only thing that would make sense to me why the G's wouldn't drive to Moscow after getting the phone call saying that Kaylee was, dead and not being able to get her on the phone. I mean, everyone's always talking about how it's so odd. Like, as a parent, why wouldn't you just immediately go down there? And maybe it's because Olivia was in town already, kind of like being your eyes and ears. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, once we have that, it raises another question again. Why were they there? I mean, maybe, it's just like...
maybe she, like I said, she came there to drive back with Kaylee for the holidays, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, that's actually a decent, logical explanation. Let's see...
Maybe. And maybe that's why Kaylee was in Maddie's bed. Maybe Olivia was at the house and she gave Olivia the room. Maybe, I mean, I don't know why they would hide that, though. That just tells me that somebody, like, high up is pulling some strings and silencing people. Like, maybe, I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead.
Yeah, the thing that we've come across... is that the best thing we've come across yet is the time between 8 or 9 and 12 noon. With the fact that what are the chances that the door's wide open even, and then there's college kids being texted about it, gathering, and that none of them... Okay, now it looks like she's wearing a coat with a hoodie. So this might be covering her chin. Do you see that also?
Yeah.
Maybe... Okay, so I'm going to save this picture. We'll take a look at it later. And we'll do some more backward masking, I think. Does anybody want to do backward masking? Put a 7,402 in the chat if you would like. Okay, so let's see. Olivia.
Yeah, I agree. It's a short person to have their face that low in the driver's seat. I agree.
Well, that was a hard-earned degree.
What? Oh, I'm reading. I'm speaking out loud to chat, so I'll have to type.
All right, we can come back to the... That's all the Heather Photoshop. Now, Heather did have quite a number of videos that she put out back to back, and I'd like to play some of them here for you folks.
What if maybe Olivia was there with like one of her kids or something? And remember the G said that there was like a squeezy kid applesauce thing in Kaylee's garbage?
Yes.
Just, I don't know, just throwing it out there. That doesn't make sense because why wouldn't she have been harmed? I don't know.
When you say that, you say I got Teresa, Rochelle, and Sudi. Hi, ladies. How are you? All right. So we'll do that in a moment here. And if anybody would like to suggest something for me to play backwards, a particular part,
Grub Truck. You know I'm a huge Grub Truck nerd.
I know, and I want to do the Grub Truck, but I'm going to have you send me a clip.
Oh my God, Kaylee part.
But I can't even hear the Kaylee, really. I mean, it's not going to do much
it's like
backward masking it.
So what about the oh my God?
I mean, it's oh my God. What do you want from it?
Be quiet.
Sorry, nothing half-assed started it. It looks like a pig mask.
Are you getting your period or something?
From The Strangers. That was a good movie. I couldn't... Oh, I can't with those movies like The Strangers. Nope.
I love it. I love The Strangers.
I'm a big horror fan, but I have to be, like, on a date. Does that make sense? You know, I can't sit there.
You can comfort her.
I know. I can't sit there and watch them by myself. It's really a problem.
Are you scared, or are you like watching them with a date so the girl can get scared and you could comfort her?
Right. I get them. First, I put the Rufinol in their shot.
Oh my God, Kane! Don't say the internet's forever. Why would you say that?
Allegedly. All right. Let's see here.
No, the internet is forever. Alleged, not alleged.
No, they cut that part out. They got me now. They got me. I did it. I've never even seen that. Somebody handed me a shot glass of GHB once, and it smelled like gasoline. I'm like, why in the hell would you want to do that? But then again, there's baby oil, right? Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. Heather doing some great work.
Kim, I watched that 4-hour video of the Grub Truck, like, honestly, an embarrassingly amount of times. And once you get into it, like, you'll see it's so obvious. But, like, it's like anyone that's like, oh, that's just the Grub Truck, it's nothing. Yeah, try watching it 100 times, you're going to see everything. Like, there's a lot of... It all started there, in my opinion. I wish I could find the chat for the 4 hours, because there's so many weird...
Yeah, I know. If you could, I would love to see that personally.
What?
I would love to see that personally, myself.
Listen, I would love to do a super deep... You want to do a super deep dive in the Grub Truck? Like, we got to break it down, because it's 4 hours. But, like,
not tonight, it's gotta be, like, really.
I have a lot... Not tonight. But I have a lot of, like, little... I try to, like, break it down in clips. If you look on my channel, like, there's a ton of little weird things. I mean, I've shown you some of them.
All right, I'm gonna play.
Round one, let's do it. Yeah, I woke up. I'm sorry. I'm not really paying attention to chat that much, guys. Sorry. And Kane's not paying attention at all.
We have been quarreling. They said we've been quarreling. All right, I'm gonna play the Heather video now. Okay.
You don't need my permission. It's your channel.
Whoa! See, it's not me, you guys. You heard it here first. Breaking
news.
news.
The same energy. I'm giving you back the same energy.
No, you have a lot of energy tonight. I love it. Usually, you're like, I don't want to do
I
anything.
really don't. I'm yawning. I'm tired. I'm like delirious right now.
Oh, you're fine. You'll be fine.
I
We're
gotta
just
go
gonna
sleep.
go. We're only gonna
I gotta
go
get
till
up
like 7 a.m. today. So
I gotta get up early.
you're not. Nobody ever has to get up
Listen, I
early.
still haven't found shoes for the stupid dress. I don't even want to go to this wedding. Oh,
You want to tell us about it more?
no. Oh.
You're gonna have fun, and you know it.
No, I hate getting dressed up. I hate people. But I have to. But at least I convinced my boyfriend for us to go down Friday night, like late, instead of Thursday. So now it's one less day that I have to go.
Are you staying with somebody, or are you getting a hotel?
No,
What do
we're
you guys
in a
do?
hotel. We're going to Virginia.
Oh, that'll be nice. Virginia hotels for lovers. Come on.
Cheese ball.
I'm gonna play Heather's video.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
I give you permission.
Thank you, my star. Hold on.
I do think that Brian was a mastermind. I do not believe he was alone because the information first given to my daughter was that there were 3 people there.
3 p.m. And this was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 in the morning or at night?
When apparently when the murders happened, but
around 4 in the morning.
Maybe Dylan thought they were just going to be shaking them up for the money.
So the 3 people standing outside was at 4 in the morning, and one was a creepy guy. I think I remember hearing that one was creepy.
Yeah, they just call him the creeper. There's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think there's more questions to be asked.
Mm-hmm.
So my detector test is to be taken. I know they don't hold up in court, but they certainly work well.
I said, okay, there's one. We got the gal in here herself. So there we go. Variance of opinion, I guess, on that. I've always, I wanted to play something actually for you guys since we're deep diving into all this business here. And it's this.
I'm listening. You're just muted.
All right. Okay, so let's go back here. She's got more. Up and down and round and down again.
I do think that Brian was a mastermind. I do not believe he was alone because the information first given to my daughter was that there were 3 people there.
3 p.m. And this was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 in the morning or at night?
When apparently when the murders happened, but
around 4 in the morning.
Maybe Dylan thought they were just going to be shaking them up for the money.
So the 3 people standing outside was at 4 in the morning, and one was a creepy guy. I think I remember hearing that one was creepy.
Yeah, they just call him the creeper. There's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think there's more questions to be asked.
Mm-hmm.
So my detector test is to be taken. I know they don't hold up in court, but they certainly work well.
Wow.
I do think that Brian was a mastermind. I do not believe he was alone because the information first given to my daughter was that there were 3 people there.
3 p.m. And this was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 in the morning or at night?
When apparently when the murders happened, but
around 4 in the morning.
Maybe Dylan thought they were just going to be shaking them up for the money.
So the 3 people standing outside was at 4 in the morning, and one was a creepy guy. I think I remember hearing that one was creepy.
Yeah, they just call him the creeper. There's a lot of creepers that hang out there. I don't know. I think there's more questions to be asked.
Mm-hmm.
So my detector test is to be taken. I know they don't hold up in court, but they certainly work well.
Okay, Heather.
God,
I saw the caps. Believe me.
Brian was a mastermind. I do not believe he was alone because the information first given to my daughter was that there were 3 people there.
I can't
3
stop
p.m.
it
This
now.
was at what time were the 3 people there? At 8 in the morning or at?
Let's start there.
Okay. Usually it'll pause. There we go. That's nice. All right, this is the one Heather wants me to play, or I die. Is there audio on this? Apparently not. All right, Heather. What Well, I assume for a headshot.
Wait, hold on.
She's asking why would they put the helmet on him.
Oh, I didn't notice that before. That's crazy.
I didn't notice him having a helmet on either. That's a good shot. Sheriff's deputies in Idaho put a helmet on Brian Koberger before he was put into a waiting pickup truck and then transported to... And we've all seen the
Weird
parade going through downtown there. That's... Well, I mean, obviously if somebody's going to take a headshot at him...
Oh, yeah, sniper. That makes sense.
I'm sure you have plenty of snipers in the area. All right, let's try this next.
Heather posted more.
What's that?
Heather posted more links.
Yep. Playing it.
Heather, when are you going to get on and talk?
You can see him right there.
Not answering that. I don't answer questions.
It's got to be for sniper. Now that I think about it, it's really not.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I guess. I don't know.
The man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students.
What I noticed in that video... Okay, so this is the far away shot, I guess. Heather's showing us. Look at that. Look at that. Wait. That's weird. He doesn't have the fucking helmet on.
Yeah, I don't get it.
No, I mean, in this shot, he literally doesn't have the helmet on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Like, I don't know why he doesn't have it in that one, but he does in the other
And
one.
it's the same thing. Look.
Again, from here...
Hold on. Let me blow it up for you guys here. This delay is killing me. It's driving us crazy. Let's see here. Why is there a delay this time? You can't watch it some other way? I need to share my screen with you or something. All right, now we'll play it.
Be taken over to the Latah County Jail where he'll be processed, and we would assume
that's the same shot
for his initial arraignment sometime tomorrow, because again at 6:30 in the evening.
When do they put the helmet on?
There closes, I believe, at 4:30.
Who knows?
Right here, right now, he does not have a helmet on.
Hearing will likely take place tomorrow, and then
maybe they're putting the vest on him.
At some point after
okay.
That, we would expect to have those probable cause documents unsealed. So we'll get a look finally at the evidence they say they have in this case.
Yeah. A lot of different jurisdictional agencies have been involved in this. We know, obviously.
Okay, there's the helmet.
Giovanni, it's Criminal Confidential talking to me.
We also know the FBI was involved, and now Pennsylvania State Police also with the task of transporting him back to Idaho to make this exchange so that he can face those 4 first-degree murder charges, as well as at least one additional charge of burglary with the intent to commit a...
Is that it? I didn't see a freaking helmet.
For those documents to be unsealed in the morning after the task of transporting him back to Idaho.
Let me look at my high-resolution monitor.
So that he can face those 4 first-degree murder charges, as well as at least one additional charge of burglary with the intent to commit a...
Yeah. Can I slow this down? Yep. All right. Playback speed. What's 2 point? That's 2.25. 0.5 didn't do nothing.
Exchange so that he can face those 4 first-degree murder charges, as well as at least one additional charge of burglary with the intent to commit a...
Okay, so... Well, Kim says they buckled them in first. They buckled them in first. But if I'm correct, in the other video she showed us...
In this case.
A lot of different...
In this case.
A lot of different...
Let me see if it's open in a different one. Here it is.
Have been involved in this. We know,
Is this the
obviously, Idaho
one?
State
Yeah.
Police here locally, the Moscow Police. We also know the FBI
Look.
was involved, and now Pennsylvania State Police also with the task of transporting him back to Idaho.
There it is.
To make
Okay,
this
and then
exchange so
back
that
to
he
here.
can
When he gets in the car, he does not have a helmet on. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I see the same thing. I see what you're saying.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, I want to say something, Kim. Real
Okay,
quick.
there's a helmet. There's a helmet. Okay. Okay,
Hold
now
on. So,
that's
Kim,
the what?
I I was just going to respond to Kim about something, about Dylan. Kim, don't you think it's odd that Dylan wouldn't go upstairs to get Kaylee or Maddie for help instead of calling friends? Like, that's what I can't ever wrap my head around. Like, bad enough.
Wasn't
you're
there
supposed to
something?
call 911 if someone's unconscious, but even if you don't want to do that, go upstairs for help. Why are you going to call other people? I don't know.
Wasn't there something that said that she tried to text them and they didn't answer?
I mean, Steve said that, but I mean, it's Steve. You know, like, how would he know?
Right, we don't know. Yeah, we have to take the truth for it.
Also, I mean, I don't know about everyone else's, teenagers or young adults, but mine would never get up out of bed that many times. They might get up once, but they're going to end up texting and being like, "Yo, shut the hell up."
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she had to walk more than 2 steps.
Right, but she said that Kaylee and Maddie were like her second moms, and when they read the letter at the vigil. So why wouldn't you go get help from your second moms? Like, the only reason you would call other people is if you knew your second moms were not able to help you.
Well, here's the thing, Jen. Here's the real clincher on that. She says that she looked out the door the 3rd or 4th time, right?
Right.
And that the killer was walking by. Okay?
Allegedly. Yeah.
Okay. So she would have seen the door. Xana's room was right in front of hers, right?
No. It was across the living room.
Okay, but it was her door faces their door, right?
No, kind of, I guess.
She can see their door.
I don't know. I'm not going to answer that because I don't know.
She can see their door from her door.
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
So why wouldn't she see Ethan's body was found half in the door and half out? And if it was open...
We don't know that it was for fact, but maybe it was dark. I don't know. Who knows? One of the many questions, Kane. Who knows?
Are we fighting again?
No, I'm saying I agree with you. Like, if he was half in, half out, but forget all that. Why would you think someone's unconscious? Like, listen, we can go in circles about this whole thing because
this is 8 hours. 8 hours before the cops were called.
Right.
You look out your door. You see somebody walking by. You don't take a little quick dip around the room and see somebody's door is open. Go and say, "Hey, who was that?" Or whatever. Right. Or you see a body laying outside the door. I don't know. It does add up.
You hear crying. Your sorority sister crying, and then you see a guy with a mask on, and you don't think, maybe. It's just, no matter which way you slice it, to me, that narrative is BS and an insult to my intelligence, like, if I had any. But bottom line,
you're smart.
That is weird, and then you want to fast forward to the next day, or the next, or later on in the morning at close to noon, or whenever they saw the bodies originally. Why wouldn't you go for help upstairs? Imagine you have a roommate, right? You have multiple roommates. You wake up and you see one of them, something happened. You think they're unconscious, right? Let's just play along and say that there's no blood and it's not obvious that they're dead. You think they might be unconscious. First of all, you're supposed to call 911 first, regardless, so they can get medical help. Okay, but even so, let's just say you didn't want to call 911. If you needed help, why would you call other people that live outside of the house? Why wouldn't you just go to your other roommates? Like, so no matter which way you slice it, it's shady. And I'm sorry that Dylan was a man. He would have been arrested. Like, it's a pretty blonde girl, so it's just it triggers me. I get so upset when I talk about it.
How did that play Heather's video? There's way too many questions. It is, and I don't know. Wow, where Twiz Gang? Is this a channel?
Elle made a comment about Ash. Oh, I'll put it inside. Never mind. Hold on.
Here, okay. You tend to the chat. I will tend to my video here. I don't know why it's not playing my video. There we go. Of the okay, now where's my description? Here we go. Okay. Nope, that's not the video. Hold on, it's one before this.
Okay, while you're looking for that, let me just, because I don't feel like typing, I'm being lazy. Elle, so about Ashlyn, right? So she says that Xana took over her lease in May, and she said that the murders happened in her old room, right? So that would mean that she used to be in Xana's room. So that still leaves an empty room and another person on the bottom floor, right? And regardless, regardless of all that, even if what she was saying was true, if someone took over her lease, then she wouldn't still be the sixth person on the lease. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, who did you think was the sixth person on the lease there?
I'm gonna do a video on that because it's a whole. I have to show all my receipts. I can't do it now.
But who do you think?
I'm not gonna say the person's name, and I'm not gonna say it in my video either because I don't want to dox them. But if you know enough about the victims, you're gonna recognize this person immediately and know who they are. And that person is actually a criminal justice major. She's a criminal justice major. Just saying.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know what. Did you see what YouTube was doing to me there?
No.
That was weird.
But yeah, the person I think is the real sixth roommate is a criminal justice major. She currently, at the time of the murders, lived in the Taylor Avenue apartments with her boyfriend. So that would make sense to me why she would still be on the lease and still paying, but not actually be there because she wanted to live with her boyfriend. I don't know for a fact, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that points to it being her. I'll do a video on it soon. Some people know. Heather knows, I think.
Okay.
I think Woke Up knows. I don't know.
All right. I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. You can still talk, but they really won't hear you. And I need to check. My phone sucks so bad. I wish Heather would send me stuff in my email, but she sent it on me on my text. And this is the big bada boom here. For tonight, blah, 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 blah. And let's see here. Okay, so if you guys remember this fella here, sorry, Aiden Anderson, right? He interviewed Fry, and let me check this out because she sent me a link. Am I screaming in your ear, Jen? Sorry.
I'm listening, but I'm muting it.
That's okay. And okay, so I don't know this one name, and that's why I hope Heather's still here. I see her name in the chat. So okay, so Heather, you sent me a link here, and you sent me a few, and I'll try to get it all. My phone sucks so bad, you guys. It's so dark. And so it's hard to see. But here's what her text says. And I don't know if she was messing with me or not, but this is, I feel, pretty big news. And so it says, Joe is Lake Campbell's dad.
He's like a council person or like city council or some shit like that too.
Who is Joe and who is Lake?
Joe Campbell. Lake used to live at the house. Lake Campbell. Joe Campbell is his.
How are they? Okay, so they lived at the house, and
no, I don't think his father did. Just his son, and I think that's like Emma Bailey's stepdad. To be honest, I have not even looked down the Emma Bailey rabbit hole. I don't think it's related personally, but
well, you're gonna like this.
Okay, show me. Oh, also, Joe Campbell he made a comment on UI's post the day of the murders with the vandal alert, and confirmed that his son lived there. I have the screenshot somewhere, by the way.
Okay, all right, let me play the thing. Hold up. Okay, so this is from Heather Fitzgerald. If somebody please put a link for her, and she sent me a text, and I'll show you what she said. And I was so tired, and this phone sucks so bad. I gotta send all these links, and I will in just a moment to my phone, to my computer, so I can see.
I'm send you my old iPhone. Seriously, it's sitting in the drawer doing nothing. It's like 7. It's old AF.
I have a mini iPad mini, and I need to get that looked at. Okay, yeah, so they can't hear you right now. Okay, so Joe is Lake Campbell's dad. He is married to Cindy.
Cindy Barnhart.
Okay.
I don't know, someone like that.
All right. If you don't know, hold on. Just let me get this straight here. Let me make sure I got it right. Sorry. Okay. So Joe is and Heather probably okay. She's giving me some links. Good. Okay. A lady got sucked into an airplane. No, Heather, don't change the subject. I feel like this is pretty big. So if you remember, we spoke about Aiden Anderson, that he was a member of the Church of Christ, and that he does the interviews with the local politicians, and he is their trusted source. He has a YouTube page. His goal is not to get hits on the YouTube page, or he's not getting them anyway. He has less subscribers than me, and I believe. And anyway, what she says, Joe, and so I'm hoping Heather will help us out here. Joe is Lake Campbell's dad. He is married to Cindy. Cindy. Oh man, why does it do this? See, I told you my phone sucks, and I hate YouTube. I officially hate YouTube. Oh my gosh. Just die, please. There we go. So Joe is Lake Campbell's dad. He is married to Cindy Campbell, I guess. Cindy is Aiden's mom, Aiden Anderson. Aiden is the best friend. Aiden is the best friend of Emma Bailey. Would you please post that link if you can, Heather? I would appreciate it. I have it here, but then we'd have to watch it on my phone.
Dreams come true, and you can even play interactive games.
My name's Casey Green, guys. I'm corporal for Boston Police Department, okay? School received a phone call of a potential shooter. We investigated it.
Okay, this is a different clip. Okay, sorry. You can't... YouTube won't let me close their shit. I don't know. Okay, sorry. So, Heather... Aiden Barnhart. Okay. Well, I was on the Aiden Anderson tip. So how is that? Who is Aiden Barnhart now? So you're throwing some names at me. I'm not familiar with. I'm sorry. And a Barnhart is married to a Koberger. Okay. Thank you, El. That's great. Here we got a link. Okay.
How's it going, y'all? My name is Aiden Anderson, and this is Candidate Candids. In this series, I'm going out to meet and talk with the candidates in the...
Okay, he's Emma Bailey's best friend. I thought it was Aiden Anderson. That's why I was like, boom. My bad. So he's... Okay, was he in that video where Demetrius was being arrested that we watched with Bubbly Waters, Heather? If you remember that. So how is that... What does Aiden Barnhart have to do, Heather? Aiden is a girl, okay. Thank you. And Aiden Anderson is the husband of Cindy. Oh.
In the upcoming Moscow City Council election to better know them and to better understand their platform and how they hope to serve our community. In this interview, I meet with City Council candidate Joe Campbell. Let's get into it.
Oh, awesome.
Joe, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well.
I've been asking each of the candidates that I've interviewed this, but with it being just under 4 weeks out from actual election day, how have things been going with the campaign?
It just keeps getting busier and busier. And then with the forums coming up next week, so there'll be 3, so people take a look out at that. You're probably advertising that, but you could advertise that at the end of the video or something. But,
indeed.
Yeah, but so yeah, it's getting pretty busy, and then I've fallen a little behind in the yard signs, so I'm out there hanging up yard signs and the parade yesterday. But I really have been enjoying it, especially recently. So yeah, I'm excited.
Excellent. Tell me a little bit more about the parade. I know that's an every year occurrence now, and it's a big event. What was it like getting ready for that, being a part of it?
Yeah, you know, my wife, Cindy Barnhart, has a cheerleading team. And so I've been in parades with them holding the banner for Lightning Elite Cheerleading. And even the Pullman Parade, we do that. I've had a little bit of experience recently, and I was excited yesterday that it just so happens that her team was right in front of where the politicians started or whatever. So I just had to prevent myself from walking with them. But and then we had some friends, cheerleading friends, Shad and his family, 2 daughters who were helping us with the parade, and it was really a great event. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, it seems like Moscow is one of those towns that always has a ton of community events going on, parade being one, farmers market being another. The fact that, you have them both happening at the same time and is a wonderful thing. I think you've highlighted some of that in your campaign material, either on your website and that sort of thing, the local events side of things.
Yes, definitely. When I first moved here, I was pretty active with the arts community. And in fact, when I was trying to decide whether to move here or Pullman, because I work in Pullman, I think the arts community in Moscow really was a tipping point. And I have no regrets about that. It's just, it's great. And then the various different kinds of events, farmers market, and then they're going to have the indoor market in November. And there's a lot to do.
And remind me, how long ago was it that you actually moved to Moscow?
26 years approximately.
Okay. And you've been involved with the arts community that whole time?
Well, I've had various, involvements with parts of the arts community. But my wife Cindy is on the Arts Commission now, and I help her with some things on that. I was a DJ at various different times more recently. So I've had, a variety of different kinds of interactions. I used to go to the art, art sales at the Pritchard, when it was the Pritchard. They used to have, the art department had some events there selling community art at a bid art auction at the Pritchard. It was an event I used to go to a lot. And just as different, in the last few years, I've been editing a book volume that just came out. It took a lot of time. And so a lot of my community efforts were like with the radio station, just something I could do without too much time commitment, because I have a lot of time commitments.
No, I completely understand. I mean, being a professor, having all of that, the off season is not off season for teachers. Of the teachers that I do know, it's an awful lot of paperwork.
I will tell you the one thing I learned from retirement is just how much time I put in as a teacher. It's just unbelievable. And so, yeah.
And forgive me, how long have you been retired for?
Just a few months. I retired, I guess, in May, just this past spring.
So this running for city council, all of the campaigning side of things, it's kind of like you're coming out of retirement a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And the one great thing about it is I really do want to spend my retirement giving back to the community and trying to help in whatever way that I can. And whether I win or lose, I'm learning a lot about just how many options there are in this community to help. There are a lot of different things going on, and I'm learning more and more about them as I campaign. So, so I think it was definitely the right move for me. Yeah.
Just to give context to our viewers, we're in Moscow's Friendship Square right there, and right across the way I can see the notice board, which is filled with all sorts of those events of people trying to help out and raise awareness, and both in terms of entertainment, education, outreach, and then actual genuine volunteer work that people can be a part of. So there's always something going on.
That's right.
If I might ask, what are the sort of things as you've learned more about how you want to give back to the community and how you want to be able to serve people who, for all intents and purposes, are your neighbors and that sort of thing, what particular either organizations or methods of outreach have you found that you are most attracted to?
Yeah, I recently joined the League of Women's Voters, and they're nonpartisan, but they have a speaker series. So I went to the first meeting, and we were asked to consider volunteering for different committees, and they had a variety, and there's a speaker series there. And when I helped create a philosophy conference, the Inland Northwest Philosophy Conference, and I was the program director of the American Philosophical Association conference. At the time, it was probably the largest English-speaking philosophy conference in the world, actually. Wow. So, and I served on the A.K.A. committee, program committee, for a number of years. So I have experience with kind of high-level programming, and they have a lot of great ideas already. I really do think information is really important, especially at this time with climate issues. I think trying to get out information to people and effective ways of doing that is the best way to go.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine I would be inclined to agree, because it's often difficult to compel people to action when they don't know what's going on. Should I care about this? How do I care about this? It can seem abrupt and uninvited if they're not actually on board with you, or at least don't know the context of what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, and I mean, toward the end of my career, I mostly did metaphysics. I worked on free will, but toward the end of my career, I got into political philosophy and political freedom. And I do think that, there's, this is a little lingo-ish, and people don't like the language, but there are negative liberties and there are positive liberties, where negative liberties are like rights. And the trouble with rights, which we all have and which are good, is they still have obligations. And then that's the trick, is how do you get people to pay attention to the obligations? And if they fail, what do you do? So positive rights, on the other hand, that deals with issues of autonomy. So how can you incentivize the public into doing really what is best for the community? Information is one way, but there are other things too.
This is actually great, because I was hoping I could get you to unpack a little bit of your philosophy, and now I have an opportunity. Do explain a little bit more what you mean by the difference between positive and negative liberties, was it?
Yeah. Well, so this comes from the work of Isaiah Berlin, which I got interested in. So I think his famous essay, I think, is called Two Concepts of Liberty. And in my slogan, I have community equals diversity plus liberty. And one lesson I've learned from him is that most political problems are really a function of different concepts of freedom and how to negotiate those. That's where the diversity comes in, with the different concepts of liberty. I think a lot of political conflicts are sort of subject to that kind of analysis. And I do think that the way out is, one way to build respect that you want for negative liberty, respect for rights of others, is through positive incentives. Help people to become better people, I think. And I think better people are just going to want to do better things. I really do believe that. So I think it kind of has a social payback if you enrich the lives of individuals, really how they see fit. Give them opportunities to enrich their own lives, really is what we want to do. I think it will pay back in better citizens, a better democracy. Yeah.
That is fascinating to me, and I think it makes sense out of a lot of the political controversies, if you will, that can arise both in small town politics and in big city national politics. And that can oftentimes be a difficult conversation to resolve, because people are expecting it to get resolved at scale, where everyone's on the same page at once. And I think a case can be made that that's not really feasible a lot of the time.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, not just a lot of the time.
You're on.
No, I'm just saying I'm back, but I'm gonna get off. I'll just be in chat.
What's that? Wait, what?
I'm gonna get off the phone.
I can't hear you. You have to get off the phone.
I'm gonna get off the phone. I don't feel being on the phone anymore.
Why? Don't you have more?
No, I'm saving it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, here, I'll put you back on. Alright, say goodnight.
Good night, everyone. I'll be in chat. I just gotta start going through the stuff I'm gonna pack.
All right, we waited like 10 minutes for you to find whatever you found, and then you're gonna leave.
I wasn't showing you though the stuff I was looking for. I was just sending it to Rochelle.
You were in the shower.
Rochelle, I sent it to her in Discord. If you were on Discord, I would maybe send it to you.
Wait, what?
I said if you were on Discord, I would send it to you.
Oh, is it like that? Okay. Anyway.
No, I don't want to put it out there just yet because I'm gonna do a video on it, on who I think is a real sixth roommate. But I just haven't done it yet because I've been distracted with something else.
It's okay, because I'm at it with nothing half-assed again. Because, okay, nothing half-assed. Do you see this plaque right here? It's brass, and there's wood around it. I can't win shit tonight. Right here. I said, I wonder if it's a Mason bench. Who dedicated this bench? Because that's what the people do. They buy the bench for the city, and then they put their little name on it. I said, jokingly, is it a Mormon or a Masonic bench? Do you see the plaque? I'm like, do you see the plaque? She says, I see the tree.
Yeah, I see the plaque.
Okay, well, there's one win for me tonight. Yay. All right, Jen. Well, thank you very much for everything you did. I appreciate it. I hope we'll have you on when you get back from this weekend, right?
No, I'm not leaving till Friday night. So if you're on before that.
Okay, I usually do. I love doing Friday nights. Friday nights are usually pretty big, because then everybody can kind of sleep in the next day. I think if we run long, we're at 1:30 right now, so I'll probably shut it down in the next half hour anyway. But if you're gonna hang out in the chat, I'll keep it going. So
yeah, I'll be in and out of the chat. I'm just gonna start trying
to
sort out what I'm.
I don't know if you need to zoom in there. Nothing half-assed. If you could see where my cursor.
Love you guys.
Anyway, okay, all right. Thank you, Jen. Bye.
Bye.
Political philosophy and started reading people is how much that history of our idea of freedom politically comes from various conceptions of individual freedom. Mm-hmm. So the debates kind of play out in sort of similar ways. But, you know, free will is an interesting topic because a lot of people, everybody wants to talk about it, everybody has an opinion about it, but the opinions vary so widely. And everybody's confident their opinion is the right one, and even though they all disagree. But but I do think that some of that gets reflected on the political level, and that's where, you know, this idea of diverse points of liberty can really kind of get in the way, and you know, but I think just like in philosophy, trying to find those areas of commonality, like what really are we after, you know, what really do we want to accomplish, and trying to focus the goals in a way that appeal to general values that we all share, not the differences among us.
In my conversation with Evan Holmes, he brought up, jokingly, but I think it strikes a note here, is the idea of like, well, there's two things in Moscow that no one can dislike, and that's the farmer's market and pickleball. And it's a great joke, but I think it also highlights some of the stuff that you're saying is like, at this level, we should be able to find some commonalities that we can actually work towards, provide tangible results in, and then the rest of this, well, we can have a conversation about it, sure, but we have to retain our focus if we're going to go anywhere with these other conversations as well.
I think that's exactly right. It's funny because somebody asked me if I was playing pickleball when I told them I was retired. I've never played. I know very little about the game, but maybe, have you ever played?
I have not played. It just looks like, I confess to me, it looks like a very simplified, weird version of tennis.
I confess to me? I'm not Grumpy Bear. I'm trying to show you that there's a brass plaque right here, and you're saying it looks like a sugar tree. I'm trying to win one fight today. Okay.
Yeah. That maybe I'm not in the right tax bracket for.
Wow, those are the fakest laughs I've ever heard.
Pickleball is in the future. I used to play handball when I was younger, and then I played racquetball actually on the U of I for.
Okay, so you're in the right tax bracket.
That's
maybe maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days.
Yeah, actually, the hard game is squash, but I digress probably from. But I do think the point that you're making is a great point. Is that there are a lot of areas of commonality for the people in this community. I think nature itself, like part of what brings us here, is a love of nature, a love of the outdoors. Here we're outdoors right now, you know, and so again, that's a point that we share in common. I think if we focus on those kinds of things, we would be better off.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to steer back into the campaign a little bit, you were
better off.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to steer back into the
again, that's a point that we share in common. I think if we focus on those kinds of things, we would be better off.
Mm-hmm. Well, just to steer back into the campaign a little bit, you are not the only philosophy-minded guy who's campaigning this time around.
William A. Smith, if anybody wants to look up that. Okay, so she says William Smith, Bill Smith, the Smiths, they built everything in, I guess, Moscow. And we have the same here in Pinellas County, the McMullins and the Booths, which is the same Booths as John Wilkes Booth. That family were the first settlers here in Pinellas County. And my Cub Scout den leader, my friend Paul's mom, was a McMullen. And so we got a lot of the history back when I was in 5th grade from her. She would always tell stories about how the land was settled here. So that's interesting.
I know you guys teach at different schools, but what have your interactions been like with Bryce Blankenship and that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's interesting because I've known Bryce for a long time. I didn't really interact with him too much in philosophy. I knew he was a philosopher. I knew him mostly from various restaurants that he worked at. He was just great, actually, and he was really wonderful to talk to. But, toward the end of my career, again, I had like these editing assignments and then this teaching. And so a lot of we used to interact with the U of I back in the day. We had a joint, a series of papers. I think they might have started it up this year, but it had kind of gone out for a while. So I know a lot of the U of I people, maybe not as well as I should, but just as philosophers. But I've known Bryce as a member of the community for quite some time, and I like him quite a lot, yeah.
And that brings me to another point, which is because you've been a professor at WSU.
Right.
And so there's, the little soft rivalry between WSU, U of I, and also just the companionship because they are so close together as schools and Moscow and Pullman as cities. How would you describe that dynamic, the interplay between the universities within your realm of experience?
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, I think it's changed, maybe not for the best. When I first moved here, they had the Wheatland Express, which was a bus that ran between campuses. We encouraged, at least in the philosophy department, University of Idaho students to take classes. I would have University of Idaho students every semester, at least 2 a semester. And it's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I come from somewhat humble beginnings, and there's something about the U of I, there's something about the Moscow people. There's a sort of level of humility. I'm not sure all the people who originate from Seattle, share. it's just different. It's a different kind of attitude, and but we lost that with the bus, and then worse, they stopped encouraging that, and then worse, they started discouraging actually students from other universities sort of partaking in things. And all of this, I guess, is by the way of cost savings of some kind, and there might be things I don't really understand about it, but there is a downside, I think, to that. And there's a difference between the two campuses, and I've grown to appreciate them both. I think when you get people that are similar in a lot of respects and also different in some respects, you should encourage interaction, more interaction. I think that would be a better thing.
So my impression here so far is that they're talking about the divide between the universities and the ideological divide, and they're really dancing around it. I mean, from the beginning, he said, well, politically, and then they kind of railed into this whole. But I also noticed that this guy in the background was hung out in a weird place, and he's attracted a friend. I don't know if he's just trying to get his 15 minutes of fame, or you find with the church, which Aiden Anderson is a member, that you will have people lurking around all the time. And so those two things I noticed.
I'd also like to see a little bit, there's so much going on over at WSU, over at U of I, so many different kinds of events. If you just thought of the music events that the music departments in the two universities put on a year, an incredible number. But there's no, as far as I could tell, way of kind of coordinating them together. There isn't one. There's a guy named Paul Bryans who used to work at WSU.
Okay.
He had a website where that's what he did in his retirement. He's since moved over, toward Seattle. I think he lives in one of the islands. But I'd like to look into that. Again, I think getting out information, letting people know what's available, is helpful and important. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think to touch on the getting information out, I know at a city level, when it comes to the individual counselors and their position, they are often strapped for time every single time. They're bringing up all the different possible events you could engage in. And I don't know if that's something you're looking forward to or not when if you win the election this year, but.
Yeah, well, this is what's nice about the campaign is that you can kind of test to see how ready you are, because I've been going to council meetings and committee meetings, frankly, to see if it is something I want to do. And I enjoy it. Obviously I'm going to have to pace myself. I'm interested in transportation though. There are a few key kind of issues that really interest me where I think I could offer something. So, I think picking my spots, the kinds of way I want to contribute, I'm kind of looking forward to it. I mean, like I said, because especially working on this edited volume, I was a little isolationist in my later years, and I'm looking forward to being a little bit more social, getting out and meeting people. I've enjoyed it so far. So.
This election cycle, as far as I've been following the forums and that sort of thing, there's a definitive theme, if you will, in terms of the issues that the candidates are being asked to address and interact with. Something along the lines of climate issues, water, and the ongoing developments as Moscow draws more and more people to it. And that's sort of the overarching theme that I've seen play out in subtle different ways at a number of the different forum opportunities that have been granted. When it comes to practical steps, I know there's a lot of talk that can say, yes, this is an issue, yes, we can focus on that. When it comes to a practical step, as you're thinking about it, what becomes, in your mind, the immediate priority? Like, let's say you get into office and the first thing on the agenda is something from that set of items. What particular policies are you thinking about, or that you have in mind that you think could be implemented to help advance those issues in a positive way?
Yeah. Well, in terms of concrete policies, I'm not sure I have many at the moment. One thing I've learned actually is just how well run Moscow is. I mean, they pretty much, have dealt with a lot the issues that, or they're dealing with a lot of the issues that need to be dealt with. I mean, one of the concerns of some people are the trees, but this is sort of forward looking. I mean, one day we're going to have to replace these trees. We don't want to do it all at the same time. That would be impossible. And so maybe figuring out a strategy about that or something. But I do think, one thing is the housing is just such a serious issue. It needs attention. I certainly don't know of any policies that are going to do that. But I still think it's a way where community forums might help, because here's one thing I know, because I've talked to lots of different people in lower income brackets in Moscow, people in higher income brackets in Moscow, and they all don't like the housing situation. There's not enough choice with respect to it. So when you get enough people like that who are sort of concerned, I think there's a potential to actually, make a difference. But I think first you got to collect the information together and then find out, what to do. There's a lot about this I don't quite understand. But if you look across the United States, across Canada, salaries have kind of maintained a plateau, maybe risen a little bit, whereas housing prices skyrocketed. And it affects everybody in different ways. So we all have a stake in attending to it and not looking away and not saying, oh, well, this is a problem across the country, so what are we going to do about it in Moscow? Well, maybe we can do something about it in Moscow. But I don't know what to do about it. But yeah.
I can see the community forum thing being incredibly helpful because as I'm sure, as I've seen at city meetings, and I'm sure you've seen because you've been going to the city meetings as well, there's always the chance that a miscommunication will occur between the public, the city, the government that is helping institute new development, and the developers themselves in terms of their plans and their combinations. And somewhere along the line, someone doesn't get a message, and now something's happening that people feel is unexpected or they are unprepared for in terms of, oh, if I had known that this is what they were considering, then maybe I would have spoken up or I would have offered my voice. So I think that the increase in community forums where it's actually bringing a variety of people together, the increase in community forums where it's actually bringing a variety of people together on this issue, they might not be able to do anything practical about it in that moment to fix the problem, so to speak, because it's a bigger problem than that. Right. But there's always a chance that in talking with each other, they might come up with a potential solution. And then at the very least, they're preventing the problems that miscommunication or a lack of communication can cause, which is just surprise and sort of the rude awakenings that can occur with sudden and abrupt changes in policy or the look of a town or what have you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I'm just filled with with things to say, but I'm really, when I went to the education forum, which I think that they're all great because you really can learn a lot about how well structured the Moscow education system is, how they've got their bases covered in a lot of interesting ways and important ways, and and the candidates are pretty good at revealing some of that. But it came out in one of those meetings that Lewiston was able to pass a bond, and the way that a school bond, I don't know if you know about the Lewiston High School, but
only vaguely, so go ahead.
You should go down and look at it because it looks like, all-star caliber thing. But really, how do you convince people? Well, what they did is they broke it up into little subcommittees and just went around the town in different places. I mean, it interests me because it's a sort of, problem about the community, the flow of information in a community. How do you get information across? Like, I know my mother-in-law, Trish Nelson, she was a former teacher, has a lot of former teacher friends, but a lot of them will go to her for advice, say, about who to vote for, something like that. So you get these people, they keep track, and then somehow they get information out to other people. And, hooking into that kind of network, trying to find out what the little sub-communities are and who you could tell that will really get that information out wider. But it is really just, having forums. I'm talking there about something on the scale of, like, if we wanted to have a school bond. I think that's the way to do it, is to break it up and go out there in the public and have people like Jim and Dulcie, who are on the school board now, who really understand just the whole, structure of the Moscow education system, explain the need. And, if it's going to work, that's the way it's going to work.
Yeah. It's the idea of, incremental problem solving that involves a lot of communication, that involves building a lot of trust, and sort of gradually, if to use the phrase, digging yourself out of a hole bit by bit. Maybe that's the wrong way to frame the conversation, but I think it is a helpful way to frame the solution, just in terms of you're going to have to work at it steadily, and it's going to be incremental change. It's not going to happen all at once for some of these problems, but you can actually build a more resilient community structure.
It's a word salad and a half.
Those sorts of incremental changes or pieces of communication than you can if you were just a clean sweep. It's like, all right, some changes are going to happen. We're going to, take this building down and replace it with this one, and everybody else.
It seems like two things. It seems like they referred to subgroups or subcommittees, getting it to the right subcommittee and groups. And so it lends itself to the idea that groups in control, getting it to the right group in control. Now WSU Kim's mom seems to understand what they're talking about a little better, because they are dancing around everything like they're at a woke festival or something. They're so scared to say key words that they have to dance around, and it's not making any sense to us. But it does seem to be that they're talking about the divide between the left and the right and the housing crisis, which, when we know that the reason that the memorial was moved from the house to the campus was because they want to put housing there. I'm glad I'm recording this. I wish I recorded at the beginning a little more. I'll go back. Hopefully it'll still be there and do that myself. But if Kim wants to lend herself to anything that they've said, if you're still here, I would appreciate that, because she did make some good comments. She thinks he's a developer, which would make sense. He does kind of look like a construction guy. He's a big guy. I don't know where he's from. To me, that sounds like it's just a generic accent from the Idaho area. I don't know that you'd have, but anyway, where are we here? At 32. I'll show you the Woke Up 1984 if you didn't see before. This is green shirt guy, and he was there
in my,
from about right here.
Hard to get them out.
And he's right here.
And
he kind of just stopped and got in the camera shot. And then this girl joined him, and I noticed that she was,
that's not it.
As he's looking at his phone the whole time, she's kind of pretending to look at her phone and keeps looking over at the camera. And I was saying that just reminds me of what the Scientologists do whenever
and that's something we all have stake.
They are protecting something or keeping an eye on something. There is an app, if you guys aren't familiar, that you can use, and some of you may want to use it. It's a spy app, and it uses either a microphone in your phone, or an external microphone that plug anything you can plug into your phone works better, and you put on headphones with it, and you can hear through walls, you can hear down the street, you can hear people's conversations perfectly with these apps. They just call them listening apps or something like that. So people, if people are 100 feet away from you, as in this situation, he might have earbuds in, we don't know. He may just be listening to and recording even the conversation as it goes. And what that app does, it reduces external noise and picks up on the frequency of the human voice. And so it's very clear. If you have anybody that's elderly that needs a hearing aid, you don't have to pay $5,000. You can just hook up that app to a phone. It's not too loud. It doesn't blast your ears. And you can hear clearly, perfectly everything everybody's saying. Whether it's right in front of you or... I don't know that I've tried it over 100 feet, but from even through walls, through doors, 100 feet away. Okay. And so that is just something that he kept... And so woke up, yeah, if you're listening, he stuck around, and he's just right there on camera, and then the girl's ducking behind the tree, and she seems interested in what he's doing. And then he finally left. So, okay, we were at 32. I'll go back there. Up and down and all around.
Take this building down and replace it with this one, and everybody else is looking around like you've grown 3 heads.
Right. No, yeah, I like that. The idea of building a better community structure. I think that's right. And I think with mixing the groups up, not always having all the 1912 building is great. But, just going around, because you draw a certain kind of crowd there probably, but we want to get things out to everybody. But then in each little, next gathering, there were people that were in the one before and some that weren't. And, you get to meet more people. Yeah, I think I got sidetracked when I was talking about my friend, Neil Levy. Part of it is that we, we grow, what is it? Echo chamber. We get into echo chambers. We get surrounded by people that we're used to being around, and it's just the same old complaints. If you mix that up, there's some diversity, some difference of opinion, and getting that kind of difference of opinion, I think, that's when the solutions start. Because if the people in the echo chambers had the solution, they'd be out there implementing it, right? But they don't have the solution. So somehow you got to kind of break that up, get different conversations going.
And that's something I've heard. Being a more recent citizen of Moscow, having come to town later than you did, and having friends that have come later than I have, there is that conversation about Moscow being a little bit of a bubble, and that's just sort of the nature of the town to an extent, because it's not very large. There's not a ton of infrastructure between the town and its neighbors, so to speak, and that can lend to, just like the echo chamber effect, being in a bubble. When people come from out of town and, they're excited to join up with what Moscow has to offer, but there are also just some idiosyncrasies that don't make sense unless you've been living in Moscow for a while. And then that's just sort of the way things are. And
it might, and it's interesting because even if there aren't an echo chamber, there might be appearance of one. And that's worth dealing with right there. I mean, I think, you know, I don't know. Most of the people I get to know in Moscow, once you get to know them, they're very open-minded and very diverse. There's just so many different kinds of viewpoints. And sometimes you'll think of somebody, you know, sort of as a hippie or something like that, and you find out things about them that you just might not have imagined. So, you know, sort of as a hippie or something like that, and you find out things about them that you just might not have imagined. So, and that just as a hippie or something like that, and you find out things about them that you just might not have.
Hey. At first, I thought it was a hippie walking by. I guess maybe it is. Do we recognize that guy? Is that somebody that looks familiar? Yeah, it's a spy app. It's just that the timing was ironic that he walked right by. If you know somebody is a hippie or something as a hippie walks by, I don't think they like the term hippies. I think they like Native American.
Imagine. So, and that is one of the, especially now I'm going out and meeting new people. One of the things I really enjoy about Moscow is just that diversity. But there's some really interesting people here. I mean, there are writers, there are artists, there are, well, you're a filmmaker. I mean, you know, it's just, there's a lot.
So, all right, so jumping on also what WSU Kim's mom was saying is that this guy has a different viewpoint, I think, than many people in Moscow. He's more from an art background. Aiden just said that both of them are from out of town. They're not natives. So wherever he is from, that'd be interesting to find out. Mr. Ballin. It did look like Mr. Ballin. That's why I was like, okay, wait, I know that guy. That'd be so funny if Mr. Ballin was there. Okay? That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Where's P Fox tonight? Okay, let's finish this. I have more stuff if you guys, and then I want to do more of the backmasking. So if you have a suggestion for the backmasking, let me know. I'll record it and we'll listen to it. Okay, here we go.
Going on. A lot of people are doing things out there. Yeah.
One thing, just to change gears a little bit, one thing I've always been interested in is, you know, you have all of these people who are in the middle of campaign season right now. And so there's a lot of, like you said, you've got yard signs to put up and you've got forums to attend. But when you're not doing any of that, what do you do for fun? What are your hobbies? What are your, what do you do and your wife do on the side when you've hung up the cape and that sort of thing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, my wife and I, we just like hanging around in our house. We got a great view. We live, you know, up on a hill. I could see Moser. You can see Moscow Mountain, and it's so we like hanging out on our porch, even in the cold weather. Got a little fireplace on the porch. So, and you know, I have a lot of interest. Film and music, I think, are the two biggest ones, and mostly like. Lately, especially today, I wanted to relax a little bit, and I just made a mixtape, you know.
Oh.
So I make these mixtapes, and I put them on iTunes. I'm going to try to shift them over to something, Spotify or something like that.
You know, I feel like you should have put this earlier in your campaign, that you were a DJ and you have mixtapes. You could have gotten some really interesting...
Well, and, you know, when I did shows, I would always do thematic shows, like on freedom or politics or something like that. So I have... so the mixtape I made today is called Election. I'll send you a link to it. But... and I literally listened to it while I kind of beefed it up a little bit today. I added some newer stuff, and I listen to it while I'm out there driving around, hanging up signs.
Just sort of gets you in the mood and gets
me in the mood.
Gotcha.
And yeah, so don't take the song literally always, because a lot of times it really just has to do with the beat. It's just sort of upbeat kind of.
Literally, I was thinking that from the beginning with King Tonka, that his speech sounded a little slurred. Oh, you were on the FM dial? Really, Happy Hounds? That's dope. That's awesome. Was that back in the day or when they had records, or were you on the digital programming there? Yeah, I whiskey and his coffee. That's sweet.
Makes me feel better.
I have friends within my industry who, when they're editing, which I can't do this, by the way. I have to be dialed in, but they'll have their own version of that, some sort of mixtape, where the whole point isn't necessarily the music itself, but to keep them focused and to keep them churning out whatever it is they're making. So totally understand that.
Yeah. And you know, I went to this conference recently, and the hotel was pretty far from where the events were, and I made a mixtape for that I would listen to walking, and it's pretty good.
Excellent. Well, I have come to the end of my list of questions for you. I want to give you an opportunity to plug your campaign to whoever might be available. If you don't mind speaking to the camera, sure. Just tell people what you're running for and where they can find you so that they can get involved in your campaign.
Yeah, I'm Joe Campbell, running for town council, Moscow City Council, and you could reach me via email at joe@voteforjoecampbell.com, and voteforjoecampbell.com is my website as well. So there's some information there, and yeah, looking forward to seeing you. If anybody needs a yard sign, contact me, Joe at voteforjoecampbell.com, and I will come and give it. And if you want me to come by and talk, we have a lot of forums this week. I don't know if I'm going to start this week, but I am going to meet in coffee shops maybe the week after. Cup of Joe with Joe.
That's great. That's great.
So yeah, so look forward to that.
Joe, thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, that Happy Hounds, I miss those days of album rock, man. When you had a whole Aerosmith or Blue Oyster Cult record and the whole side was good and the album artwork was awesome, and I remember waking up in middle school to 5 Yes songs in a row or whatever. It was amazing. My question for you, Happy Hounds, was did you keep any of those records? Because I know that radio stations got special edition vinyls, and those are very valuable these days, especially like some of those EPs and stuff. Like, I think that Samantha Fox one is worth a good $10 now. But yeah, WSU Kim Mom, I think a lot of us did feel that, and I feel that it would be just so much easier if we could just say this guy was an incel, and and we could just lay back and trust the LE, and with everything we've seen. Hey Bubs, what's up? How you doing, hon? How's everything going? Any word yet? We've been worried about you. We said a prayer for you earlier in the chat. Thank you for joining me on that, guys. I appreciate it. And it does seem that the best reference I can make, WSU Mom Kim. Wait, wasn't it Kim Mom before? I guess you had to change it for whatever reason. Those YouTube streets, I tell you. Is that when you tell the truth on something, there's not a lot of derivation in the story. When you start with the truth, you end up with the truth. There's nothing to remember. There's no times to change, or obviously there's a lot of mystery. Now I would be interested. Oh, it was a University of Idaho station. And it was before I was born in the late 70s. I was born in the 60s. I was born in 69. Oh, you cooked for Willie Nelson. That's a cool job. and the Doobie Brothers and Bonnie Raitt. That's so awesome! Wow, you really got close to those people. I bet. That's so cool. Did the radio job led to that or whatever? Thanks, Nothing Half-Assed. Ah. No, I was born in 2005. I think I've met some kids who were born in like 2005. They're like, we don't even know what 9/11 is. Anyway, so I'm yelling. Good to see Weather Waters. That was a good. Okay, so I have more stuff I want to play. First off, just a few more things, and then we'll go back and we'll do the back mask that you guys asked for. So okay, let's open that a third one up. Okay, let me see if you can't see it yet. All right. Why did I have this one up, I wonder? Oh, okay, so, alright. We can end the discussion with, and I had this just in case Nothing Half-Assed was in here and tearing me apart on my construction knowledge, which I will admit is limited. But I did look it up. And, I guess I did read, she's right, I will admit she got me, on the footer thing. That is, footer is 18 inches, right? Is that right? Nothing Half-Assed. She definitely has me on the construction thing. So let's take a look. Here's some images. And I'll just go to the images here. Alright. So, 12-inch footing. Okay, so the footing is less than I set. And so I can only imagine that maybe for a 2-story house, you would add more. Say 6 more inches maybe, or another 12. So you're looking at 2 feet. I feel strongly that the foundation of 1122 was at least exposed 3 feet. And I felt like it continued down more in that house that that was next door with the garage door. It appeared to have the kind of look of more of a wall and a foundation part of the structure. So that's why. So a footing, 12 inches. Okay, so that's one. Let's go through them all and see. And I didn't mean to seem snippy. Maybe I'm a little cranky. I haven't had my milk yet. Alright, so let's see here. Top of foundation to be finished level at the correct depth. Alright. Oh, these are for a skyscraper. 12 inches, 18 inches, rebar. Okay. Alright. Ah, here's something interesting. Look at this. Let's see if it'll zoom in like it's supposed to. Come on, and work. Hey, can you guys start calling me Kanesy? Because I love Conan O'Brien. He's my favorite comedian. I want to be Kanesy, like Conesy. Alright, so this right here, I'm not blocking it. Okay. Is a basement and stem wall. And so it's the height in feet, 1 foot. Depth, 1 foot. Thickness, 8 inches. So that's interesting, that basement and stem wall. That I think that's interesting. Basement, first floor, other, thickness, 4 inches. It's a very good point. Nothing Half-Assed. The thing that struck me was the texture of this retaining wall, this wall that they say is the basement, looks very similar to the 1122. Okay, that's enough on that. So here, this is very interesting, and this is why I wanted to play it. If you read the headline, Kissimmee Police Chief resigns. Interim chief named after concerns over grand jury investigation. Let's listen in.
Kissimmee Police Chief Betty Holland has resigned. This news comes days after prosecutors determined her statements were inconsistent during a grand jury investigation. Good evening, I'm Greg Warman.
And I'm Martha Sigalski. This is a major development in a case that we have been following for more than a year. The state attorney's office opened this investigation because 9 investigators questioned the actions of a Kissimmee police officer who was seen on video kneeing a man in the face. Investigative reporter Shannon Butler has been following today's developments. And Shannon, the department is now under new leadership.
They are Orange County Major Bobby Anzueto will take over for now. This move, not a surprise. It is a difficult end to a very long and distinguished career for Chief Betty Holland, but it's clear this is...
El pañal ideal.
in rebuilding this department and the community's trust. It was a short run for Police Chief Betty Holland, who took the helm of Kissimmee Police in April of 2023. But a case she handled just after she took office is now the reason she's no longer in it. Last week, 9 investigators told you that the state attorney's office questioned the credibility of 11 officers after the state claims some were untruthful and others tried to hinder a grand jury proceeding. It all stems from this use of force case with Andrew Bisagio. We told you about this incident back in 2023 and questioned this knee strike that is against their policy, especially since it appeared that Sean Kastner was having a mental health issue. The chief telling us she talked with Officer Bisagio and made a determination for an 8-hour suspension.
I couldn't see it on the video, but I will take Officer Bisagio's word and that he saw what he thought was a battery. He didn't know if he was going to go arm himself.
The state saw that report and asked for a criminal investigation. That was not done at Kissimmee Police, but it was looked at by FDLE, and now the state, who sent the case to the grand jury who indicted Bisagio on multiple charges, including battery. But in that proceeding, the state found issue after issue that will be outlined in a grand jury presentment that will soon be released. 2 officers have been relieved of duty. The Internal Affairs Corporal also reassigned. Now, the city manager saying the recent issues have highlighted the need for a renewed focus on accountability and integrity, both within the department and its relationship with that community. Now, Orange County Major Bobby Anzueto is now the interim chief starting on Wednesday, while an investigation done by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, a criminal one and an internal one, will be underway. Martha.
All right, Shannon.
So they used the grand jury, I guess, to... What the heck is this?
A deeper investigation.
Where regular brushes.
Of course they hit me with the ad. And now they get you that you click on the video to pause it, and it goes to another page. That's just ridiculous. It's like they don't want you to watch their program. It really is.
Of a discarded coffin had just uncovered the tip of a potentially...
Dang, I didn't realize there was music. All right. Oh, they use this in a smuggling operation. Wow. And the officers analyzed the packaging, discovering markings that hinted at organized network. Further leads pointed towards a sophisticated criminal network using coffins as transport vessels. This method allowed them to move illegal goods under the guise of respectable funeral processions. By exploring the solemnity of funerals, the criminals avoided drawing attention for their activities. Forensics experts played a crucial role finding fingerprints and other telling clues on the packages. They meticulously cataloged every piece of evidence, seeking connections that could lead back to the key figures. The prints were run through databases, and other forensic techniques were employed to ensure no stone was left unturned. Through their detailed investigation, they managed to trace the origin of the suspicious coffin to a funeral home. This was a significant breakthrough. With this new lead, the officers geared up to delve deeper into the connections between the funeral home and the wider smuggling network. Their next step was to confront the funeral home owner and verify his involvement. Surprisingly, the funeral home was cooperative. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he willingly provides surveillance footage. The officers pored over the documents and videos looking for inconsistencies or signs of illicit activities. The surveillance footage revealed suspicious late-night activity at the funeral home. Unmarked vans and unidentified individuals were frequently seen loading and unloading items after hours. These findings corroborated their theory of the funeral home as a front for a smuggling network. The officers knew they were onto something. Commercial. All right, that's fine. That's enough. They had to act swiftly to catch the culprits. Okay, so I promised you guys that Andrew, the neighbor I have that's friends with Brian, my friend, would be on tonight. I promise you I will bring him on Friday when I do the Friday show with Jen and Heather, and he has a story about the cops, which is a great story. But he also, his brother owned a funeral home. And I thought I was Mr. Smarty Pants talking to him. And he's been around a little bit more than me. And I was like, well, you know, a lot of crimes can be covered up by using the crematorium in a funeral home. And as I was saying the words, he said, yes, a lot of funeral homes and crematoriums are owned by the mob. And he's talking through experience of 50 years. Because he's 80 years old. And that was the first thing out of his mouth. And I was saying, I thought I was bringing all the facts to the table. And he just trounced me. So it was very interesting to find that out. And it's very interesting as with private planes and funeral homes, you have a level of autonomy. Because other than maybe contact with the coroner, people are not going to the funeral home. Because once you get the body, whether it was a crime or not, nobody goes to the funeral home to pick around. You know, that's it. It's up to the family. The family's paid thousands of dollars. And now you have late night activity happening here, clearly on camera, showing that, and perhaps the funeral director was so cooperative because he was under the pressure of the cartels or someone else that he didn't say, but he's going to be cooperative and they're going to work with him. So there's a very good chance of that. There's a very good chance that he's adjacent to some kind of group or affiliated, and he's doing their dirty work and making money and taking the money happily, or he's, most times you'll find whether you go willingly into the contract with the cartels or not, it's not going to end up in your favor, and more times than not, you're going to find yourself unalived at the end of it. Just the way it works. So I thought that was very interesting. Not this one, but the other one, which was before this. This just happened to pop up. I like that. It was great. Okay. Up and down and all around we go again. Alright. So, we love robots here at the Purge. And now, building the future, how Google's 7 nuclear reactors will power AI innovations. Go Google. In a groundbreaking initiative, Google is set to enhance its energy portfolio by collaborating with Kairos Power to develop 7 small nuclear reactors around the United States. This partnership marks a significant milestone as the first of its kind. The inaugural reactor is anticipated to be operational by 2030, with additional units expected to come online by 2035. Collectively, this project aims to supply 500 megawatts of power, sufficient to energize a mid-sized city, specifically to support AI technologies. In a recent blog post, Google emphasized the benefits of nuclear energy, stating, "Nuclear solutions offer a clean, round-the-clock power source that can help us reliably meet electricity demands with carbon-free energy every hour, every day. The tech giant expressed its commitment to advancing these power sources in collaboration with local communities to facilitate the global decarbonization of electricity grids. Kairos Power, a startup focused on a startup, is developing these smaller reactors which differ significantly from the traditional large nuclear towers commonly associated with nuclear power. The company's innovative design utilizes a molten salt cooling system, allowing the normal ones use water, allowing operations at lower pressure levels. Earlier this year, Kairos Power began construction on a demonstration reactor in Tennessee, which will be unpowered initially. Details regarding the financial aspects of the partnership. Now, I'll tell you, they're going to start in Tennessee for a reason, because you have a better chance of surviving a fall from the Golden Gate Bridge than you do of building a nuclear power plant in California. They hate them, and they've put a moratorium on them. I don't know if you can even build one in California. So, as far as Silicon Valley goes, probably won't see one there. The thing is, this makes you question, guys, what are they going to build that AI needs its own nuclear reactor that will power a mid-sized city dedicated to the AI? What the blankety blank are they going to build? This announcement follows closely to the heels of Microsoft's recent collaboration with the Constellation Energy, which aims to reactivate an undamaged reactor at the 3 Mile Island facility. That doesn't sound like anything go wrong. Historically known for the worst nuclear accident in U.S. history, to supply power for Microsoft's 8 AI data centers. You need a nuclear reactor to power a server? What's wrong with solar? I thought they're trying to go green. What's wrong with solar? What do you need at 3 Mile Island? Who are they going to get to work there? That place is got a half-life of 500 million years on the radioactivity. What the hell are they talking about? What the world do you need a nuclear reactor to power AI? Oh, I can't. Where's Lala? I need Lala. Hold me. This is getting insane, dude. What do they have planned with this stuff, man? A whole 7 nuclear reactors for AI. Let alone people can't afford their electric bills. Let's build some reactors so that the AI can live well. Oh, people in Tennessee. Alright, so this is a fun one. Axe murderer might be roaming woods near Idaho, Montana border. Well. Let me blow this up a little bit so you guys... I'll play the... I think there's a video with it. What the world is that? What? I'm sorry, I did not expect that. Adorable and creepy roadkill pets on Facebook Marketplace. That's a winner. Can we close this window? Thank you. What is this? Is this... This is a commercial, I think. Okay. Man, that is a trip, dude. You know, and Happy Hounds is interesting because all of the original creators of AI are like totally dead set against. They've been outspoken, and they've been silenced a lot, I think, about the technology's not ready. We're not ready for what's to come. It's gonna, you know, even I don't know what world that Elon lives in sometimes. He's like, yes, it will take away a lot of the jobs that we won't have to do anymore. But there are other creative outlets out there. Listen, teach your kids robot repair. That is the future of careers in America. Robot repair. Let me finish up this tab, and I'll show you guys the listening app. And I've used it before, and I used it because I suspected that somebody was using it on me, and I found out, and I busted them, and I caught them, and they were. They're like, I don't think he can hear us. First thing I heard through these headphones, these very headphones, right here. And I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, that's a crazy story. So that story with the axe murderer was somebody was found in the woods with wounds consistent to an axe. And then they I guess, let me open it again, I'm sorry. They don't know who it is. And so they said there may be somebody wandering around the woods of Montana and Idaho with an axe. You might have a gun by now, I don't know. Security tightened after PC stole 400,000 quid of cocaine. And you can see the pleasure on the captain's face there. So a PC is, I guess, a bobby or a detective in England. And over the years in Manchester, he was stealing the rugs, from Cassidy Kane. You wonder, have they seen the movie? Have they seen Terminator 2? Have they seen AI? This is all played out already. We know where it's going. I mean, it doesn't have a good ending in any way. It's not necessary. It's not going to make our lives easier. It's not going to make us smarter. You know, we used to say, oh, I'd be in the grocery store. One day everything will be computerized. And now everything's computerized and it sucks. You got to check out yourself. You got to, if you want to buy beer, you got to wait for the clerk to come over. It's unbelievable how much they've used computers against us as opposed to helping us, in my opinion. I think in many cases they've made an effort. But anyway, that was one story. I wanted to do it for my British cousins there. I don't know if they're awake yet. They're 5 hours ahead of us. So it's 7 a.m. I wasn't going to play this at first, but then I decided to. It's a robotic shielded tank. And if you are familiar with the Koresh case, in Waco, Texas there, they used a tank, and the FBI, you want to talk about cover-up, you want to talk about lies, check out the documentary, if you're not familiar with it, about, what was the name of the Koresh cults there, the family. Basically, it was a standoff with the FBI about a mile away, and they kept the press a mile away. And in the end, they had this large compound, and the search warrant for it was on reports that they had weapons. And they pressed it. It didn't need to go as far as it did. It could have de-escalated, but you literally see them in this documentary. Unfortunately, I can't play documentaries here. But maybe I can find one. The Branch Davidians. Thank you, David Bird. Anyway, in the end of it, I think it went on 44 days. You see the FBI uses a large tank that has the muzzle modified to be a flamethrower. And so what they do is they bash in one of the walls of the house. It was like a 2-story house where they were holed up with children, and they bash in the window, and you see the flame coming out. It was a Bradley tank that was modified muzzle, and they've shown us how it's done all the time to be a flamethrower. And so they said, oh, when we knocked in the window, it knocked over, because they cut the power, it knocked over a lantern, and that's what caused the fire that killed all the children. Of course, they're not going to take the blame for killing the children with their Bradley flamethrower tank. I can't talk. And then, so this is what resulted in the Oklahoma City bombing with Timothy McVeigh. That and Ruby Ridge, I believe, was part of his inspiration. And very unfortunate in Oklahoma City. So sad. The Edward R. Murrow building was completely defaced. And it was right in front of a daycare center. Unfortunately, a lot of very heartwarming, touching stories from that. But that, and the if you're not familiar with Ruby Ridge, were his motivation. And so here now, we have a tank, whether it be a small mini Panzer like the Nazis used or not. Here it has a battering ram. I am sure there are attachments for other things that they are deploying. And it can do various things. Yeah, see, there's different attachments. And it's got the same tread as a tank. That one had a harpoon. They can drag the car. They use it as a shield to protect the SWAT, which is great. I think that's great if it's going to protect law enforcement. Do we need tanks in law enforcement? I mean, we had the shootout in L.A. where they robbed the bank and they were all full body armor. Other than that, can you remember too many machine gun shootouts in recent memory where they would justify every law enforcement in the country having a tank, let alone a robotic one? What do you think the cost is on this bad boy? And this is SWAT. This is not military. This is SWAT. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's an expensive endeavor there. So just another, how quickly we are being inundated by this technology, like it or not, and so much of it is slipped through even the commissioners that usually will protest expenditures like this in the budget meetings with the police. And if you don't notice it, then I got it. And that's the way it goes. Like with the black lights, the street lights with the camera that all turned to black lights. Turns out they had cameras and high definition audio microphones. So they could listen to passing cars and their conversations and clearly see who was in them. Unfortunately, it backfired. All the lights had to be changed within a month. That's why they went black. And then this story was exposed. Of course, so many people don't follow the news or don't have time to do anything about it. It was, the horror of what it was as far as the surveillance state goes. A camera and a microphone following you down the highway every, 500 feet? Take that for what it may be. Okay, so I just thought this was interesting. Afghan women banned from hearing each other in bizarre new Taliban rule. And if anybody wants to support the Libyans or the Palestinians or the Afghans with the Taliban, of course the Afghan people are under duress by this group of militants and many great people in Palestine. Of course, nice, wonderful people, and our governments are the ones that are fighting these battles, and they want to use robots so they continue to make money. But this particular organization, the Taliban, has some very bizarre rules. And I thought this was interesting. It says, the Taliban in Afghanistan have implemented a bizarre new edict that will further curb the voices of women who are already prohibited from speaking in public. So, edict. There's the first time I've ever, to recent memory, seen that term used. And we were just talking about the edicts that in the 20s that were put up by the fraternities when they had the freshman-sophomore battles. Mohammed Khalid Hanafi, the Taliban minister for the propagation of virtue and the prevention of vice, declared that women must refrain from reciting the Quran aloud in the presence of other women. When women are not permitted to call takbir or athan, Islamic call to prayer, they certainly cannot sing songs or music. Even when an adult female prays and another female passes by, she must not pray loudly enough for them to hear. I mean, these are the groups that are proliferating in countries where they are calling the shots. However you want to see politically, it is a very global problem that a lot of people say that that's the socialist movement that swept the world with Venezuela, with the United States, and all of South America and Africa was started in Iran. And it was funded by the money we paid them from that we owed them, supposedly, that Obama sent in a plane full of money to Iran, and it was funded by that, and they were able to win an intellectual battle. And so now you have many countries that are under the thumb of these dictatorship, fascist, socialists. They're not socialists by any regards of the definition, but and it seems to be that many in this country follow this ideology. If you notice, some of the affiliations with Venezuela on the Democratic Party are very telling of what they support and the views that they have. So it's a very fine line with this election coming up as to whether or not we fall into this fascist regime, or however you want to view it. Please get out there and vote. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Alright, so this is deputies rescue woman after she calls 911 pretending to order a pizza. Now that sounds funny, but let's listen in.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Yeah, I would like to order a pizza off of fucking Heroes.
Okay. Are you aware you're calling 911?
We received a 911 call into our communication center. The person calling in was a female, and she ordered a pizza. Our communications folks asked her if she realized she had called 911, and she said yes.
Yes, I'm sure I'm calling to that number. Can you get a pizza?
What address are we going to?
Okay, got my location, please.
You don't know your location?
No, basically no. I'm stuck in here. It won't take me back home.
Our communications folks were able to triangulate her phone because she couldn't give us the address what she was because she was in a field in Pearson.
Okay, but can you get pizza? Pepperoni extra cheese.
Okay. How many people are there? Tell me.
Just me and him.
Do you have any weapons?
No.
She was able to tell us that she was being held by one person and that he was not armed. Using those coordinates, deputies were dispatched. Now think of Pearson, all of those acres and acres and acres of ferneries.
You know his name?
I don't know say it because
That's okay. What's your name?
I would like to order extra cheese pizza.
Okay. Are you hurt?
Yes.
Just stay on the line with me, okay? I'm gonna get help out there to you. All right.
Deputies got out on foot and began to search. Eventually, they heard loud music coming from a field. When they approached the sound, they discovered a male on top of a screaming female.
Hey!
He's trying to rape me. Can you help
Get off her now!
Help me!
Get off her now!
Give us a channel. Thank God! Thank God!
Don't you f***ing move! Don't you f***ing move!
Come here, dear. Thank
Come here. You're good. 21 says to clear the channel.
Thank you, Lord.
We're good. We're here. We're here. We're here. We're here. We're here.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
We got a mail secure.
He took your baby.
Copy of Florida tag, please.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
And when you watch the video, if you're a father, if you're a grandfather, if you're a brother, and you hear those screams coming from our victim, it makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
Okay, we're here now, okay? Hey, we're here. We're here. We're here. We're here. Just catch your breath. He's got him. He's got him.
My
He's got him.
The victim in this case said she had known her assailant, that they had gone into the fernery to drink a couple drinks, alcoholic beverages, and that's all it was supposed to be. However, during this outing, he did a line of cocaine, and she said he did a 180, and he became extremely violent and wouldn't let her go and tried to rape her. The video, again, speaks for itself. The suspect in this case is Luis Hernandez Mañeo, 27-year-old male who's in this country illegally, who the day before the incident applied for asylum. He's now sitting in our jail with 3 felony counts against him, and the Border Patrol has lodged a detainer against him. I am so proud, number one, of our victim for having the wherewithal and keep her wits as to able to get that information to our communications folks for being able to decipher what was going on and use technology to put us, the deputies, in the general area of where she was. And then obviously you can see the deputy's response in taking this scumbag into custody.
Wow, bro. That's a tough one. See, it sounded funny in the beginning. Two things I noticed about the video, and I'll go back, is if you notice, first of all, here's a terrible crime, an awful crime. And this is from 2024. Okay. October 19th. What's the date today? The 30th. First of all, this video was released to the public. And they are so proud of their officers. How is it 2 years later, they played the 911 call. How is it 2 years later, we still don't have access to the 911 call, which is our right, or any of the body cam footage? This is a horrible crime also. This guy continued to do his essay when the cops showed up. Now, what else do you notice about the video? This is from 10, 11 days ago. Released to the public. Very clear.
It's coming from
right here. What's going on over here? In this area. Does anybody notice? Blurred out. Roll a motor. Where you at, my man? Because you are I'll think of the word later. But within that short period of time, for whatever reason, they blurred out these, it looks like a cop car, and maybe whatever officers were involved for whatever reason. But at the same time, they are at that podium. I call it the Grady Judd podium. And here, this is Sheriff Chitwood. And I know I've seen him somewhere before. I don't know where. But here they are patting themselves on the back as hard as they can. And what a great job. And they did a great job. They saved the lady. But at the same time, they've redacted the video, so we're not getting all the information. Clearly, you see the blur in the video, I think. I mean, look to the left here. This is blurred. But within 10 days, this video is released and put out to the news with the accompanying 911 call. That's all. Alright, so this is Divinations by Dawn, and I guess True Killer Crime sent her a steampunk tarot card set. Well, guess what? She did another off-the-chart reading, and this is something that I wanted to play towards the end, not end with, because it's still early by Purge standards, for you to hear as a positive message. And it is very enlightening, or uplifting. Okay? And I'll have to find it here. Where's your... And I'm not going to play the whole thing right now, because it is getting late. But it's very good.
If you catch my drift. Alright. In my personal opinion, and they're like assholes, but I have put theory to practice, you don't just have one twin flame. They come in at different angles of that birth chart. Okay? Different angles, and the vertex and the anti-vertex. Those are fated encounters. Okay? You come together, you activate. Some choose to stay in the dark. Some choose to take red pill, some choose to take blue pill, okay? And it really sucks, but you got to keep pushing, right? Sleeping with the enemy. Some of you guys, right, you've either let go of this person.
Okay, I wanted to pause that real quick to address Tinsel's EQ's question. No, I don't expect them to be 100% transparent. But I think I've, as many shows as I've done here in the last year, I clearly wanted, one of my goals is to demonstrate when they have an honest, open, clear-cut case. They don't give press interviews where they say, we can't tell you anything. We want your help, but we're not going to give you any facts. We won't release the body cam. We want to shut everybody up with a gag order. We want to hide the 911 call. What is on that 911 call, y'all, that is so secret? We have an unconscious person at 1122, whatever. Play the freaking 911 call. Every case where it's, we did a great job, everything's out there. 911 call, video, body cam, witnesses, the whole nine. The sheriff is willing to speak all about it and tell you every detail. When you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. When you are lying, you have Moscow, Idaho. It is the antithesis of what law enforcement does when they have a clear, open, well done case. That's all. Thank you for that question, Tinsel. I appreciate that.
Person, or you're still sleeping with the enemy, right? And by sleeping with the enemy, right, you could be waking up in the middle of the night, not knowing why, with this uneasy feeling when you sleep next to this person. Okay, this person, you may have witnessed this person's eyeballs turn black on you, right? This person, I know in my experience, not only that, but the odd sex positions, right? That's because their entity is trying to hook into your root chakra so that they can feed on you, establish a cord, and feed on you. Sugar-coated shit. Yeah, some of you guys, this person's doing magic is what I would guess. If you're not with this person, that's what they're doing. If you are with this person, they're doing it right in front of your face and you're just not seeing it. Batting for the other team. And, right, an entity doesn't care what your gender is. They really don't. They don't. And this person really likes the other gender, okay? Knight of Swords. Yeah. Who I'm talking to, if you're still dealing with this, you're dealing with a soulless being. Cap Aquarius. Capricorn is all about, it's the devil card. It is about principalities. All of the things, the age difference, the religious background, all of those things are principalities. It says plainly in the Bible that you do not battle against flesh. It is the principalities. And who I'm talking to, you're still dealing with your principalities in this person and vice versa. 5th house, self-expression, creativity, pleasure, romance, Leo, Don Juan. Someone's overconfident in the past. And this person is a shadow bearer, right? This person holds shadow Leo energy. And if you ask me, this shadow Leo energy is the far fucking worst because it's very egotistical. They do no wrong, right? The only point of view that matters in life is their point of view, and you cannot deal with people like this. You're wasting your energy, you're spinning your wills, you're wasting your breath on trying to see somebody broaden their perspective. Okay, you either click it or you don't, right? And you mark my words, it's coming down to the revived and the unrevived, the awakened and the sleep, the walking dead, right? Because you are dead until you awaken. And, you know, the chosen, right? A lot of this person who I'm talking about, this person was chosen, right? But they chose to stay in the dark. This person is contracted by the dark. This person tricked their soul and their vessel off to these demonic entities, all right? So, like I said, if you've moved past this, I'm picking up on past, you know, when I do a reading, it's up to you to know whether I'm talking about past events, future events, or what's happening now. What's happening now, Captain, right? And for a lot of you guys, this Mercury retrograde, these transits are very much important, okay? Those energies, the supernals, okay? The 12 zodiacals. The 12 zodiacs make up spirit, okay? Spirit is comprised by the planets, okay? Those energies concentrated down into form, hello, are us, okay? Saturn, that's how we get into this crystallized form. Okay, the black cube. The black cube is our devil here. Time is our devil here. So, I'm hearing, if you're lost, dun dun dun, I will be waiting, time after time. If you fall, I will catch you, I will be waiting. And this person is coming back for one more try, right? I'm telling you, it takes 2 Mercury retrogrades to get rid and cut discord from the narc, the so-called narc. All right? You will be tested. This person is coming back around. This person doesn't have to be a lover. This person could be family, lover, business friend. And please believe that these entities hop. Okay? And how do they get in? They get in through where people's pain that they have not addressed and they still hold that open wound. All right? They get in through there, and these people are nothing but puppets. Some are aware that this is happening to them, some are not. Okay? And then they start attacking you. Listen, I've lived this firsthand. Firsthand. Pretty much all my family, okay? Yeah. Pretty much, you know, all my exes, they don't live in Texas, but yeah, I can make a joke out of it because, you know, I can because I've been through it, right? So, please don't go back. Please don't go back. Please don't go back. How do you know that you're dealing with your divine counterpart or a twin flame? Okay, first of all, they're not going to hurt you. They will never hurt you because they realize that what they do to you, if they hurt you, they're hurting themselves. So, alright, so let's get some advice from the guides, and then I'm going to check the Chisdy chat. But yeah, I had to hop on here, you guys. Keep trucking, keep trucking. Your ships are coming in. 999. A chapter may be coming to an end. Witnessing 9 is a sign that a meaningful cycle coming to close. A new beginning, a brand new journey. Step outside your comfort zone. Take action on them ideas. I don't give a damn how crazy they sound. They're coming to you for a reason. Alright. Expand your horizons. Explore new territory. Some of you guys need to move. New career or higher education. 2. Think about what it is you're trying to achieve, the balance between work and play, or reach a higher level of consciousness. And you can have both. You really can. You really can. Some of you guys, you may be, okay, if you read a book, right? I know when I did the first Trump prediction about the bang bang, you know, I got that download off of a Stephen King book. Okay, you get your downloads by reading and learning new information. That's part of it. We are just like a computer in that way. Stuck on you. Thunderclap. Terradome. I love it. Steampunk and Rat Rod. Not today, Shaitan. Wasn't it Jung also who came up with collective consciousness? Absolutely, Dan. Absolutely. You know, okay. You guys want story time? I dropped out of psychology. I took a few semesters in it. And it was right when I was on the verge of really taking that plunge all the way into the light. Into the light, Carolan. And you know what? I ended up dropping out because I am trying to normalize or make it socially acceptable for what it is that I really do, okay? I was wanting to go into parapsychology, and basically I was going to make everybody else fucking comfortable with what it is I really do right here on this channel. And I felt like a fucking sellout, and I ended up dropping out. You know, in retrospect, yes, I could have went ahead and got it, and I could have went ahead and, you know, helped people out with their so-called mental illness, but it's a spiritual sickness, right? Right here from the comfort of my own home. But I don't see much difference in what it is that I'm doing now, except now I'm my true authentic self. I don't give a damn what somebody else thinks about what I'm doing. Where you get all ideas. Hi, Ryan. I spilled the super glue on you. Oh no. That's no bueno, Kane. That is no bueno. Listen, one of my buddies sent me last night. He does concrete work, and he sent me this video, and he was like filling in the holes from where he had drilled, and it was most. You can just about imagine it. It was most. It was most. Listen, you guys, True Killa missed this. Anyway, you guys, keep trucking in there, right? Keep trucking. Do be aware that these things are coming back around, and smiling faces do tell lies. Watch out for them people throwing stones and hiding hands, because it is coming back around. Pre-shadow starts, let's see, Mercury goes into retrograde November 25th. Pre-shadow starts a week before that, okay? Mercury retrograde lasts for 2 weeks, and then you got to give a week for post-shadow retrograde. So we're looking at the end of January, right at the beginning of February. So please do be aware. Please stay alert. Stay woke. They be creeping, okay? Woo woo. Listen, you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Shout out to Kane B, Dan, everybody, Tax Max Fax, Ryan. Kane, you going live tonight, aren't you? You know I was gonna come harass you on your show. I'm here in the Old Crow Medicine Show. Yeah. Aw, thank you, Dan. Thank you for coming. Thank you for all your love and support. I appreciate the way that you guys show up for you, right? Because when you're showing up for me, you're showing up for you. Yep. Listen, I'll be there, baby. You like that? I will be there. I'm definitely not square. Maybe the circle within the square within the circle, but, you know. I will be.
So these are the sets that she bought for, that True Killer bought for Dawn. They're really cool. There was more of that positive message that I was talking about in the beginning. I'm sorry. But I wanted to get into the backward masking before everybody starts getting really sleepy. I know it's only midnight on the West Coast, but it is a school night after all. And unfortunately, we don't have Typically Unique and Mark and Betty and those folks with us yet. I'm sure by the end they'll join us. Okay, so let's take a look now. I'm limited. Did anybody have a suggestion for anything you want to hear backwards? We played this, and what I'm going to have to do is, excuse me, I have to open NHC or NCH or whatever here. And where is it? Video. Where? And I wanted to slow his thing down because there it is. And let me pull this up so you guys can see it. All right. So this is inside my video editor, and let me make a window for you. Up and down and all around and down. What is it? Okay, so right here. Whoa. Okay, that's big. I can't make it unbig. There we go. That's better. Okay. Down there. Attaboy. Alright. So you can see that now is in the window. And so what I'll do is I'm just going to add an audio effect to it over here. You can't see what's going on, but that's what I'm doing. And let's see if I can do it from here. I can't. Effect. Where is it? It's over here. Okay. Up and down and round and round. Okay, so let's do a speed change. And I'll take it down to, say, 75%, okay? And let's set that. And now we'll listen back. Okay, so I felt like I heard something about initiation in there. I'm getting wonky because I have probably so many different programs open right now. But let's just take a listen and see if we hear anything else. All right, we gotta go back all the way to the beginning. Thank you.
Zach. Så var hennes kände sarka. När vet då, det är kyrkbokskilt, vet sin över snack med då question då Sari, då Sari.
Do I even need to say that? What in the world? That was crazy. Syray.
What's that? Så var henne kjenne sarka. Nadvieto, resjur busil, betsing of snuff with question of it, honor, sealed betsing of snuff with Cyrith.
Sealed and Syray. That's just two things I'm taking away from that.
Any of us net, zero wire of talent in the past that girl would no saw it. See our son had measured the skill loss of the Russian deal shops. He deal give the substance she gets seven very bird of the one she sheer for herself.
Okay, I think it's maybe I have. Let's try this. Let me delete this track, and let's try this again. Let me okay, and let's apply the speed change to this directly, and let's do it at 60% soon. He talks very fast. Alright, we'll play it for now. Did I have it muted? I think I muted it. Okay. Alright, so wait. Let me just go back. And we'll just change the effect. I think I have that track muted. And add effect. Speed change is at 100. So we'll go, okay. So 60. Set. And let's just, since you guys can't see the picture, I'm going to go ahead and delete the video of it. And now it just remains the audio. Okay.
That girl would no saw it. See our son had measured the skill loss of the Russian deal shops. He deal give the substance she gets seven very bird of.
So that was the first place I heard initiate. All right, and I'm going to slow it down just a little more and take it from the beginning again, if you guys don't mind. And let's see where we're at right now. We're at 60. I'll just take it down to 50, just because he speaks so fast that even backwards is fast. So let's see.
Så var henne kjenne sarka. Nadvieto, resjur busil, betsing of snuff with question of it, honor, sealed betsing of snuff with Cyrith, any of us net. Zero wire of talent in the past that girl would no saw it. See our son had measured the skill loss of the Russian deal shops. He deal give the substance she gets seven very bird of the one she sheer for herself. She's got laid. Number of bestial books on mute the special off, but oh, serious little so special off, but. No, it was right that girl ladies the good guesses are the seven so not.
Yeah, I agree. I meant to mute my mic. I'm sorry if there was background noise. But I did hear the books I read. I did notice that. I didn't know if anybody else would notice it. I didn't protect yourself. Okay, I'm going to go back. I'm going to let it play through, and then I'll play it one more time. But the girls would also, I did hear. But I heard initiate or initiative or initiation in somewhere in that 4 times. So if you're just watching, feel free to sub up and join the chat if you like. Leave a message, whatever. Leave your opinion. I appreciate your feedback. We are playing these backwards as per a CIA document that was released with the Freedom of Information Act, I believe, that claims that when people are lying, they tend to tell the truth backwards, subconsciously. So you hear when I say, hey, and so I believe that those type of inflections are what would cause this type of thing. If you believe the brain works that way, that is why we're doing it. Here we go more.
One uses walk the figure of the hours, you're next day. As you're in the shiz and grow the silver, your shakes and that grove. Surely sabni dvanam emekadr gizangethan. Setlarstundra irgana busa fajri sar minek gatilan in the smart libersim. This the lows they are fishni. Nay, and the shig sabnis in the snell of marks obey the Het is natuurlijk hetzelfde als de shiz bearde. Hobby bearde. En ik beer van hetzelfde heet de deodorf. Men bracht beziel of boksambracht in de beschrielze. Ja, fish de stiel bit so dat je fahim als je schierbaar zelfs gelda. Het is er. Zet men de juch de koos. Zelfbewegeld. Als je hem vermijden is, dus doe je niet de gevoel. Je wou zien is de steeds dat scheren is dat naar vroeg van de zeeg zet niet voor. Surrender bij die met. Hoe is de zal of niet maar. Sex durf was er 7 reviews sang off nebzah dat snide al shandra ne he didn't even all of the road but she this year failures snap fast near they get maxi didn't even never was it her What evidence and that he didn't even good. He deserved it. Seal my feather from my walk off a dear of an absent. As you of Seska so send your bits if I want you as you remember her and all.
For some reason, I keep hearing something that sounds like bashed her over the head, bashed these girls, and then I just heard, let me play it again for y'all, I'm sorry. If you remember. I clearly heard if you remember. As if he was saying it forward. I'm sorry, I heard their necks. I was a little past the part where I heard, I just want to go from here again, where I heard, if you remember, if there was anything else with it. But it was very clear. Oh, you have no sound? Oh, what happened? What did I do? Let me see. I did move something. Let me just play, I'm sorry about that. Let me just play a, put a new window, and it'll help. Where'd it go? What the heck just happened there? What's going on? Okay. Cancel. This is... Okay, so maybe I don't know what this is. Let me get rid of this. Maybe this is what's causing. Here. That's weird. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm going to need to make a new window. Sorry. I have so many... That's probably what it is again. The audio starts getting wonky when I have too many listening windows open here. I did, if you didn't hear it, I'm sorry. But I clearly, like, it was spoken forward. I heard if you remember, And then there were, I just deleted myself too. That's okay though. All right, let me just get rid of some of these. I appreciate you divulging me here. And let's see here. I'll just get rid of them all so we get back to where we were. And this one and that one. And thank you everybody for sticking around, and I'd appreciate it. And like I said, thank you for your efforts in this case. And you're not going to hear that anywhere else. And you are doing a great thing by continuing. Look at what Elle has to put up with to just put her opinions out there. It is disgusting. And I hope that is resolved. I don't understand. If you don't like something, just move on. I mean, I don't understand the obsession with harassing a person to their own mental deficit. If you don't agree with them, then okay, then watch another channel. You don't have to throw around racist slang. If I felt like I had any more power to do something about it, I would be screaming from the rooftops literally right now about it, because it's disgusting. And it's a sad state of affairs. And the funny thing is, you know, Florida's in the South, Alabama's in the South, blah, 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 blah. You will find the nicest, most courteous people here and there in Mississippi and everywhere else. And race is not a factor. It's not a thing. It's people. 100% people. So, anyway, I'm sorry, I get on my soapbox.
Нащупных повсаська состенер бисцеваланию, as you remembered,
Okay, so there it was, if you remember, and I'll mute my microphone, I'm sorry, I did it again, but it was right here. I don't know what he says after, and after I play it from the beginning again, maybe if you would like, I'll slow it down. This has turned out to be more interesting. I listened to only just the beginning of this that we listened to earlier in the show, and I had not slowed it down, but I did hear the initiation thing. It's odd that these things are coming up that are so related, that are the clearest words in there. So that, for what it's worth, I'm going to mute my mic and we're listening here.
Нащупных повсаська состенер бисцеваланию, as you remembered,
So it's as you remember. That's what I'm, as you remember, and it. Listen one more time.
Нащупных повсаська состенер бисцеваланию, as you remembered,
I'm only making a big deal about it because as you remember, and I hear something about her. Yeah, I'm gonna go back, guys, and I am gonna. That's why I put that short out the other day with Tony, because that's just a teaser. I am gonna go back. It's tricky. You have to make a clip out of. You don't want to hear. You don't care. Just do it, Kane. I will do that for you, and so. All right, I think we'll listen to it one more time, and that'll be enough. And then if anybody has a suggestion for anything else, if you're interested for me to play backwards, I'll be happy to do it for you now.
Aiden bekokol of the road, but she this year failures. Snaft fast near the Aiden Maxine in Beckett. Never was it. Hervella. Whatever it is, and that Aiden in Beckett. He is serving it. Seal my feather from my walk off at your nibs. Nashulchnikofsaska so senior biseva one you as you remember Erno Atnam Srofnal ne Niki when you feel it. I'm your Mikuidi fun. You didn't even come shell or bev. You're off the serum is there sheet. There's the nectar, your machine, your surf, no yellers, the seal bits of either cars, deserves ya. Slow your necks, and then there's how to go.
Okay, there's that for anybody that wants to use that. You're very welcome to use that in your show or whatever. Please do. If you hear anything on there. I think it's very interesting. And that wasn't off the cuff. That wasn't a scripted thing. He may have written something in advance, but I feel it was more of just a improvised speech for the moment. What he strikes me as a state trooper is a very experienced law enforcement officer that is hardened or jaded kind of to the whole thing, to the system. You know, maybe he's made arrests that didn't follow through, that he knew, and he's over it. And he seems a little bitter, in my opinion, from the body language of Fry standing behind him. I know you can't see it right now. I'll play it again forward for you, the video. And the only thing I want to do with this right now, that so many interesting things came up, is find out, because I imagine in a speech like this, you're repeating phrases. And the coincidence that it sounds like something backwards is irrelevant hypothetically. But there were some interesting things in there. So I feel like we need to listen to the backwards. You know what I mean? Like, you hear, and he says, if you were, as you remember, and then go to the previous part. I don't know how I would have to cut it up, I guess. But anyway, so let's do that with the original audio, and we can compare and contrast what's said there. Just for shits and giggles, guys. Kids go to bed. Okay, so here is the original video. Somewhere. One of these folders down here. I'm getting hungry, you guys. Is anybody else ready for some nachos? Let's see what we got. Okay, got Chief Fry. Okay, while I'm at it, let's take a little look. And you can hear it, you can't see it. Hang on. Open another window, Kane. Alright. Canesy. I love Conesy. Alright. So, if anybody knows, and I'm sure Heather does, which one of these ladies was the imposter? If this was the actual press conference with the imposter, I don't. Maybe it was the other one, but I believe it was this one. But let's rewind here, and while I'm here, this gentleman here reminded me very much of the Justin that allegedly has been harassing Bubbly Waters. From what I understand, that originally came out as a witness, self-proclaimed witness for the defense. And doggone it, I meant to pull up that broadcast, because at the end of it, a lot of people tell, oh, Dylan was a trans, and blah. They take that as the main message. However, if you listen to that entire broadcast to the end, he says some very interesting things. And I'm sorry, I can't recall them all to tell you right now. So I promise on Friday. And let me write that down. Or I'll forget. I had a bunch of jokes for you guys. I'm not good at writing down the jokes and doing them. I just kind of had to fight with all the girls tonight. Scratching my eyes out. I have all these snacks over here. I haven't eaten my snacks. Haven't had a milkshake. Where's the thing? Blah, blah, blah. If anyone knows, though, if Justin... I can't picture a better look-alike for Justin, and now I'm sure you're familiar with who I'm speaking of, than this gentleman here. And it very well could be anybody else, but to me it does appear to be him. Just something I wanted to put out there. And I wonder if... it's not that part that I'm focusing on at all, Heather. It's the end of the broadcast that he did that night. What he says are some very interesting... So I promise I will go over it. I don't know where my marker went. Oh, it's in my... I'm pretending to be Lana over here. I love college girls basketball. Okay, so I'll put that in my to-do list for the next show. And put it on the back of this. That one there, this one now. If you write a marker, you can't read what you write if you write over it in the back. Okay. I have to tell you that. Alright. I'll use this one. And I'll just write Justin. Okay? And there's that. Alright. And then also, what was the other thing? So does anybody know? If that was ever brought out. And look at the amount of index cards that he has. He never got to ask a question. I believe someone next to him did. But he certainly was ready to ask questions. And does anybody know if the imposter lady is... I think it was this lady here. Right here. This lady. That's who and she has since passed in a car accident. Oh, P. Fox with the money win. You know, P. Fox, sometimes you're funny and sometimes you're funny. You know what I mean? If I could give you another wrench, I would. What do we got? Okay, well, let's play a Heather thing. Let's get away from this room. Well, actually, I do need to finish up with what I set out to do. So let me small myself. I'm so small now. He's not funny anymore. The fake reporter. Oh, excellent. Okay, well, let's leave it on that. And I'll open in my own window privately. Aha. Okay, so let's see here. Thank you, Heather. Okay, so this was a different... And I'd like to get... Okay. Let me open up another window for you. And I'll show you the... this is the... I think he was the corporal or whatever of Moscow. I forget his name. I know I should know. I don't know. But he is the other guy that I was going to look for. So he's the Captain Roger Lanier. I would love to get him on my backwards table. Let me tell you. I think that guy, when I talk about jaded law enforcement, between him and the trooper, it'd be a good battle. So let's play this. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Always saving the show.
By releasing what we have. There's always a balance between what you're willing to release versus what you're trying to gather. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we're looking for a knife. we've told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point, because we're not going to release why we think that.
Are investigators looking at any possible connection to an unsolved double stabbing in the Salem, Oregon area about 1.5 years ago? Specifically, 2 people stabbed in their home in the middle of the night, long knife, no suspect at this point. One died, one survived.
I think we're looking at every avenue, and we have other agencies reaching out to us with other cases and stuff that we are doing follow-up on, and we will continue to follow up on those.
Are you aware of that case?
I actually had a tip come in on that case, and I forwarded it to our tip line.
Pennsylvania. Well, it's almost.
Sorry. It was a guy, huh? Okay, I thought it was a female. I was like, hold on. I'm not done with the mic yet. That interview, and I'll make sure that I have that page saved here. So I'll open that one more time. Thank you for your patience. And, okay, so here is... It is a woman. Okay. In Montpelier, Idaho woman dies in 2 vehicle crash. Well, I can't... Can I get any of my facts straight? Where's Jeff H? Alright, so Bear Lake County, Idaho, multiple law enforcement agencies responded to a fatal accident west of Montpelier. The 2-vehicle crash was reported Saturday, July 27th, I guess 2024, at 8:45 a.m. According to the Idaho State Police, a 20-year-old woman from Blackfoot, Idaho, was driving a Chevy Spark southbound on US 89. The driver of the Chevy was wearing a seatbelt and unalived at the scene. The driver of the GMC was not wearing a seatbelt and was transported to a local hospital. Interesting. The identities of both women were not released pending notification of the family. So I don't know if we have a follow-up that shows a picture of her that I could compare to this. But I assume that this isn't the right interview. But does anybody agree with me on the Justin lookalike thing there? He looks a little thinner to me, I will say that. But it would be interesting to see if maybe that's what sparked his activities, being in there, getting frustrated, not being able to do anything, and then coming out. I don't know. That's very interesting to see as that develops. So we'll look into that, and I want to hear the end of his interview because that was the most interesting part of the broadcast to me. What he said at the end, and I forgot. I'm sorry, exactly what it was. Okay, so back to the playing it forward instead of paying it forward. Let's see if I can get rid of this media player here. And we'll open the other one. What was I playing? Okay, here it is. And okay, good, it popped up.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police, and certainly want to express our appreciation.
This is the same clip, so we'll hear the same.
These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their...
So 2 takeaways already right there. Nothing we do can bring them back. So shut the hell up. And, with the captain and Fry both saying we are the trusted source, you just have to take our word for it. We're not going to tell you why we think it was a targeted attack. Why do they think it was a targeted attack? Isn't that an amazing question? Instead of, we have every single law enforcement agency in Moscow, more or less, up in front of that podium, but 100% saying they are not going to... Well, they'll say they're going to tell you something, but make sure that you know to stop asking questions, and they're not going to tell you anything. Hold on, let me see. I got a text. Come on. Oh, this is her. Okay, thank you, Heather. Here's a picture of the lady. Okay, so she must have been at the other press conference, which I don't have a video ready of. That is her. Thank you, Heather. Wow, great. Heather has 57,000 terabytes of stuff for this case, and I used to tease her about it. Now it's finally paying off, and she's going through the thousands of videos that she has one by one and trying to catch up with herself. Don't bite your own tail, Heather, whatever you do. Okay, so this is the same 3 minutes that I have with this one right here. And I actually cut off the beginning in this. So I did not know that it would be so interesting. I will be happy to revisit this. But I do want to go to the part, and it's going to be tough to find the timestamp, where it sounds like he's saying initiatives, and if you remember, or whatever it was. So let me pull up NHC again. And it appears, okay, I can find it's towards the end, about right. Let me get that one up. It's about right here-ish. I'm sorry, this one's not as funny as the other way. I think he goes like this, and I could probably anyway. Happy Halloween, everyone.
In Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the
Pennsylvania
State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well.
Okay, Pennsylvania.
As Bill shared,
there's another law enforcement agency involved that won't tell us why. Pennsylvania. Let's bring all the law enforcement to cover each other's back, to not tell us anything. Whereas opposed to Grady Judd and that essay video that we just watched, they can't wait to get in front of that podium and give you all the facts, man. Just saying, why is it so different in this case? Why do they think it's targeted? Why won't they tell us anything? Why won't they release the 911? I mean, it's just so many add-ups. And 2 + 2 does equal 19. Right here, okay? So, go on.
In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green. Well, good afternoon.
Simone, I did have intentions on doing the Scott Green, believe me, and I forgot that was in there. And I promise you I will play that on the next show with Andrew and Jenn. Jenn will be with us, I believe, Thursday or Friday, or she leaves Friday, so she may or may not be with us. But we do have a very nice surprise with Jenn coming up for you guys, so you can look forward to that very soon. And anyway, I'll end it there, unless Heather wanted me to I don't feel like I played all of her videos that I wanted to play. There was a lot to show to get to tonight, so I did my best. But she did put a lot of awesome videos that I watched. Most of them. I don't know the last few hours, but I want to thank everybody for being here that was just watching or in the chat. Yeah, the green one's gonna be. Do you guys want to do green now? Put a one up real quick for me if you want me to do green. I'll do green right now if you want. I think I already have the the audio captured. So if you want, or I'll shut it down. It's up to you guys. I can go longer. It'll take about half an hour, if you would like me to. There's a one. I'd like to hear it now, actually, too. Okay, cool. Let's do it. All right. Let me make sure. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. All right. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I have a tendency to trying to be creative by thinking outside the Taco Bell. And so I was like, well, if you can't find the answer forward, then find it backward. But it was Jen's thing about the sea. I'll shut up now. Okay, anyway, let's see if I can't find old Mr. Winky here. Mr. Green. Let's see what I might have cut it off. Okay. So I will play that same interview from Scott Green's perspective. That is where you guys got to admit, if there's going to be anything that is telling, it's going to be the Scott Green. I'm hearing Twiz. Is that you? You want to go? You're in the back rooms. I'll be right there. Hold on. I'm going to save you. Kidding. I'm kidding. I thought I heard Twiz though. Twiz. Free Twiz. That was. Did you guys catch my? I made the. Let me see if we can. You can't see it. I made the Easter eggs pretty easy in this one, I think. Just so you have nothing half-assed up in the window. I don't know if you can see the thumbnail anymore on it. I guess I could pull up the picture. But let's do Scott Green. That's more fun. Anyway, if you didn't notice, in the flame, there is a face of my thumbnail. I'm just going to leave it at that. And so, alright. So, we'll get Scott Green. I do not want to play MSNBC. Alright, this is it right here. Okay, that's him welcoming the arrest. He's reading. The one that Heather sent me would be a more off the cuff, I feel. And I feel like when they're speaking naturally. Wow, we could also do this one here. Okay, I'm going to open it, and I'm just going to open it to highlight
in Ohio, a 10-year-old girl.
And of course I get. So I'm going to save this page. Thank you. And let's see here, Scott Green. Where's that interview? Darn it. Another one that the one I really wanted to get to was the one where he has the stadium in the background. I feel like that one, he was really talking off the cuff. Oh, look at that picture of the wall there. That's a very interesting picture right there. Right, well, here. That is more than I've ever seen of it. I don't know what portion. Somebody's whispering in my ear. Twiz, are you in there? Okay. I must have a video playing somewhere. Either that or Ghost Tree is back. Does anybody remember my Ghost Tree experience? I sent that video into Slapped Ham. Never got a response. They didn't play it. Alright. This one would be fine. This would be good. And I have to record it and then
last night,
convert it
in
and
conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police.
So let's see here. Let's see, gets up Scott Green.
Of this
Ooh, Bill
investigation.
Thompson.
In fact, it's in Pullman, Washington.
Okay, we'll bring in both if they're both on
now
this. This is all Bill Thompson, Bill Thompson, Bill Thompson. All right, let's capture this one. Because boy, oh boy,
Pullman,
would that
Washington,
be a juicy little
as a graduate
piece.
student at Washington State University. This is
Okay, yeah, Bill Thompson definitely talking off the cuff here, not a scripted thing. I like it. I like it a lot. And I'll capture it in full video, and we'll play it back. Excuse me, I have to record it real quick, so we have to listen to it, unfortunately. Sorry. Let me start recording now and play.
It's not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who's been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
All right, so we got Bill. That's recorded. Let me get Green, and we'll put them. We'll do two great tastes that taste great together for real, for real. Let's see where we're at with Green. Here he is. Yeah. Let's see what he has to say, Mr. Thompson. Here, I'm going to start recording now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Today's news and arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong.
Today in court, the au pair told prosecutors she and the husband, Brendan Banfield.
Okay, unfortunately, that was a scripted read. I feel like it'd be more telling to do the one, and we'll do that next time, since I have this ready, with the one where he's talking in front of the stadium. If you guys remember that interview there. But let's check it out. Let's see what they have to say backwards. This is the craziest channel I've ever seen. Let's see. I gotta go. So I have to open it in here. And I'll open a window to show you guys. Let me get rid of some of these windows while we're at it. Just so you can play along at the home game. And it was done with the wrench in the study. In case you didn't know. If the plumber did it, I don't know. It's not up to me. Alright, so let's see here. We got that. And that. So, okay. It's weird. No why it's so white. Okay, well that's what you get. You can at least see what I'm doing. These programs have a blocking thing on for some reason with the streaming. Let's open... Oh, here we can hear him forward. And then I can play it in the backward.
In Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well.
All right, let's listen in NHC. That'll be interesting to see. I don't know. Okay, so it reverses it. Let me reverse it again. And just to see where it is. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Unreverse. Okay. So I can tell by the audio waveform on my high-resolution monitor. Reverse, 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 reverse. There's that. And let's see. Huh. Let me just one more time. Out of Windows so you can see, darn it. Sorry. Okay. You can only see that. But anyway, so, okay, so it's reversed now. I'm going to unreverse it. And it appears... Yeah. Wait. Let me look at that one. Unreverse or reverse. And let's see. One more time. Reverse. Yeah, okay, so that's how it would have to be. So this is the end. This is starting at the end. Obviously, you have to throw it backwards to play it backwards. So I will play it. So, okay, so we have to find the point here. And I believe in this one, since it's reversed, it would be in the beginning. Okay, so let's listen from the beginning and see.
Name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. The community and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners. Is the lows they are fishing and the shake some in the snangithan. So partner you're gonna boost the faster sorry I got deal and then the smart liberation is the lows they are fishing and the shake some. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between CR's and initiative the skill loss of the Russian deal shops. He'll give the substantiation some of our breath. The initiation for ourselves.
Okay, so I think community is when we hear initiate or initiation. Community. Let me record something really quick of me saying stuff, just so we know. Let me get a new timeline going here. Okay. And sorry. Okay. Alright, here I'm going to record myself now. You've reached the end of your project. Oh, let me... Sorry. Hold on. my editor. Oh, it's Jen. Rochelle. All kinds of stuff coming in here. Interesting. We have Jen. I already read that. Okay, and then... okay. Alright, so here we go. This is, I'm going to just say, and let me, I need to add audio. It's difficult. This shortcut is one of those, what is going on here? Okay, this is tricky to use. I've had to figure it out. It's a little different than, okay, so alright. Let me see if I can, okay, now I know how to mute that. Oh, that's why the other one wasn't playing. I had the volume down. Alright, so let's just I'm going to say some choice words here, and we'll play them backwards, and just to see what words sound like. Okay, there we go. Pennsylvania. Community. Sheriff. Community. What was the other thing? I said Pennsylvania community. Let's listen back to what I played. Can't even find the play button half the time. Pennsylvania community sheriff. Alright, I'll zoom that in. Can you see this window? You can't see that. It won't let you see this window. I'm sorry. Alright, so those three things were fine. Let me just play that one more time. Pennsylvania community community sheriff Okay, so this will be sheriff community Pennsylvania. Farish. Hidelim. Haynie Vosne.
Took four young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. Well, good afternoon. My name
Silmif. Whatever it is. Hurry up. You deserve it. You didn't. This is interesting. I want to find the words. 4 young lives. Tragedy. University of Idaho. Scott Green. Chief Fry. Sheriff. First, our fish near us. Whatever is servant. It is now. Smell your. Okay, it sounded like university kind of picked up on something close to initiation. And I'm going to assume that he said the word university several times. That was the university thing, right? If you heard it, I hope. Whatever is servant. Easerverdi, which may, the way he says it, sound like initiation. I don't know. So okay, let's play Scott Green. Kane, he promised. I will. All right, so now I have to bring it in, and let me just double check that you can't see this. I might have too many windows open. This one, yeah. And let me remove this other window. It's not doing us no good. There, and then let's try it one more time to see if I can show you guys as we do it. Maybe it has a different one. Hold on. Media source perhaps would do it. And let's try it. Oh, computer almost shut down. Twiz, get off my computer, bro. Get in the chat. We miss you. Okay, so here we go. Media capture that I don't have. Oh yeah, no. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, I'm sorry. One more time. I'm a true professional. Window capture. And we'll try the beta. Let's go with it. And it just keeps just wanting to show you that timeline, unfortunately. Oh, this is a little bit more, at least, anyway. You can't see the actual working environment. Maybe if I make this bigger. Yeah, no, it just shows. That's only the timeline. So here we have... I'll remove this. And then we'll bring in Scott Green. Where are you, Scott Green? Trooper, FLO. I'm sure this is where I saved it to. Yep. Okay. And maybe he is... Let me check the date on this one. This could be it. Hopefully. This is the 29th. What's today? The 30th. Okay, so that's not it. That's from earlier. What are they doing? Oh yeah, okay, so let me try the settings over here just to see where they went. Output. And it's going to... Oh, okay. Alright, sorry, I was in the wrong folder. My bad. Okay, I figured it out. And so open and go to videos. Alright, there it is. Okay, so it'll be right here. Boom, ba-doom, boom, ba-bum, boom. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Let's see. There's all the Twiz audio. That's how much audio. Okay. Let's start with Mr. Thompson. And I'll bring his little speech here to the... No, not that one. Oh, darn it. It's tough to... Okay, media. I need the media files, video files. Here we go. There's Fry. There's... There's that. It should just say media bin. That's where... Add files. Let's try it again. I apologize. Okay. Remind me to turn off my mic when I play it so you can hear clear. All right. Where is Mr. Thompson? He was there a minute ago. Now they deleted it. Okay, add files added. And let's see what we got. Where it should just say... Hold on, my eyes are getting blurry. I don't know why. Probably just need to get rid of all these other ones. Let's see if it's in the timeline already. Ding dong, ding, ding dong, ding dong. Might be. Okay. Let's bring it up. I'm going to put it up on the big screen, you guys. And, oh, it's not cooperating at all. Look out. Close that. Alright, good. And let's see. I'm just going to start a new project and start over because this is ridiculous. I apologize. Okay. New project, new project. How do I... It's weird you can't... Okay. Clips. I should show clips. I don't see clips. Why? Video files. It should be right there. It's not. Sequences. No. Audio files. Maybe I imported it. There it is. Okay, got it. There it is. I believe this is it. Maybe not. I hope so. Shit. It didn't work. Ooh, when is this? Let's listen to that. This is a weird layout on this. Come on, baby, let's do the twist. I may need to export it from the other program. I think that's what it is. Because you can reverse it in one program. So just bear with me. You can reverse it in one program, but you can't open it until you export it from the other one. If that's not confusing enough for you. Let's see here. Hopefully you guys are entertaining amongst yourselves here. Okay. Yeah, that's why I can't. I have to open it in the shortcut. Let me make sure shortcut's open. Oh, what a nightmare. Okay, so let's open, and I'll export the... Darn it, why don't you go? Okay. I'll export the thing. You know what I'm talking about. There it is. Da-da-da. Oh, the Fry interview with Aiden Anderson. That would be... Especially with all that phoniness going on, right, Trish? That'd be amazing. Where is it? Where is it? I found it before. I find it again. Thompson, coming up on your left. There he is. Okay. Yay, we got it. Okay. And so I'll just export it quickly as possible. Somehow file, export video, and we'll send it. I'm going to call it Thompson. Thank you for your patience. Here we go. Thank you for listening. And we got NHC now. We'll play it backwards. Thank you. So it's frustrating. I forget that little extra step sometimes. So let's remove everything I have now as far as video files go. Alright, there. Okay, now add a file. And that will be over here in captures. Maybe Bill Thompson, hopefully, right? No, maybe it's in backmask. No. Well, I suck at this today. It's probably in videos. Hold on. Let's see. The way he stands with his hands folded is so creepy. I'm just looking at this thumbnail right now. It's like, ew. Why are you so weird, bro? Why are you so weird? Why everything's so weird over there? Why can't you just be the knocking on heaven's door guy, man? Like, frig, I like it, Legolas. You know what I'm saying? Where are you, Thompson? There you are. Okay, that's the original. Leave it open. Nope. Okay, and then I have to go back down to shortcut to see where it's exporting to. Oh, it hadn't exported yet. Let's see if we can... Show in folder. Well, it says it's going to... Oh. It went to pictures. Ironically enough. Okay. Pictures. Pictures of you. I guess I could just search my computer for Thompson, but I'm not even sure if I spelled it right. I wasn't even supposed to be here today. Somewhere in pictures. I would assume that if it's not in there, it is in... Yeah. Where are you? This one. Hopefully. Oh boy. Alright, I'm stuck. It won't take long. I promise. Let's export the file. That's how I should have done it. And I'm going to go to videos. And I'm going to go to backmask. And I'm going to call it Santa. Whew. Alright. And that'll take a second to export. And then we can open an NCH. And that's what I'm doing right now. As soon as it's there, it's almost... It's a third of the way there. Hang on, what's it? Use the Force, young Skywalker. Use the sword. I am your father. Oh, good. Alright, now it's ready. Freddy. And that was videos backmask. There it is. Jeez Louise, Papa Cheese. Uh-oh. I lost it. There, I'm back. Ugh. Don't say that, Kane. Alright. And I can see the video. Let me see if you can see the video. I can't see you right now. Let's see. Okay. I don't know what you guys can see. You can only see what I see on the timeline, unfortunately. Sorry about that. So let's play from there. See if you can hear. And play.
It's not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward. Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually...
You hear me taking a ripper. Alright, let's see here. This is getting very confused because I have so many things open. Alright, let's see. Home. And clip preview. There we go. And play.
It's not the end.
Okay. Now we'll reverse this for your viewing pleasure finally. If I can. It's not letting me. There it is. Okay. Alright, so this will be backward forward.
I helped him. Was living on one searing if you're real, it's your not sister in the Safara, you'll never sir 75. I helped him. Was living on one searing if you're real. It's your not sister in the Safara, you'll never sir 75. Not only if you need to.
Okay. I mean, you guys might think that are watching autonomously or whatever that I'm crazy and you're nuts and whatever, and you're right. You'd be right. But isn't it odd? Isn't it funny? The first thing I heard was thank you, Pete Fox. I'm not even going to say it. I did slow it down again now here, so let's listen. If I try to be cool, all these girls, and I can never be cool. I just can't do that.
I helped him.
And that is the very last part of that speech. Apologize for my mic so loud. That is the very last part of that speech. That's what he raps with. I helped them. I mean, of all the backward mask stuff we've done, that was clearly the clearest. Good call, Heather. Thank you. You're an amazing lady, I'll tell you that. And you got quite a dog. But damn. Let's go on.
I helped them. Was never. I helped them. Was never me. You're on Considering if you're real, it's you're not with sister. So far, I'll never certainly suddenly flash me. Not only if you make your work, I'll best of all. You're my. Was nothing by the sun, no, we need to go off the seal. Earth man shimmers me that the seal. The sniff is if the strash nits in the circle and the one line line. And I get when there's a sip, half in the shade, it's sunset. Night. I helped them. Was never me. You're on Considering if you're real, it's you're not with sister. So far, I'll never certainly suddenly flash me. Not only if you make your work, I'll best of all. You're my. Was nothing by the sun, no, we need to go off the seal. Earth man shimmers me that the seal. The sniff is if the strash nits in the circle and the one line line. And I get when there's a sip, half in the shade, it's sunset. Night.
Sorry, I was talking the whole time, dude. I like the fact that Thompson's is a off the cuff. It's an improvised speech. Whether he planned it ahead of time, he's kind of winging it. Whereas this green one here is going to be a little different. It's going to be more of a canned speech. So I wonder if there'll be anything to hear. There was mostly gibberish. I thought I heard, if anybody else heard it, at the end. Where is Gran here? I think the Trooper, Fry, do I have it? Intro back Fry, Thompson. Did I not do? I did not export the, let me capture that real quick. I apologize. It's a whole process here, guys. Sorry. I said a half an hour. It's been 20 minutes. Okay. All right. So that's the other one. Why am I so mean to you guys? I keep you awake. He's terrible. Let's see here. That is not the right one. Close it. And let's see, this one is the right one, I think. I hope. I don't know. It's here somewhere. Don't tell me I lost that. Oh, that'd be an interesting one to do. Wow, I lost it, did I? Scott. Let's see if we can't find the Scott Green interview where he's telling us about the future of U of I. What would you call that? A lecture, a speech, a lecture, talk? I don't know. Okay, let's see what we got. Videos. I hate going to the videos, so I want to read, you know. Much rather. Scott Green of U of I think talk. Excuse me, I think talk is a bad keyword. Here we go. U of I lecture. This is like U of I lectures. Here's one of the press conferences where he's reading, I guess. I thought for sure I captured this. Let me double check. I thought I captured it, yeah. Now that I remember. Remember I captured it. Didn't take for some reason. Let me look in one more folder. Not that one. Those are recents, I guess, so that would show there. Let me look under captures real quick. Negative. It's like, hey, just keep the circus running. I guess Jen had a lot to do tonight. Couldn't hold down the whole show. We weren't quarreling. That one. It's got to be here, man. This is it. Yep, found it. Okay. So where is that? That's in videos, and it's 3457. I'm going to copy it, so maybe with the hope that I can just paste it into Shotcut. Let's find out here. And get that up. Yep. Okay. And open file. Let me try to paste it into the timeline for real. Here. Paste. Can I? Nope. Edit, paste. Yes. Nailed it. Alright. And so now I'll just export it. Because you can't reverse clips here, right? You have to pay to be able to do the reverse clip thing. It's weird. There is a workaround, but it takes longer. Alright, so I'll shut up now. And I will export the damn thing. Gas mask. And this is green. Nailed it. Alright, that'll take a second. And then we'll open it up in NCH. Delete this one. Boom. And then open. Add file. Green. It's not there yet. Hold on. Add file. Green. There it is. Okay. Alright. And then where's green? There. Put it on the old timeline there. See, I did it, guys. Alright, get rid of this so I can see you. Alright. I love you guys so much. I will watch that in a moment, Heather. Thank you. Alright, so just to verify, this is the green clip. I'll play that and play.
It's not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning.
Let's hear what he says at the end so that we know what's going on at the beginning. And play.
It's not the end.
And play. It won't let me skip. I don't know why.
It's not the end of this investigation.
Wouldn't that be weird if he started off with end and it was the beginning because he knew we'd be playing it backwards? Ah. Wait a second. Wait. Did I bring in the wrong clip? I might have grabbed the wrong clip. Let me look in the... I might have grabbed the wrong one. Huh. Oh, you know what? Let's just open... Wait. Play.
It's not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. You all now know the name of the person who's been charged with these offenses.
I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong... I'm playing the wrong program. I'm playing the wrong program.
It's not the...
Right? Isn't that right? Let's see. This is NHC. And here's Shotgun. Okay, so let me play what I played. That's okay, that's weird, okay. Maybe this one. It's weird. Okay, well, bear with me 1 second. I'll get it. Did I do something wrong? I don't know. It's nice if you name stuff right off the get rip, I guess. Okay, there we go. Alright, get rid of this. I don't know why that's there. Might have had something to do with it. Deleted both of them. Okay. Not funny, Kane. Sometimes I'm not so smart. Alright, where's green again? One more time. For the ladies. All the single ladies. All the single ladies. Here we go. Alright. And now put in the timeline. There we go. Yay. Export file. And it's got all these selected. Let me unselect these just in case. Let's see which one I'm on. Okay. Select the file at least and then export the darn thing. Takes a second here. Yep. Come on, baby. 12%. Okay, it'll take a second. And hopefully this is the correct one. Maybe that one hadn't. That was weird. I don't know. So, it's going to take 1 minute. So apparently this is a long one here. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Not that I have to tell you to. Alright. Let's see what we got. Hey. No. Why do I do this? Okay, thank you. That's the stuff. Alright, let's see here. Shotcut. It's confusing to have to switch back to all these. Shotcut is definitely the best. But unfortunately you have to pay for the one feature that we want.
It's not the end of...
Okay. So get rid of this. And open now. Opening now. In NHC. I'm feeling a little verklempt for shizzle. There it is. That's media player. Don't want that. Let's just close Shotcut. Okay. Because what happens is I'm clicking on NHC. I don't know if that's NHC or not. So I'm going to close Shotcut. Because we're already done with that. No, don't save anything. Alright, now we got NHC. We'll delete this. Bye. Bye, you annoyance. And that one too. Thank you. And then we'll open one. Oh, that's effects. Okay. Sorry. Like we did last summer. Come on, let's juice again. Like we did last year. It won't go up there. I don't know why. Get over there. That's better. Okay, now open. And we have this processing. Add to timeline. Play. Hip hip hooray. Kane did it. I told you. Alright. So here we'll play a little from the beginning, and this one I can get to the ending. So let's hear the ending. Nope, maybe not. It doesn't like you to mess with the position of the striker and the timeline there. Okay, so you can see this, I hope. Let's see now. Yeah. Okay, alright, so I'm just going to reverse it here. I gotta apply an audio effect in this one. And let's see here. Should just reverse. And I don't know why it's not even bringing up the option menu for it. That's weird. Okay, over here. No. Alright. Audio effects it is. And reverse. Reverse. And then one more audio effect. Speed change down to 60%. Agreed? Agreed. And I'll shut my microphone off and my face.
Our fish her walk out been rushed together I do. Our snap and yammer we went. Where they get off food we why we must do. Once what I'll be serving it so from the shack is they dogs just down it. Snare ups away. If somebody's gonna dog, never little faces did him through. The shake is seven said very different sheet in the verse of one. Surf max and do sir. Would you withdraw when they go face together there? He'll super, he'll fall from the hill. And if the nan as he lay it, I'm near on the hill out. It's right now. We didn't make her be serving here on the ground with the cellar and the mouths. Sorrow six is group one serpent of my god. The dick it. Roll but sour. Six got maxes. Sisters can rock me. Darbs is rosy right fetted him at seven. Cern drop himself and all in the emerald but seal books on with the girl draw the full fear and it lost him six at the thief solar venue. Smarkselsness it up to even get caution with maching earth mach arbet. Since there fear solves a villa and seal bit so that this year for you. Snarf the girl when they seal marinets and do surrounding by and I sick off neck. Set my car, you see serving these Louis it. You're walk with so shine off the some off pillar the photo learn about ethnic. Still on goes down surf you. Sun God no of you, it's all my milk you read. Yeah, let it Albert me. Says yes, exists enough. Iedereen groot, als je nacht schijnen, schijt me de volgende deelstreep. Seal, mensen dus straten, maar is het niet een uur sunshine er niet die gewenste leiden. Ja, zit er al perfect. Maar ja, zo'n manier is er niet zoals je gezegd door. Girl, was van jou bij. Heel mij, wat mij, de net scharen, iedereen graag is servant die artspielers. Nou, wat is het? Sarah was in zid. Wat heb ik servant hier is er? Maar neer gaks nu veilig niet. Ja, vies. Her ook uit binnen stelde hij doe. Maar snap en neem er hoe we went. Maar dat je er voor moet. Why how we must do.
Okay, to be honest with you, I had a bunch of things I planned on clipping out and having this already done for you, and I apologize. Now that I'm on the right track of what to do, I didn't expect that much from this one, honestly. Like I said, he was reading. I feel like if that's going to work, it's going to be something revealed in more of an improvised speech, something off the cuff. So I gotta eat something. My tail end's hurting me. I gotta walk around for a minute. I'm gonna kick some rocks. So I will. I think this is a segment of the show which turned out to be longer than it needed to be, and I apologize for that. But I think the Thompson one was pretty good. You guys, especially right out the bat, amazing. So I promise you, I'll make this. I'll keep this segment of the show till we go through them all, and I'm gonna find the one that we were talking about there. If you guys sound like you did hear. I didn't hear a knife. Wow. Thank you. I don't think I've asked. I'm glad that we can do this together. I apologize for as long as it took. I will have those clips ready for you Thursday or Friday, and I will work on that and have them, and we'll play the whole thing. And so that way I can just pull it up, do my regular stuff, and then we'll go into this after we do the Jenn stuff. Or maybe before. Maybe we'll start with this. This has been very... The Thompson one, you guys can play it again once the live ends. I don't know why you can't rewind my lives. Call YouTube. I don't know. I can't get in touch with anybody from support from YouTube for anything. I guess that improves as you get more people or something. But anyway, if you want to hear that again, it's towards the end of the live here. However many hours. Oh my gosh. I thought it was only like 3 hours. I was wondering why I hadn't even gotten up to use the restroom. That's why I feel like, we come across stuff as we go in this show. I can't just do stuff, and maybe I wasn't as funny as usual tonight. And I felt a little under the gun with not having those clips. I knew I could do it. I didn't mean to fumble the ball so much on the audio stuff here as I did. But I will have that portion ready for you, and we'll also do. Heather, I'll email you those pictures if you wanted to look at them further. The clip outs from your video. And let's see. I'll look into more what Heather was talking about with Joe and Emma. We'll get to the bottom of that. So thank you everybody for being here. Everybody that was watching, I appreciate you, and thank you for an awesome freaking chat. Unbelievable. Wow, look at that. I look at they show the metrics and stuff. All the stats from whatever show you do. And I look and I notice one is like chat responses was like 3,000 or something. Anyway, okay, so that's all. Thanks for my new effect, my LED light. And we'll pick it up then. So this was awesome. Fun time, everybody. And I love y'all. I will talk to you on the next one. So this is me. And I'll leave the chat open. And yeah, WSU Mom, Kim, thank you so much for being in here. We definitely enjoyed your input. That was very nice to have. And of course Heather and Jen and Rochelle and Nothing That Fast. Angel D's, oh, you just got here? Did you just get here, Angel D? Were you here? I didn't see her, but amazing chat as usual. So I'll end the broadcast. I'm going to do all the things here. And I appreciate everybody. And I'll leave the broadcast running for a while.